commit ourselves now, and I think that it's possible, and I'm just synthesizing here, that maybe he did this to generate the response that it has, because now everybody's kind of on record. I haven't seen anybody from Germany, I haven't seen anybody of note in Europe say anything regarding, oh yeah, you know what, let's think about that, or this is a good idea. I haven't seen a diplomat come out and say it. They've all spoken off the same sheet of music, and that's get out of Ukraine. That's when we can start talking, right? And that response, I think, is important to note regarding everybody, that when it does, again, come towards a really bad condition, possibly in the wintertime, we're reminded to stay the course and to stick with it. So, maybe he's not that intelligent. Maybe he's not kind of playing that game, but I find it hard to believe that he meant what he said, and said, yeah, let's go ahead. And I mean, that's kind of stupid, right? It's bad for business, especially here in the United States. Like Yehuda said, you don't mess around. If you go any further, then you might be subject to sanction yourself for supporting Russia, right? That's some of the gentle warnings that you generally get from Treasury and Justice. And so I don't think he's that stupid to that point. But maybe he did it to generate conversation. Maybe he didn't. But that's just my 2 cents.
Right?
Yeah, just a public service announcement. I know Yehuda touched on it too, but Elon Musk can't turn this off. There's no master switch. There's no control panel in the Batcave where he can go and deactivate Starlink. People don't understand. I'm not talking to anyone in here, but in general, if you're reading the comments and everything coming out, there's a big difference between Elon Musk and SpaceX, and a big difference between Elon Musk and Tesla. They don't separate the person from the company. And typically the CEO is, the smiling face of the organization. And I know he's a little bit more than that. Tesla, he bought. SpaceX, he was involved in the founding of. He has a majority of voting shares, but he doesn't have, he owns less than half of the company. So again, like the amount of government contracts he has between the launches of the rocket ships and what are they, the national reconnaissance, satellites, and all that, he knows what he can get away with saying, because freedom of speech, and I'm only using words, and these are my words. He's fucking around and simultaneously finding out. I think all the pushback is good. I think that's a fair characterization to call that statement from the undiplomatic. But I also agree with Yehuda in that, I can't imagine being in that position and watching your countrymen getting, it's not just a war, it's a genocide, and he's playing games. Okay, if he's smart, it's worse. I think he's a fucking idiot, and he's being an idiot. But if he's anything like he's supposed to be, he doesn't get a pass for being neurodivergent. He's being a complete asshole, and the kind of person you could be when you're, held accountable and no one's there to tell you to knock it off.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to jump the line there. Flying Goose, I know, has their hand up, and I think the co-hosts are occupied at the second trying to get things organized.
Jump, Craig.
No. All I would say is just, I would just try to think beyond this, because this is a setting of conditions that he's getting everybody, just the way I see it. I mean, I just can't look at this guy, despite how stupid and how comical he acts sometimes. I mean, come on, the guy's worth over $200 billion. Like, let's give the guy some credit here, right? I'm not in any way defending what he's saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, given his level of achievement, you would think that he wouldn't do this because of some genuine desire to want to see peace, right? I mean, come on, right? That'd be stupid, because for one thing, it's going to ruin public relations in the United States. You have multiple other companies in the United States producing electric vehicles now, right? You can't turn on a football game or a baseball game without seeing an ad for a U.S. built electronic vehicle. Elon Musk said, yeah, man, screw that guy, dude. Like, like Ukraine's, we're going to have our support the entire way. It generates that level of conversation. And I think that it's in an open and fair society. It just needs to be taken for what it is. Everybody reacts to it, but then look at the reaction that people have. It is overwhelmingly positive, like negative towards Musk, but positive towards Ukraine.
Can I ask one question?
Hey,
Sorry, who's
Troy,
that?
can
Let's
I-
go
can
to
I
Flying Goose, and then we'll.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Troy. I'll get right over to you. You took pretty much the most of what I wanted to say right out of my sales. So, I think that he's going to be a little busy with the American government that's investigating him right now. I think he's playing games. I think this is a genocide. I don't think this is a genocide. This is a genocide. This isn't time to play games because you're a billionaire and you have a big platform and you can get up and say a bunch of stupid shit and have no repercussions for what you say. I think he needs to have repercussions for what he says. I think the ambassador, who's pissed. I don't think that I'd be in any different of a situation if I was seeing the things on a daily basis that man was seeing as well. I don't think this is a time to play games. I don't think this is a time to use your platform as Musk has, which he is known for being a giant ass man baby and creating drama on every level all the time when he doesn't have enough attention. So smart or no, there's absolutely no place for this right now. None. The stakes are too high. People's lives are on the line. To threaten to cut off the communication of soldiers on the front line of a fucking war is beyond the pale. Beyond. I don't give a shit what he thinks he's doing. Period. It's beyond the pale. That's all.
All right. Next up, we have Luca, followed by Troy, John, Lima, and Kay. Luca.
Hey guys, I took a few notes. I mean, living here in the Valley, we know Musk and his modus operandi pretty well. I need to make few corrections. So first of all, I want to ask, do you guys know what long-termists are? Who long-termists are? In case you don't, let me tell you.
People wearing long thermal underwear.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, not that. Are people that are like focusing on long-term objectives. They're being highly criticized these days. Musk is a fervent long-termist. Basically, his goal is to put people on Mars. Believe it or not, it's kind of crazy. So he looks at these and says, well, there is like a 0.1% of like nuclear war. For instance, I don't know, I make things up, like make numbers up. And so he's like freaking out that he cannot go to Mars. I mean, his probability of going to Mars is reduced by 0.1%. Believe me, he really thinks like that. Also, sorry, Craig, he's not doing it with some bona fide. He really believes in that. Another thing is, true, he's highly dependent on government contracts, especially at SpaceX. Something that I don't know if it's clear, but SpaceX, it's a little obscure, the budget, but I think like at least historically they made maybe 70% of their revenue through launching satellites for the US government, the DoD, and all of that. Those are really the contracts that yields the most profits. So, but he has a horrible relationship with the Biden administration. It's very simple why. He's a really like hardcore capitalist. He's against unions. Biden is pro-union. So when they moved most of the production to Texas, it was already the first step in that process of radicalization against labor. Let's just call it this. He had trouble with the local unions here in Fremont, California. So Texas is much more, how shall I say, less pro-union than we are here. And then, of course, Biden comes in and organizes big events where he invites, the Detroit, automakers, make some speeches about electric vehicle. I mean, of course, Tesla opened this market. We need to be honest. It would not have happened if we waited for Detroit. But now Biden was saying, look, you can do it in a unionized way. And Musk didn't want to hear about that. And he was so pissed that he was not invited at the White House. He really hates the Biden administration, but he has to work with them, like you say, because of the subsidies and also, the strong commitments to SpaceX to do effectively the DoD. But he hates them. And then he went through, so this is how I'm going to conclude, what I believe is the process of radicalization. You need to also see that people are kind of influenced by who they are hanging out with. So through this process, like I mentioned, starting to become strongly against unions and starting to have like a very adversarial relationship with the Biden administration, the people he is hanging out with have certain, shall we just call Fox News, Tucker Carlson-ish ideas. I'm not surprised that some of these rub off him. So, he's in a situation where he can help. Like we say, the technology that they have at SpaceX is incredible and has helped with the war. But he is also acting like a big asshole because of the reasons that I mentioned here: long-termism and radicalization, mostly. That's kind of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I have to say I heard very similar from others in a similar circle. So either there's some group thing going on around your parts, or it's true. I'm not one to judge which, but I know which one I think it is. Let's go finally to Troy and then to John Howarth. Troy.
There was an article in the New York Times published earlier this week. I think the title was something like Elon Musk's Social Life, but there's really a lot more going on in there. And the one line, I read it, I actually got a 7-day trial to the New York Times so I could read this freaking article. And the one line that jumped out to me, going along what Luca was saying, let's see, the line between Mr. Musk's work life and personal life is blurry. Many of his closest friends and longtime investors in his companies and share his technical worldview. That technical worldview is the Henry Ford worldview. And what informed, he was anti-Semitic and wasn't necessarily upset about what was going on in Nazi Germany, to say the least. So what this technical worldview, this long-termism. This is, if someone could explain to me the difference between that and, there's a lot of people in the world, prices are getting high, and there's food shortages, we got to do what we have to do, survival of the fittest. And this is all very, if anyone's read, what's that book called? By Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. This is what he's trying to do. He wants to be John Galt. He is so important to everybody, and he wants everyone to know if he just, if he shrugged off all criticism and just went back to doing his genius video game things, that we'd all be worse off for it. And that's also a view that his friends share. So I think the more we talk about that stuff, the real stuff we can prove and see and that's tangible, the better. Because if he's going to act this way, we need to find out. Craig, I want to talk to you more like offline. I respect you, but the theory of him being some kind of noble Jesus and exposing, viewpoints just doesn't, it doesn't work for me.
Who's that?
That was Troy.
No, who's a noble genius?
I don't want to put words into Craig's mouth, but the way he was describing Musk's behavior, like someone had to ask the question. That's just the way I was reading it, and I don't see that at all. I don't see anything redeemable, noble, or really. The reason why I'm so animated and I'm trying to keep myself as composed as possible, because this is outrageous. This is egregious. This is This is the worst thing someone can do, and he's the richest person in the world, on paper or otherwise, and it's fucking horrible. And I'm American, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to stand around and let it like just happen unchecked.
Well, I will say this. He is, I will say he's an unstable genius. Most billionaires and people of that level tend to have a much more grounded in reality. I think Musk is, he's a very unique individual. I'm not going to take away his, who am I to even argue his entrepreneurial acumen? But generally, when you make it that big, you kind of know what you don't know. And I don't think he knows what he doesn't know. So I don't think he should be, opining on politics way out of his pay grade. So usually people at that level quietly ask people who know a lot more, "What can I do to help?" Not "How do I lead the show?" If he thinks that the world won't go to nuclear war because Elon Musk tweets at night, he's just as bad as another individual. So let's, yeah. I mean, I had to step off for a bit, so please jump in, Doman.
John Howard.
Thanks, mate. Just one point on Musk being a petulant man-child. If anyone remembers I think it was 17 kids who got stuck underground in a cave in Thailand, and Musk went to his workshop and tried to create some crazy Iron Man device to get these kids out. And there was a team of rescue divers, and there was the guy who was leading it was a British fella, and he wasn't interested in using Musk's new kit. He just wanted to take his blokes through and get the kids out. And Musk started a campaign on Twitter against him, effectively, and he did actually
Call him a pedophile.
Called him a pedophile, and then had to pay him masses. I mean, it was undisclosed, but it was masses in compensation. So he is a petulant man-child. He doesn't react in a logical way to slights or insults, and in that respect, I think he is a concern. And I would imagine that there are people in Washington who are thinking quite seriously about whether that infrastructure needs to be nationalized, because you can't have a situation where one private citizen who has personality disorders is able to fundamentally screw with Western foreign policy. It's just not on.
Yeah, I will say that. Look, for those, just to be fair, there are many good things I'm sure he's done. I think the more he expresses himself publicly, the more unusual he sounds. So, I'm not sure if he has a team of staff that help him with this stuff, maybe PR or media relations. But I will say this: that's on a one-off example of the man he accused of being a pedophile he accused him for being a pedophile because he lived in Thailand and he wasn't Thai. So the implication was he's only in Thailand for children, which is a horrible thing to say. And the man was, I think, a former British Army diver or Navy diver or whatever they have. I'm not sure. But more importantly, just to think of the effects. When you're so involved in a business, remember what happened. I'm not making a judgment call on people who smoke marijuana. I do not smoke marijuana. I don't like even smell of it in the air, but it doesn't mean that people who smoke marijuana are bad. However, if you are an owner of a large company which employs thousands of people, and you live in a country where marijuana is illegal in large parts of it, and you smoke marijuana on a podcaster's TV show there, YouTube show, and your company has a glitch, something happens on the next day. I don't know exactly what happened to Tesla stocks, but it wasn't good. That's pretty irresponsible. Not smoking weed, I guess, if that's what your thing is, but the fact that it's kind of a taboo, and that thousands and tens of thousands of people, not just thousands who directly work for you, but tens of thousands of people involved down the line rely on a job at your company to put food on the table, to feed their children, to send their kids to school, and you don't think twice about doing that. It shows that you're not, like, there's something off there, right? Like, that's selfishness, that's narcissistic, and I don't think it's ignorance, right? So we can't say it's not really Oh, he didn't know better. Well, he should. He should. Hey, you're going on a show with a guy named Joe Rogan who smokes weed a lot on the show. Probably not a good idea to do it because you're kind of the face of a big company and we have employees. So, I mean, it just goes to show when it comes to, him doing the Starlink thing, I don't know why he did what he did, and that's great. And when it comes to, making comments about the voting, that's where he lost me, right? He actually said, well, we should just have a vote. Well, they did have a vote. It's called independence, and they all voted to leave and be their own country. So are you that dumb that you didn't know that? You didn't have are you that impulsive that you couldn't wait for a staffer to fact check something for you? You are a billionaire. You could have like 100, PhD graduate students who look up stuff for you on a moment's notice. I want to write something in 45 minutes. Tell me something. But he doesn't. So it's an impulsivity. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to say he has personality disorder. I have no idea. But certainly on the outside, it's super irresponsible. And you shouldn't, in the middle of a genocide, try to make it look like or even imply that you would recommend that their country split up and that the hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, and hundreds of thousands of children who are stolen from their parents should just sit in other people's homes. That is why people are so angry on the space you're talking about it, because the direct implication of what he's saying is let's literally let Russians get away with murder, genocide, and land theft. And he should have given himself his head a shake. That's all I'm going to say about that. I guess we'll go through the panel. I think we've stirred a hornet's nest. So we're going to go to Colby, Luca, and Anda, and then we're going to go down the list there. Colby.
Thanks. I was hoping to change the topic off of Elon Musk and thought we could talk about some things that are happening on the ground right now. So just recently, I'll throw my tweet up to the nest here. There was a missile strike on a electrical substation in Belgorod, which I have geolocated, so we know exactly where it is. And there's some reports of widespread power outages in Belgorod right now. So curious to get some other thoughts on the video. You can actually see the missile coming in. It's flying pretty low on a more of a horizontal trajectory, not coming down. Just kind of look to the right of the smokestacks. You can see it if you kind of slow things down and watch carefully. You can see it flying in right before the impact. So to me, that suggests more cruise missile than ballistic missile, because if it was ballistic, it should be following more of a downward trajectory. So curious to get some other thoughts on. I wish we had John here right now, but if you want to weigh in on what kind of what you think that is.
You said missile, and John came a running.
Mic check.
Go for it. I couldn't hear the other. I couldn't hear Colby, so I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we were waiting for John, but if we had any hands up, Anda, if you wanted to go ahead, and then we can go to Nancy.
I think before me it was Lima, Kay, and Luca.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Let's go through the list.
Yeah, Lima, please go ahead.
Talking? Is anyone talking?
We can hear you, Yehuda. I don't know if you can hear us.
I've lost audio. Okay. So whoever's next, go. I don't know.
Lima, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So I actually wanted to close off the topic with Elon Musk with an interesting statement, a little bit of psychoanalysis. I wish we had Tom here because he's probably more the expert on these things, but he's without doubt intelligent, but the downside of intelligence is that it makes you naive, impulsive, and sensitive to frustration, because intelligence is not equal to knowledge, and it does not make you wise by default. And he's without doubt successful in his business branches and has built up power there and influence, but that is not universal in all aspects of life. And also, he's a popular figure through his success and his influence, which does not makes him right automatically. And after all these things, it does not make you good if you're successful and intelligent and all these things. That's a different ballgame. And because he is somewhat intelligent, he can think of crazy solution to things. And the drawback of crazy solutions are that they are not automatically practical. And especially if you leave your circle of competence with, which Elon Musk has for sure in IT and technology and all this stuff, and certainly not in politics, and especially not in politics with Russia and war and all this stuff. And I also think he's honestly a person that tries to make the world a better place. And he often said this in his speeches and interviews. And he's very emotional while stating this, because that is what he really wants to make his life count for. But what I said is that when he comes with crazy solutions that are impractical and he gets frustrated through this, he also gets impulsive and treats stupid stuff, not just in regards to the stock market and his businesses, but also in regards to topics that he's just incompetent in, and that is things like the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And it's a common theme that powerful people that are successful in one area kind of are unable to manage their influence and their impact on the public and the world, because they are just not well enough built as a character to step out of one area of expertise into the next. So crossing from science into business, crossing from business into politics, crossing from whatever else. And we see Elon Musk doing this, trying to do this.
All right.
That is basically where he fails, and that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, we'll take that as a comment and barrel through. I don't know who is next. I don't know whose mic's working. Colby.
Luca, Kay and Luca.
All right. Okay, Kay, then Luca.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that, well, Musk is intelligent and unstable, and his quizzes were extremely stupid. But the latest news comes from a letter leaked from the U.S. DoD, in which he is asking the U.S. to start paying for Starlink service, and because they cannot continue to pay for it themselves, and
Yeah,
that
we
is
said
the
that.
only.
We knew that.
Yeah.
That was said right at the beginning. So no one.
Yeah,
So
someone said they were
I'm
threatening to cut off Starlink. It's
no,
not true.
no. They just said that we're not going to pay. But what's happening is there are a bunch of goofballs on the internet saying Musk is going to cut it off, and Musk is toying with them, and he's egging them on. You understand? You see what he's doing? He's egging them on. So people are. Say again.
I said yes. I didn't know he was doing that.
Yeah,
that's
he's being a dink. That's what we say up here in Canada, being a dink. D-I-N-K. Stop being a dink. You're being a wiener. Like, why are you? So someone writes, "Oh, isn't it? You know, Starlink says they can't pay for it anymore. Only days after Ambassador says F off," and then Elon says, "We're just taking their advice." I mean, it's funny to say to you.
The letter was from September 8th, so it's not like he did it immediately after.
I'm fully aware of it. I'm telling you, that's what Musk said. So Musk knows it's not true, but he's being a jerk. You understand? Like you see what I'm saying? So just for context,
absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah. So for context, Jason Smart, from our friend from the Kiev Post, there, he made a statement. It's not earth shattering. It's not really, could have worded it differently, I guess. He says Elon Musk Starlink says it can no longer afford to give Ukraine free service and asked the Pentagon to pay for it. I'm not sure it was free. I'm pretty sure Ukrainians were paying subscriptions. I think the terminals they were handing out for free. So at any rate,
No,
it's not.
no, the company was paying for 70% of the service.
Sure. So they're paying. So it's not free then. The 70% is not free. It's subsidized, right? We have words that mean things. So to say they're free is a different, and it doesn't mean that subsidizing it doesn't make them any better. It's great. It's great that he's subsidizing, but let's just focus on what the power of words, right? So it's not free, and ask the Pentagon to pay for it. Starlink has been a game changer in the war. This comes days after Ukrainian ambassador Melnik told Musk to F off. So instead of not replying, Musk replies, we're just following his recommendation. So he's giving credence to the statement that was inaccurate in itself. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see, what is he 12? Yeah, well, F you, your mom sucks even more. Like, how old is this guy, right? It's just a silly, stupid thing to say. And now it's going to be ginned up by all the people who hate Ukraine and love genocide as proof that, Ukraine's doing bad, is at risk. It's not. As you said, the contract's made, so they don't just stop and go, I'm not going to do this anymore. I mean, who has more to lose, United States government or Elon Musk? I'm pretty sure we know the answer. So I made a comment, kind of besmirching him for his comment, and then I made I just said it's a little petty. So the bottom line is, if you're Elon Musk, he wrote that at like 3 a.m. Why? He's trying to say he's actually being it's so petty of him that he's going after the ambassador. He's trying to make the ambassador look bad for saying F you. Would I say it? No, it's exactly what an ambassador shouldn't say. But even under those circumstances, however, why is Musk is he so shallow or simple of a guy that a month later he's still you told me to F off. Look what happened to you now. Everyone thinks it's your fault, even though we know the letter from Starlink to the Pentagon, Department of Defense, said in September or the beginning of October, we're not going to be able to subsidize it for much longer. So you knew the answer. If you knew the answer and I know the answer and we're both not Elon Musk, do you think that he should have acted a little differently? What do you think?
Oh, he has a long history of saying very stupid things. I think that he's just continuing his history of saying stupid things.
Fair enough. All right, we'll take that and we'll go to Luca and then Nancy and then Frank and then Constantine. Go ahead, Luca.
All right. So one more clarification about Elon Musk culture, because I want you guys to get it right, given that he's being a little bit of a pain in this situation, but can also be very helpful. So Elon Musk is and sees himself as a disruptor. So Yehuda, he doesn't, even though he can get 100 geopolitical scholars to tell him what.
Luca, is anyone's mic on? Doman, I need
You muted everyone, Yehuda. Either you or someone.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Hear Luca. Is he talking?
Can you hear me?
He's talking now, Luke. Yehuda, he's talking now. You couldn't hear him earlier. Okay.
Sorry,
I'm
did you hear
gonna
me?
drop down and come back. I can't hear half the people.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be here. Luca, you carry on.
Did you hear anything?
I could hear everything.
Oh, okay.
It's a thing that uniquely affects him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So anyway, so this guy walks into a meeting with an idea, and then it says it like many times he's right and he's disruptive, and then like new industries are created. Now, let me compare it to like a character of the past. Elon Musk is the modern time Steve Jobs. So like the difference though is that at the time of Steve Jobs, there was no Twitter, so he didn't have a megaphone. Also, Steve Jobs was like just focusing on, the Apple kind of products. Elon Musk wants to take that kind of mentality also to areas that he doesn't understand well, but he brings that same culture of just walking in and saying what he thinks, and then oftentimes is actually outside his area of expertise quite stupid and creates problems. So again, let me tell you, if we compare to Steve Jobs, right? Like the culture is the same, where maybe you guys don't realize how you realize that your phones have no buttons, right? So what happened is that Steve walks into a meeting and says, all those buttons that were on phones for like the last 100 years, we're gonna get rid of all of those. And that was in 2006. It's like mind-boggling, right? So now how Elon Musk operates is the same, for his company and his products. Now, the Twitter platform, and maybe megalomania, thinks he can do the same for other big problems, whether it's like, kids stuck in a cave, or in this case, Ukrainians getting bombed, or the potential for nuclear war. So this is what you're fighting with, if you want. It's a culture, right? And as I mentioned, it's also a culture that in the last 3 or so years has strongly radicalized to a more foxy, so to speak, type of mentality. So just take it for what it is. Thank you.
It's almost like he's a walking, talking distraction. Oh no, who would have guessed? This is me being sarcastic. Thank you, Luca. No, I get it. I get it. I have no idea who people were supposed to be. I know Michael's the last
Nancy.
one. I think we have Nancy. Perfect. Thank you, Anda. Nancy,
Mic check.
loud and clear.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. I just want to say something really quick, since I was in the fintech industry from the mid 90s up until about a few years ago. And, needless to say, with X.com and then with the beginning start of PayPal, watched Elon Musk's patterns in great detail at the time. And he is absolutely an entrepreneur. I think that the similarity to Steve Jobs, I'd say Steve Jobs 1.0 versus the Steve Jobs that at least had matured some when he came back to Apple. But the thing we've got to recognize, and I think Lima, Intel, and Yehuda were both spot on, is Musk is not, he's an entrepreneur, but he is not a conventional businessman and doesn't have the patience for it. And is probably, for his whole career, he has just spouted out stupid shit at a moment's notice, and we can expect that to continue. Since the mid 90s, I have not seen any change in his behavior or his communication to the populace, and I don't think we'll see any going forward either. So he is who he is. A lot of good things about him, a lot of bad things about him. For those of us expecting him to be a miracle worker, depends on what you define a miracle as. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Nancy. At this point, I will ask everyone, can we at some point move away from him, because he is a walking, talking distraction, and they're succeeding because we keep talking about him.
I disagree to an extent, Doman. I think we can talk about him a bit because he is relevant. He's made himself relevant. And it's not Elon Musk that I'm trying to talk about. It's the caricature. It's the persona. Now, there aren't millions of Elon Musks, but he influences people like him. Like, if you just simply take a look at my Twitter feed on a comment that I made, which said nothing about Elon Musk paying for anything, nothing about, the government should pay for it. No doubt about it in my mind. In fact, they should reimburse him or give him tax credits for it, because it's a private company. It's not the job of a private company to subsidize a nation's defense. Totally agree with that. But yet, no one's ever bothered to ask. They've gone off on attacking me, kind of that. A, there's no genocide. B, World War III. C, why should he pay for it? No one said he should pay for it. And I think that the company in particular is within its right to say, hey, listen, please, we're tapping out here. It's too much. We're a company, we're a business, and whatever we're subsidizing, we need to stop subsidizing it. No problem. But Musk, as the head of that company, the face of the company, doesn't need to act like a child or say stupid things that could affect people's lives. So it's all fun and games when you're smoking dope and smoking marijuana on Joe Rogan. Who cares, right? But he's not the average Joe. So that's the key. Now, what's the implication overall? Well, we see it. We don't have to talk about Elon Musk as a person. Talk about the individual who's ill-informed on very important things and says things. And the difference is this person is very popular, has a big reach, and it's a network. Though it doesn't matter if he has a big. Even if he was to stop saying it, there are now thousands of nodes down the line there that are reaching out. You're seeing them. I see this one guy show up for some reason all the time, like Tim Young. I don't know who he is. Apparently he's a comedian. He's not so funny. And he's the whole World War III, you're so ridiculous. Why are you doing this? And it emboldens people like that. So what he doesn't realize I'll tell you a little story. Who wants to hear a drasha, a moral story from the shtetl back in Ukraine? It goes like this. A man said some horrible things about his neighbor. And he goes to the rabbi and he says to the rabbi, I want to do tshuva. I want to do repentance. I feel very bad. I said really bad things about my neighbor. I was mad and I didn't really mean them. And the rabbi said, okay, this is what you need to do. He says, your wife's cooking chicken for Shabbat? Yes. Okay. So take the feathers from the chicken and I want you to walk around the whole village. And on every corner, I want you to put a handful of feathers. And I want you to come back to me. It's a very strange thing. So the man says, Rabbi, are you sure? Yes. So the man goes around the village and he puts a bit of a tuft of chicken feather here. And he goes around and he comes back to the rabbi. And the rabbi says, did you do what I asked you? He goes, yes. He said, okay. I want you to go back and I want you to bring back all the feathers and bring them to me. And the man's like, okay. So the man goes and he goes to every place he walked around the village to pick up the feathers. In some cases, there were no feathers. They'd blown away in the wind. In some cases, he picked up a few. So when he comes back to the rabbi, he shows him and he says, well, I got as many as I could. I only have maybe a third of the feathers. And he goes, what's the point of this, rabbi? And the rabbi says to him, well, it's a lesson, not a point. He goes, I wanted to do repentance. He goes, well, you can't. Because when we say things irresponsibly, they're like feathers in the wind. They'll blow away. You're never able to get all of them back. You might get some of them back, but there's no repentance for that. And that's a lesson that I think applies to people like Elon Musk, except he doesn't have a few feathers. He's got billions of feathers. And when he says things and they're scattered to the wind, you can never take them back because the damage has been done. And so too is the medrash, the moral of this story is that you shouldn't say things irresponsibly or gossip or knowingly, definitely not knowingly say these type of things because your words have meaning. And unfortunately, I'm afraid that Mr. Musk feels he's so wealthy he can litigate and he'll just pay out. So he'll call the diver a pedophile. He's laughing because sue me. What's it to me? A fourth gold tap on my my 15th summer home. It doesn't mean anything, perhaps. That's conjecture on my part. I don't know if that's what's in his head, but I hope the parable is meaningful for some. On that note, let's. The moral of the story is don't talk crap about people. Sometimes it's not good. Who's next, Doman?
I think we have an Anda and a Michael and a Frank and a Heather. Anda?
Actually, you have a Frank, a Michael, a Anda, and then a Heather.
Well, see, this is what happens when I crash out and then Yehuda has technical difficulties. Well, can you run things instead?
Let's go.
Anda. Frank, right?
Frank.
I could speak, sure. I think we're looking at the symptoms rather than the cause here. And I'm just kind of wondering if we're chasing around Elon Musk's tail here, and without looking at if I look at Elon's calling Ian Bremmer a liar, and Ian Bremmer is saying, "Oh, this is what happened," and I think of the two of them, Ian Bremmer has a lot less reason to lie about their conversation. And so therefore, I'm inclined to believe what he said, which then leads me to wonder, okay, well, why is Elon Musk talking to Putin? And how is this related to all of the other things that we're seeing? Even just today, for example, Margarita Simonyan was tweeting out a prayer for peace, of all things, just after she's been calling for genocide for weeks and months. And at the same time, you've got Putin threatening, hinting at threatening nukes, and you've got Medvedev,
doing the same thing and talking about, basically absorbing the Ukraine as a country and all these kinds of things, and threatening about if the U.S. delivers ATACMS or ATACMS rather, or any, sorry, the ATACMS cigarette company always confuses me. ATACMS, I should say. They're like Russia continuing to basically threaten escalation and nuke, and they're always playing the nuke card. So what I'm saying is Elon Musk being used by Putin here? Because Putin is not very good at military strategy, but he does have a background in as a KGB officer. So what I'm saying here is Elon basically being used? Are we just like chasing around stuff here when really it's all a sign that that Russia's desperate? They know they're losing, and they're just trying to pull a rabbit over the hat here, basically.
Yeah, I think no is the answer in a nutshell. I think it's just the position that Elon has. I think you'd have to be interrogating someone and have a lot of close interaction with them over an extended period of time to use those super duper KGB skills that Putin is claimed to, is said to have possessed at one point. Putin is a supreme manipulator, but no, I don't think he's captivated Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk just is very impulsive and says things that he's not thought through, or not thought through well. So, and again, this isn't about Elon Musk. This is really about disinformation and the propensity of it to affect. I don't think the good thing is it doesn't affect. When it comes to United States policy today, no one in the Biden administration is wondering what Elon Musk thinks. Sorry, they don't care. They're generals and they're foreign affairs people who were never for escalation with Russia. They never were. But this has been pushed onto the feet of the West by Russia. So now that the gloves are off, the mask is down, the Americans can't ignore it. So why are the Americans? So the State Department is historically very dovish compared to the Pentagon. Let's just say, not always historically, but in recent years for sure. They're not looking for fights. They're trying to mitigate. They're trying to, look what happened with Armenia and Azerbaijan. The State Department sorted that out really quick. They avoided a little war there. Nancy Pelosi made a visit. I'm sure transactions were made, if you know what I mean. But why? Because they want to avoid an escalation in conflict. If the Americans were so keen on causing trouble for Russia, you would see America supporting all sorts of conflicts on the borders of Russia. But they're not. They did the exact opposite. They did the exact opposite for a reason, because they don't want to see an escalation. They want to see Russia go away in Ukraine. They're not talking about destroying Russia, regime change. The Ukrainians can say what they want. They can say we're not going to deal with Putin. Putin has literally destroyed a good portion of their country. He's stolen their children. He's murdered their people. He's authorized, genocidal brigades of bad guys to rape and pillage. They have a right to say we don't want to deal with this a-hole. So they're right. The Americans aren't saying that. So it just goes to show you, we need to continue to fight disinformation. There is no, whether it's Starlink, whether it's paid for by the United States government or the Canadian government or any government, it's fine. It'll happen. If it's hundreds of millions of dollars, I would argue that hundreds of millions of dollars, if they say up to $400 million a year to provide all that service, okay, let them do that. It's important. They need it for the battlefield. Anyway, thanks for the point, Frank. Let's go over. It's okay, Anda, I've got this now. So I'm just going to go to Michelle and then Heather. Go ahead, Michelle. Or Michael, then Heather. Go ahead.
Thank you, Yehuda. So I was going to approach the Elon Musk from a slightly different angle. First off, definitely want to applaud what Anda and Lucas said, and I wholly agree with that. I think just going back to what Lucas said about Steve Jobs, I think he's exactly right. Steve Jobs did have opinions about other items outside of his products. If you look at this very good Walter Isaacson biography of Steve Jobs, there was a passage in there where Steve Jobs rips the Obama administration a new one about educational policy. I mean, he was pretty savage about it. He said that they had it totally wrong and that they were not setting up the United States for success in STEM for a generation. and he did it quietly. He didn't do it across social media. So kind of what Ando was talking about as far as kind of 1.0 versus 2.0, you're exactly right. Elon Musk is publicizing and he's saying a lot of things that he probably should not be saying in the public forum. And the point I'd like to make about that is I think we have to be really careful about the celebrity culture that we have, where if you're successful in one area, that doesn't make you a subject matter expert in another area. You know, I've heard you talk about Noam Chomsky. Quite, and you know what? He might be a very good linguist, but I'm not going to listen to him about Palestine. I'm not going to listen to him about Russia and Ukraine. And the same thing I would say about Elon Musk. The last point I'd like to make about Musk, and this is something a different angle, and that is Musk is at a little bit of a war with the Biden administration, just to let everybody know. If you go back to look at what Elon Musk was talking about last year, he was very, very prickly about the Biden administration. And when the Biden administration was advocating electric cars and the manufacturing of electric vehicles, he always would talk about GM. He'd always talk about Ford. He never mentioned Tesla. And whenever the Biden administration put out something on that, Musk was very, very, he would come right back and say, there's Tesla too. Why aren't you talking about Tesla, President Biden? And he has become, he's moved from California into Austin. He's moved some of his business interests there. He's silently become a little bit of opposition to the Biden administration. I think that's some of his motivation is that I don't think he likes the president that much, to be perfectly frank. Just my own point of view from a political angle is that Musk feels like he can do a better job than Joe Biden. And my take on that is, well, don't be a celebrity. Get in there, run for frickin' office, and shut up. Otherwise, let the people who know what they're talking about doing carry about policy. That's all I'll say for the day. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, for people, we got to remember something. When politicians get to power, especially in the United States, they inherit a very strong organization and there are procedures and everything that's done. You have the smartest people in the United States, sometimes some of the smartest people in the world working in the State Department, in the Treasury Department, and they provide all sorts of opinions and views, and they substantiate it. And they say, this is why we think this. I'm not saying it's easy to be the president. You have to prioritize the decisions you make. Probably that's your hardest job. But I mean, they have very intelligent people. They're not just going at the top of their head. Today, well, maybe one president did recently, but most presidents, they will get that buy-in, and they know that what politician knows everything about the agricultural, the environment, agricultural industry, this industry, the oil industry, finance, high finance. They don't. They have experts that they rely on, and they're good at. Good leaders. Is a leader that knows what they don't know and knows how to differentiate and prioritize and parse the information they're being given by experts. And so that's what makes an effective leader. And in many cases, it's probably why, aside from domestic social policy, the situation usually is quite stable in the State Department for a reason. Okay, let's go over to our friend Heather and then Constantine. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, Yehuda. I just wanted to make a comment. I made a comment about Musk before, and I'm going to reiterate the same comment. There's not a whole lot of difference between him and the guy that used to run the White House that I will not name, except that he is a lot more intelligent. If Tom Zimbardo was here, he would probably say about the same thing. They're not that different. Now, my point is, words matter. Words matter a great deal. And when you have millions of followers, they matter hugely. What Elon Musk says is killing Ukrainians today. What Donald Trump said 2 years ago was killing Americans with COVID. There's not that much difference. Words matter. Being a follower of celebrity, I don't understand it. I'll just say one more thing.
Yep.
May I just say one more thing?
Yes.
He proved how little he understands cryptocurrency by getting involved in cryptocurrency. I don't know anything about rockets. I don't know anything about Tesla, but I do know a fair amount about cryptocurrency. And he damn near wrecked my beautiful Bitcoin because of his stupid Dogecoin. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand cryptocurrency at all, but he got involved. He didn't understand the Thai cave, but he tried to insert himself. There's not a whole lot of difference between him and Trump. Really, I'm sorry. I know there's Trump followers here, and I said the domestic word.
Yes. Well, we'll take that as a comment, Heather, and we'll bash on. How's that?
That's fine with me. Just words matter. What he says matters.
Words do matter. Let's leave it there. Words matter. I think we can all agree on that.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Huda.
Constantine. No worries, dear. Constantine, over to you.
Hi, thank you for letting me up. So I hear that you're speaking about Elon Musk, and a lot of comments, and totally agree with you, Yehuda, and most of the people. But in addition to that, I want to say that his posts are mostly obsessed about him. He's like talking about him doing great things, and you can hear how great that is, how great his projects are, how about his impact on the world. That's and he tries I think to become one of those a world to go into the world history as someone doing something really, really big, and really being in the history books, and that what makes him similar with Putin. Because if you listen to Putin, that's what he cares also about. He always speaks about historical perspective, about building the empire, and he wants to go in the history books as someone who brought Russian Empire back to its glory, and that's why they find common ground with Elon Musk. But he's never about doing anything actually good. He's more about doing something that would satisfy his ego. That's how he behaves, and there are a lot of people like that. I'm not saying that. I mean, we all sometimes want things for ourselves, and that may be for someone it may be different things, but when you are just like the previous speaker said, but if you are 7 million 107 million followers on Twitter, if you are world famous person, you have to be watch your words, because each of your word they bring someone to action, and it's not only the results are not only going to be about it's not only going to be words, they're going to be turned into actions by some people, and one of those actions would be I'm quite sure for some people is to try to persuade Ukraine into trading territories for its peace. And also when I saw that comment of him saying well, that's all because of Ukrainian, I didn't like replies from Ukrainian ambassador, that's why we're following we're doing this. Well, it's just
it's not even true though, eh, Constantine? It's not even true, because they sent the letter a month ago. He's just being an idiot, really.
Well, I did not verify, but this what it just like a small kid, when someone tells you bad thing, and then you suddenly start doing the opposite of what you were doing before. I mean, if you're helping, I've said it multiple times, people who help Ukraine have to understand they're helping Ukraine. They're not helping the specific politician. They're not helping President Zelensky. They're not helping our ambassadors. They're helping Ukrainian people. And if suddenly even Zelensky tomorrow comes out and says some idiotic things, it does not mean that you should not support Ukraine and help, because you're helping Ukrainian people. You're helping world peace. You're not helping individuals, because individuals can be wrong. Nations also can do errors, and just like your son or your daughter, you can speak with them, and they sometimes will yell at you and say bad things it doesn't mean that you should not help them, because they are, that's your responsibility sometimes to look at someone who who maybe said the wrong thing and still help him, because that's what makes a difference between Russians and other people, because they you don't build on hatred, you don't build your actions based on someone's bad words. You build your actions on the outcome, and not someone calling you out or saying something bad, because that's I don't see it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. You if you're doing something for a humanitarian reason, you're doing something for a humanitarian reason. You're not doing it because you want everyone to love you. If you are, then obviously, maybe, there's something else that says more about you. I mean, at the end of the day, charity is charity, and that's great. Subsidizing Starlink, that's great. He obviously was the one who decided to do that. But just because you said something stupid and someone told you to F off, both, your comment was way worse than his. And to imply that you've done something with your company as a result of that comment, when we know it's not true, it's even worse than being petty. It's bizarre, right? So the whole point, and we're gonna shift off of Elon Musk. Maybe I was trying to get into disinformation, but every single person since has mentioned Elon Musk. It's more the concept of disinformation. But for the record and for context, Musk did not withdraw subsidies from Starlink to Ukraine because the ambassador told him to F off. The subsidy, the notice to end subsidies came in well before the spat with the Ukrainian ambassador. The fact that someone pointed it out and he seemingly lapped it up and insinuated that that's why he did it is very irresponsible. Some would say pathetic. Some would say just sophomoric or childish, because we do know that that's not what happened. Even by Musk's own actions, we know that didn't happen. So it's bizarre, impulsive behavior. Maybe we can get Tom up to talk about it. But at any rate, let's shift to disinformation, and actually let's shift to proper information. Here at MriyaReport, we've been doing this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 8 months. We're doing it in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent genocide it's committed. We have Ukrainians speaking in their voices, friends on the panel like Konstantin, Victoria, and another Victoria.
You forgot Victoria's.
Yes, I apologize. And Natalia, and Olena. We do have that many of those people here, and I'm not joking. And thanks to Roman, and there's another Roman, and all the people who have been here. We do thank you for all of this, all of your efforts and your time that you spend to share your Ukrainian experiences with the world. And obviously, we have hundreds of guests who have been on the show from the beginning, specialists, experts, military, political, financial, agricultural, oil industry executives. We've firemen, fire brigade chiefs, all over Ukraine, all over the world, and we keep doing it, and we won't stop until the Russians are back where they belong, and that's in Russia. So I want to thank everyone for listening. We are going to pivot. I know. Please do not begin the next question or statement with Elon Musk. I think we're musked out. We get the point. Disinformation kills. Disinformation is immoral, especially when you have a platform so big, whether it's Musk or whether it's anyone else. And we should be focusing on the positive aspects of what we're doing online. We have to keep speaking truth to power. I do think it's important, though, occasionally to jump into this conversation to remind people that there's a reason we exist, right? There's a reason why we're all here, because we want good information. We want to know what's going on. We want to help support, and we want to act as a group of people that can create a critical mass of goodness. And it's infectious because we have people reaching out from halls of power, whether it's in NATO countries or EU countries, the United States or Canada, politicians reaching out. We have former cabinet ministers from Canada used to be on the show all the time. He recently moved back to Canada, so we're going to have Chris Alexander back. A lot of very, very educated and sophisticated people who are here with one purpose in mind, and that is to promote and raise awareness of Ukraine and help do what we can to put our fingers on the scales of history. Help Ukraine survive, help get back those hundreds of thousands of missing Ukrainian children, right? 24 of them were just adopted out to some family in Novosibirsk. Not good. It's horrible. That's ethnic cleansing. That's kidnapping. And it's sanctioned by a state called Russia, which has demonstrated that it is a terrorist state now. All right. On that note, we have George, we have Randy, Chris, and then Ian. George, can you please go ahead?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say on that previous subject, I think we truck bombed it to death, right?
We truck bombed it to death. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
so,
a combined dolphin, elephant, tactical elephant attack on the bridge. Go ahead, George.
with the electrical magnets. Don't forget that.
Concrete magnets. The concrete magnets. Yeah,
concrete magnets.
exactly.
There you go. Yeah. That's what caused. That's what's caused the rupture in the pylon. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I actually was gonna. I saw that video. I think it was started yesterday. The one you were talking about, the 24 children. Isn't there a way, like internationally, like for them to look at that video and figure out who these people are? Because I mean, they're not hiding their faces. They just don't give a crap, right? So the people that are involved in giving the kids, the people that are snatching these kids up, can we put them on a list as an international list of, child traffickers?
Human traffickers. Well, look, unless they leave the Russian Federation to go on vacation to Turkey or Kazakhstan, I'm not sure. They might even be told you can't go anywhere. Right? If you want kids, you got to stay in Russia because they'll take. It's a sad situation. It's a horrible situation.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
We can at least start.
Sure. Well, who knows that? How do you know that someone hasn't? Right? Maybe the United States is on it. Maybe Ukraine is already on it. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. But my other thing is and then I guess what we have to be what I guess the international community is going to have to be vigilant is some of these international adoption agencies. They're going to have to do like some really deep background checks to make sure that those kids didn't come out of Ukraine in the future. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I just don't think. I think they're going to keep them in. There are certain symbolic reasons why they'll keep them in Russia. So
I think
they'll force them to grow up in Russia and brainwash them and get them as 18-year-olds talk about how happy they are to be in Russia. It's sad, but that's the Russia that we live in. That's the Russia that we experience today. We don't live in it, thank God. No, good point, George. Good points all around. All right, let's go to Oh, it's not Randy. It's Random. Go to Random.
I'm good with either. No, I heard you talking about the need to focus on the disinformation more on Musk's actions, and I agreed with you, and that's kind of why I wanted to make a comment and ask this question and stuff, because it seems like with the Russians on the back foot on the battlefield, they're going to rely more on their asymmetric tactics when it comes to trying to influence other countries to try and stop their support to Ukraine. And I think Musk is probably one of those vectors, given the fact that he could say these things like, quote, Khrushchev's mistake. He didn't learn that from himself or his own research. And he spread that to his 107 million followers, who probably don't all follow Ukraine and probably have different ideas about who Musk is and everything. But it spreads that out and into that community. And he's probably associated himself. I mean, we see him on Joe Rogan smoking up a joint, where he's probably associating himself with different people. And so just turn back on Musk, he's probably associating himself with certain people in a certain information environment and learning the messaging in that regard. And the Russians are very good at spreading disinformation, and they're very good at fomenting and trying to use information as a way to cause friction or cause imbalance in other countries. Probably the most notable example is back during the Soviet days, that the KGB was responsible for the idea that the CIA was giving everybody AIDS.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they're good at it, right? That's something. It's
Yeah.
a low intensity, low cost, high intensity kind of attack. And we're seeing more of it. I just don't think that obviously that Putin or the Kremlin are reaching out to people. I think they know there are a ton of, and I hate to use the expression,
Right.
useful idiots out there that will take up their comments and really buy into it. So
exactly, they don't necessarily have to. And I mean, some of it could come across like the ideas like, and we could joke about it, like tactical dolphins, or I don't know if anybody suggested this, like Putin played Red Alert 2 and maybe he tried to train a giant squid to fight. I don't know. To protect the bridge.
It gets
but
crazy. 100%.
Yeah.
All right,
And
we got a bunch of hands up, Randy.
All
Let's go to we'll circle back. Don't worry, stick around. Let's go, Chris and Ian. We were talking so long on that one topic. Let's go over to Chris, Ian, and Vishnikovsky. Go ahead, Chris.
I just because the last guy brought it up, and I've been waiting 40 minutes just to put my piece in. I'll say 15 seconds. Try to take a quick thing on it. There's a lot of people that hate the guy for a lot of various reasons. You also have to. You can't exclude the fact that he is childish. A lot of the things you were saying, you're kind of starting to get on the right point with this guy. Give you an example. I got a Tesla. So one of the updates, he puts in the number of the date, and then he puts 69 in there. He tweets out, "I put 69 there. I'm going to keep 69 just cause." Ha ha ha. So when you talk about him being childish, that's what it is. He's petty. He's childish. There's, the diver. We talk about the diver. I don't know if it was mentioned. The diver told him to take the sub that he was offering and shove it up his ass. Elon replied with the pedophile comment. So it didn't come out of nowhere. Was it warranted? No, but he is childish. He also admits that he tweets. When he tweets, he's taking a shit. That's literally what he said. Because he's on the toilet, that's when he tweets. When you say, does he have a public relations group? No, he doesn't. So he flies off the cuff. So I think a lot of people take this way too seriously. And when you hear a lot of stuff talking about, oh, he's working for the Russians and all this stuff, there's a lot of people, and I've been watching this from the beginning of Tesla. People are trying to take him down. The oil industry trying to take him down. The dealership industry, people that sell cars at dealerships, he's taking that business model away. They're trying to take him down. There's a lot of people who are trying to take this guy down. So I just don't think you should take what he's saying seriously. That doesn't exclude the fact or take away the fact that he's being irresponsible with his words and the way with his followers. But I don't think there's anything nefarious. As you just previously said, he's a useful idiot. And that's really what it comes down to. And it's unfortunate that he has such a following and he says as much stupid stuff as he does. But I wouldn't take it too seriously, is all I wanted to say. Thanks.
I hear you. I appreciate the comment. I would disagree in this sense. I would agree with you in that he's not a Russian agent and not nefarious, but I would disagree that we shouldn't take him too seriously. He's a vastly influential person, and his words do affect people's opinions, unfortunately. So, it would be better probably for the world if he just kept his silly thoughts to himself and was more responsible. So the problem is that we have to take what he's saying seriously because of his reach, not for any other reason, not because he's an expert, but because of his reach. I mean, I don't think I'd very much like to have a Tesla and have a young daughter in my car and having to explain why he's putting 69 in there because he's a child, right? I mean, like 69, like, come on, grow up, dude. But if he's doing that and that's his company, that says something about how things are going. So in that regard, totally tracking, not nefarious, not a Russian agent, definitely very immature. But that's very different from me being immature with my buddies in a barbecue in the backyard versus someone whose words can affect the lives of millions of people, and that's the reality. So a bit of a context there.
And I agree with you 100% everything you said. And when I said don't take him seriously, I just meant, and I agree with you the way you meant. I just meant that don't take it for there was something to it. He says it with the right intention. I mean, he doesn't want nuclear war. He doesn't want war. A lot of us don't. And a lot of people have come into space and even said, hey, similar things that he said, like let's try to find a solution, and we're shot down. Hey, that's just Russian propaganda. They're just using fear, and we're put in the right space. I don't know that he has. And just because he's smart,
I think
he knows everything.
I think anyone can say we don't want nuclear war, but no one's saying that we should make Ukraine pay in blood and its children and its land because Putin's threatening it. There will be no nuclear war in the United States. I'll tell you that. It's not going to happen, right? So if the people who are so concerned about that are concerned, it's actually Ukraine that would be the target. So all of a sudden, I'd like to know how they think that affects them. So it doesn't make sense. They don't care enough about Ukraine to help them out or to promote helping out Ukraine, but they care enough about Ukraine that they don't want nuclear weapons. It doesn't make sense. So the people who would get, if there was something, it would be something like a tactical thing in in Ukraine. not in New York. So what's, it's fake. I consider that's an unreasoned, or it's an unreasoned, or it's a dishonest position. And his comments weren't about I don't want war. That's the problem. It was let's redo a vote with a neutral party. First of all, it's so idiotic because it doesn't make any sense. There can't be a vote. Half the population of Eastern Ukraine, the parts of Ukraine that have been taken over by Russia, most of the people have left. The refugees. So who is he having a vote with? The 10%. Huh?
Sorry, Yehuda, I just say no. I agree with. I don't know that he knows that, and just to be specific.
How though? How can he not know that, Chris?
Okay, but let me be specific, because again, I just don't. I think he's an expert in one field or two fields. Doesn't make him an expert in here. But I just add to what you're saying is he did mention after those comments quite a few times. One, he's on Ukraine's side. Two, he wants to avoid lots of death. He says if there is a nuclear warhead used in Ukraine, there'll be a lot of death, and that's what he wants to avoid. He never talked.
Okay, stop. Let's unpack it. Let's stop.
He did mention Ukraine.
Stop for a second. Let's unpack what you just said. So, what's wrong with saying I don't want more deaths? No one would say that. No one would say there's anything wrong with that. No one's saying that. What we're saying is a problem is that people like him are saying Ukraine should ask for peace with Russia, whilst Russia controls 15% of their land, whilst Russia has murdered hundreds of thousands of people. We'll find out. You wait till you see the death toll from Mariupol. While Russia has 300,000-400,000 Ukrainian children, while Russia has Crimea and the Donbass and the parts of the territory they have, while Russia will not deport, will not present to the International Court of Justice Mr. Putin and his cronies, and that's the deal that you want Ukraine to accept. I would say it this way: are you nuts? What you're now telling every dictator in the world is invade a country, rape and murder its children, steal its land, destroy its infrastructure, but because Elon Musk and friends don't want a nuclear war, you're going to get away with it because hey, we don't want a war. The war is on. It's just not your war, right? So no, saying I support Ukraine, so what? I don't support children getting raped. Wow, that's a low bar. Good job, buddy. What was it? Chris Rock said, I feed my kids. You're supposed to feed your kids, stupid. You don't brag about it. It's not that he can't hold his head up high and say, oh, I support Ukraine. Oh, okay, great. You support a country that didn't do anything to another country from being, destroyed and raped and murdered. That doesn't show me anything. The fact of the matter is his idiocy began when he said we should have a vote in Eastern Ukraine. And whoever wants to join Russia, join. That makes no sense. You can't physically even have a vote because its inhabitants have been ethnically cleansed. Okay? It's been ethnically cleansed. Russians have moved in. So he then didn't even bother to realize or find out or ask that in fact they did have a vote in the 90s. And a majority of everyone in all of those oblasts voted to join or to be an independent Ukraine. The people spoke. Elon Musk wasn't listening. He was a high schooler getting bullied in South Africa at the time, right? So he now says to the world, we need to have a vote. That's why people are pissed. We don't care about his stupid, comment. We listen to the ambassador. That's just silly. But the real issue, and if anyone believes, there's no peace to be made with Russia. You have to be absolutely denser than a log to think that Russia is serious about peace. All Russia would do is lick its wounds and build its military up to attack more countries. Why? How do I know that, Yehuda? Because the man's telling you that. He's saying it. He's saying the Baltics. He's saying Poland. His staff are saying this. This is not a time to say, well, we've helped Ukraine win back some territory. Now's the time to throw in the towel. This is exactly the time not to throw in the towel. This is when the Russians have spent, give your heads a shake, man. He spent $1 billion firing so-called precision-guided missiles at cities, at schools, at playgrounds. He has tons of military targets. Why was he aiming for Kyiv? Why did he aim for 20 cities in the center of population? Because he wants to create terror. He's not into peace. The only reason why they're talking anything remotely close to peace at the moment is because they're losing, and they're going to lose hard. And I can guarantee you, maybe what I'm saying doesn't matter to the people who think differently, I guarantee you one thing: what you're thinking, if you're one of those people, Ukrainians don't give a damn either, because they're going to keep fighting until they get their country back, and the West will keep giving them the stuff because, thank God, those in the West are quite aware of just how nefarious and insidious Russia's intentions are. I think that in this space, out of respect for our Ukrainian friends, we should be there to support them and to commiserate. I don't want to address the issue much longer. There are a lot of hands up.
Hey, just let me clarify, because you just put a lot out there. Just clarify. I 100% agree with you. I think a lot of people on this space do, because we're informed because of this space. Again, back to my point, and your original point is that I believe he's a useful idiot. So I don't know that he's as informed as you, myself, and other people on the space, and hence he's making a stupid comment. I agree, 100% stupid comment.
Okay.
I'm not saying it was the right comment. I'm just saying he was looking for a solution. It wasn't the right thing to say, and he's a useful idiot.
And I'll leave it at that. And unlike you and I, he has billions of dollars. I assume you're not a billionaire. I know I'm not. He has the ability to know, and he chooses not to. That's on him. Ignorance is no excuse there. All right, who is next? Doman, let's rock and roll.
Wisniewski, then Tom, then Mika. Yeah, lots of people. Oh no, sorry, Ian, then Wisniewski. Ian, go ahead.
Apparently, or speaking of people with too much influence and followers, apparently Russia has looking at criminally going after Gherkin, Rybar, and all the Telegram channels that strongly promote war for discrediting the military. I'm not sure how true it is. It might just be a warning to them, but what are the ramifications of that? And do you think that they not having such a pro-war voice gives Putin more options?
Finally, something I can talk to.
Yeah, go Doman, on you.
Finally, because I don't want to talk about the man who's named after a secretion from. Can you hear me, Yehuda?
That's what I'm saying. Go on. Let's do this.
Okay, good. I was worried that you couldn't. Okay, so this is something that I've been waiting for a little while, simply because the permitted opposition outgrew its clothes, I guess, a little bit, for a very long time. And Soja, I tried to get you up, but it just keeps dropping. I don't know what's going on. Russia has this concept of permitted opposition. A lot of countries that are nominally democratic and in practice are not have the concept of permitted opposition. Zhirinovsky, if you've ever heard of him, is a very good example of permitted opposition. Zhirinovsky ran against Putin in pretty much every election. His platform was, I know I'm never going to win. He didn't say that bit. Putin is doing everything really well. He said that bit. Except I would go even further, right? And what he was doing was constantly moving the Overton window ever further to the ridiculous, right? That made Putin seem very sensible. Zhirinovsky got 15% of the vote, which depleted Putin's number of votes, which was fine because Putin still easily won. But it looked like there was opposition in Russia. All these mill bloggers are a similar example of permitted opposition. They kept pushing for more of the same. Give us more of war, more genocide, more killing of Ukrainians, etc. That made them useful to the regime because it made the regime look, sensible and measured and centrist, and reasonable. They were using the same rhetoric as the regime, by and large, except they were just saying, yes, but we should do this more. We should do this more extensively, to a greater degree. And finally, the regime came to realize that maybe, just maybe, they will indeed lose to NATO here, right? To the imagined 10,000 Navy SEALs commanded by the 6 imaginary Canadian admirals, etc. And maybe it's time for this opposition to no longer be around, for it to no longer be that useful. Indeed, possibly to be problematic. And they're slowly getting rid of them. Yehuda?
No, sorry, I was just doing something else. Get on. Yeah, no problem. I didn't hear about it. Controlled opposition is exactly that in Russia. Is it getting out of control? Well, hey, obviously they're talking about all the failures publicly, and Mr. Putin doesn't like that. So, I don't know about him suing them. I don't think he has to sue them. He just has to throw them out a window.
Prosecute, not sue.
prosecute, defenestrate. All right.
Yeah, there's
Like,
one thing that the Soviets learned in 1968.
There you go. Defenestrate in 1968. Ibrahim, let's go to Vish.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about Elon. No, just kidding.
Oh,
I think
God.
we've done enough.
Yeah, oh
of
God,
it.
I was gonna kill you. Jump in the phone.
No, sorry. I wanted to actually talk about something that Elon and a couple of useful idiots keep mentioning, right? The nuclear threat. And this week I talked to some friend, business partner, who actually did a lot of work in Russia. He was there in the construction business, tiny bit in gas business, right? He knows how they work with their money and how all those Russian oligarchs do their money laundering, right? And this conversation made me super confident that actually this whole nuclear threat is nothing but a bluff. I think I was quite certain before, right, that because there would be this conventional destruction of the Russian forces, there would be no nuclear option for Russia. But one thing he mentioned, which is actually something that I think our media could point some light at way more, is that apart from a few ideologically steered people in Russia, everyone else is there in for the money, and they trust no one but their own families. So they're all in there for the money. They trust no one but their families. They care about no one but their own wealth and the family, which means that no one's gonna ditch their family or their wealth for something like the country. And the best evidence that supports that actually is that the Russian army is in the state that we currently see because everyone just robbed their own country. So do people who rob their country, and that goes up the chain, down from the soldier up to the generals, do those people really care so much for their country that they would push the nuclear button? I'd put my both hands and feet in fire to say no. Like, of course they would not. And if you look at this evidence, it's quite apparent. And I think that should be way more presented in the media, because there's so many useful idiots. Actually, I believe it's mostly useful idiots who talk about a nuclear threat. And this nuclear threat, if you look at the evidence on the ground, it's not there. It's just nothing but a big bluff by a bully. And the more I learn about Russia, the more apparent this becomes. That's what I wanted to add.
Well, thank you for that. Let's go. We need some British invasion. Let's go, Tom, and then Nick, and Abdullah.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm joining you from sunny Lanzarote, where I've been on holiday.
So you say.
Yeah, that's secretly part of it. Actually, me and Craig are putting together a truck full of explosives. And anyway, yeah, I've not been allowed to talk to you guys because I'm on holiday, and my wife was no talking about war. I was going to talk about Elon Musk, but are people absolutely sick of that? Was anyone else with their hands up also going to talk about Musk?
Tom, I'm so sick of him, as though I had just inhaled about half a liter of the usual Dear Musk. That's how sick of it I am.
I'll be really quick then. I think the problem with Elon is that he's a massive narcissist. It's not that he's actually stupid. I think he's a reasonably intelligent person. The problem is that he thinks he knows better than everyone else. He thinks that because he's made it in one area, that basically anything he sets his mind to, he'd be better at than anyone else. That the cave rescue in Thailand was a perfect example. The problem with his little submarine that he made was not that it didn't work, but that it would not fit in the cave. Now that's not a hard thing to understand. Great submarine, won't fit in the cave. That should be the end of conversation. But in fact, Musk had people turning up at the caves, interfering and getting in the way of the rescue of these guys who might have died, and just didn't really take no for an answer. And so eventually he tweeted more and more about it. And the person who was an expert in cave diving and rescues, who knows a lot more about rescuing people from caves than Musk, said, you can stick your submarine up your ass, because he'd already had this conversation off of Twitter saying, great submarine, but it won't fit in the cave. And so Musk just immediately called him a paedophile. And, you know, those are the actions, not necessarily of someone that's stupid, but just someone that's emotionally immature, someone that believes that they know better than someone who's spent their life diving in caves and rescuing people from caves. To believe you know better than that person, and then when that person gets frustrated with you, to immediately insult them, it's just narcissism, really. You know, this whole will Big dig tunnels, you know, the Boring Company. It's not as though people have like done things like underground railway systems in cities like London and New York. You know, people have thought about these things before, but no, he thinks he knows better. And he thinks he's going to colonize Mars and that it will be economically feasible. It isn't. He's probably just a useful idiot. I don't think he's a paid Russian agent. I don't think they've got a compromat on him. He's just a useful idiot. But because he's a billionaire with a 1 million plus following on Twitter, he's what you'd call an extremely useful idiot. Now, if I was working for the Russian state and I wanted to manipulate Musk, it'd be really easy. All you'd need to say is, look, Elon, there's a really serious situation here. You know, nuclear war could happen, and you are one of maybe the only person in America with enough vision and influence to actually stop this from happening. Like you're the only one that can do anything about it. Maybe you wouldn't butter him up quite so blatantly as that. You'd be a bit more subtle about it. But you'd put the idea into his head that he's the one that could lead to world peace. And then you just watch him parrot all the talking points that you've fed him for a little while. And I think that's all there is to it. I think he just thinks that he knows more about diplomacy and prevention of nuclear war than people whose job it is. And he's just getting in the way.
And that's what's annoying about it, and that's what makes me extra sick. No, that makes me sick. There we go. Nick, would you like to talk about something else that's not related to the man that makes me sick?
Sadly not. I was just going to, just in response to the 69 thing, it may have escaped your attention that Tesla has so far released four principal models of cars, and their names are the Model S, the Model 3, the Model X, and the Model Y. And if for those of us who still think that 1337 spells the word elite, that means that he has released a sexy range of cars. I think the guy clearly has some kind. He's somewhere on the spectrum. He has some kind of Asperger's or whatever. And yeah, got to put up with it. But yeah, he has sexy cars. Although I'm told by people who own them that they're extremely badly made, and that if you kind of cough anywhere near them, they tend to catch fire, which is not what you want to happen with a car full of lithium batteries. So I'm sticking to my little Toyota hybrid for the moment.
I am glad that you're a PhD psychologist, therefore you're allowed to comment on these things. It's great.
A what apologist?
PhD psychologist.
Oh, well, yeah, sort of. Not proper one, though. I just play one on television, and I'm rude about other psychologists, especially Tom.
Oh, we finally got this conversation where I wanted it to go. Excellent. Good old British humor. Mika.
Yeah, thanks, Dom, and thanks, Yehuda. By the way, let's drive this conversation back to Ukraine. So it's a bad topic, you know. When you say Elon Musk, you know, there are so different opinions, and Tom always comes his pedophile submarine, and I've heard it so many times. It's total bullshit, and then I hear this another comment, you know, what I just heard. It's total bullshit comments, and I like to actually move back to the Ukraine, to be honest. And Elon Musk is so divisive topic, you know, for everybody that I just would leave it out. Like I said myself, you know, let's be neutral.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, and Yehuda, to be honest, you know, start using your own name here. You know, you're very you know, powerful person here, but you're not with your own name. I know you're using your Yiddish name. I just donated last week €100 more to the MriyaReport, and would be more helpful. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I don't use my real name for certain reasons, but that's neither here nor there. Thanks for the input, Mika, and we'll go over to Abdullah. And Abdullah, let's talk about Ukraine.
Hello, hi, Yehuda. I've been on hold so long that Yehuda is back on with us. That's great. I just wanted to speak. I would like to congratulate the Ukrainians today, because I was listening to the Tajik president today, the dictator. He said he was sitting in a conference with Vladimir Putin, and he told him right on in his face. He told him that please do not refer us to the USSR. Not long ago, this would be almost impossible for any of those guys to say such a thing, and it's because of the victories that the Ukrainians have achieved on the battlefield. They have exposed Putin, and you can see his face. He was not a happy man. And also today, the Russian dictator, he said that the mobilization will come to an end in 2 weeks' time. I just wanted to ask if someone could comment further on this, because knowing the fact that Putin is a graduate of Sergei Lavrov School of Advanced Communications when it comes to telling the truth. Thank you, Yehuda.
Thank you, Abdullah. Good points. Doman, I have to do something. Be right back.
All right, fair enough. I just want to start by correcting you, Abdullah. I'm very sorry I have to do this, but it's not Lavrov, it's Kalantarian. So I wanted to say. His real name is Kalantarian. His father chose the name Lavrov in order to better serve the imperial tendencies. To better serve the imperial tendencies of his masters of Moscow. So Kalantarian, I know it's more syllables, but not Lavrov. As to the rest of it, communications. Yes, they're very good at communications because they leave a lot to be guessed at and then leave it to others to throw a lot of shit at the wall. And that's important and meaningful. Why? Because they don't actually say a whole lot of things. They don't actually take a whole lot of positions, any of the, named people up in the Kremlin, right? That's intentional. That gives them flexibility, and it gives them a bunch of different avenues that they can go down. For example, it makes it a whole lot easier to then say, no, it was just a kitchen fire on the ship, because it's okay. They don't have to come out with the ideas. They get to test them out first using their domestic propaganda channels, and then kind of say, oh, what worked? Right, yeah, let's go with the kitchen fire. By the time they actually make an official statement, everybody's really confused about what it was, because everybody's heard 17 versions of the story. Most people have already decided which version they believe in, and it doesn't matter what the actual one that they come through is. Tajik president, you said. What's his name? Rahmon, right? That's the Tajik one.
Yeah, that's him.
Right. Well, good job. President Rahmon. He's only been in power for 5 years longer than Putin has, or some such. Good job for standing up to them. Putin has managed to completely dissolve all of the much of the soft power that he held in Central Asia. Very well done to him. Doing all of that by thinking and massively overestimating his own and his country's capacity to win the war in Ukraine. Well done. China's grateful to him because he managed to send everybody into China's lap overnight. Really well done. Was there anything else you should touch upon, Abdullah?
Yes, Doman. What do you think about this 2 weeks? He said that in 2 weeks the mobilization will come to an end. Do you believe this?
I believe nothing they say. Ever. I go out of my way to not believe things they say. Whenever they say something that I think might be sensible, I go and double check. with myself. If they said the Earth was round tomorrow, I'd be starting to be skeptical of that. Is it? I mean, what does that even mean? They said they're going to mobilize 300,000, and then they chased up all the men they could find, probably initially trying to grab millions. There's been analysis out about what that's going to do to the Russian economy. Nothing good, let me tell you. 2 weeks after they started, they still had people camping out in city parks because they haven't yet figured out where they were going to put them. They could say in 2 weeks the mobilization will be over, and in 2 weeks we're going to quit and go home. They could have said many things. That came, I think, in the same speech saying that, or the same. Well, it came out at the same time as indications that they'd be willing to, negotiate the way their Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts that they think are theirs, and instead take and as long as they can keep Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk, which obviously is a non-starter, right? But if you think back to March, what were we talking about in March? We were saying, okay, look, at some point Russia is going to realize it has gotten the maximum possible extent of its territory in Ukraine, that it's peaked, and at that point they will ask to negotiate, and they will try to negotiate some of it away so they can keep most of it. Why? Because that's what Russia does, right? That is the general Russian approach. Is they start with nothing, they take something, then they compromise, and they're kept with something less than something, but still way more than nothing. That's the general approach. So I am not in the slightest surprised that they're trying to adopt this. And the 2 weeks messaging, I mean, a lot of it is probably to pacify the domestic population who are still really panicked about getting mobilized. And for anyone else,
I want to jump in, Dome, and not only
go
that,
for it.
You made a good point. People keep talking about compromise and You know what a compromise is? A compromise is after Russia's out of Ukraine, creating a 100-kilometer demilitarized zone on the Russian side of the border. That's what we should be negotiating, not whether or not Russia keeps parts of Ukraine. That's not negotiable. So people aren't even. We inadvertently fall into this narrative that because Russia's Russia, that somehow they get some different kind of cards that they get to play with. They bring their own cards to the casino and they play their own game. No, it doesn't work like that. I mean, aside from war crimes tribunals, insistence, and the genocide, and that Russia's going to have to. I mean, there have to be guarantees that Russia doesn't do this again, right? Because this isn't just once Ukraine gets back its territory, there's still trillions of dollars of damage to infrastructure. All those bridges that have been blown, they cost a lot of money. They're going to have to be rebuilt. They're going to have to be cleaned up. The power stations, the electrical grids, the railways. So, when we talk about compromise and we talk about peace treaties, great. Ukraine's more than happy. Once it's removed Russia from its territory, the negotiations are going to be, we won't bomb Belgorod ammo dumps as long as you keep your soldiers this far away. Maybe international observers, maybe United Nations observers on the border with Russia and Ukraine. Like we need to, if we want to be serious, let's set the conditions for people actually talking about real negotiations. The real negotiations are not, does Ukraine have a right to live? Does Ukraine have a right to its land? Do Ukrainians have a right not to be kidnapped? Those are non-negotiable. And that doesn't make Zelensky or Ukraine intransigent. That doesn't make Ukraine the bad guy because it's trying to, correct the mistakes that have been pushed on it. So I can't wait for Ukraine to win back its territory. Then negotiations will start. What guarantees will Russia provide that it won't do this again? How does Russia want to repay Ukraine? How many billions do they want to do a year? This is what I'm interested in negotiation. I don't think that we're going to be talking about any other form of it, because Doman made that point really clear. Russia start with nothing, take a whole bunch of stuff, and then try to bargain for what they're not going to give back. Nuh-uh. Doesn't work like that. Silly man. All right, Doman, sorry.
Yehuda, if I may, that's so true what you said, because I think he's just trying to buy time to create another frozen conflict, prepare kick out all the Russian troops out of Ukraine, and then let's talk peace. because there's no way. He's just trying to buy time. All this negotiation talk with Turkey,
Yeah,
with
it's
Erdogan,
BS.
it's all garbage.
Yeah, in Putin's mind right now, he really thinks that he's walking out of Ukraine with something. Like he thinks he's getting for sure Donbass, for sure Kherson. Like this, that's how delusional he is. You know.
Scribe.
So we've been talking about Elon Musk for so long that I'm kind of
No, we
curious.
haven't.
Is there any military update today that we can
Yeah,
hear? Anything like what's been happening over in Ukraine? Since I've actually been very curious and I'm kind of tired of hearing of Elon and seeing all the
yeah.
people
We haven't
tweeting
been
about
talking
him.
about Elon for about 4 speakers now, so it might have been, you might have had us on low. So we're not using the E word for a bit, but yes, we have military updates coming. If anything else, if not, go on.
Okay, will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mika. Mika?
Yeah, still here. Yeah, alles good. So yeah, fully agree what Yehuda said. So I saw a couple of military kind of the comments from Finland was that Russia needs to learn to lose, and this is kind of the point, you know, peace through the victory. That are like the main points, you know. We need to keep those kind of sentences up. So yeah, that's my point. Thanks.
Yeah, no, Russia does need to learn how to lose. You're exactly right.
Exactly.
It's 100%. There's a radio station in town that has this game where you they ask you trivia questions and they tell you how much you won. So they start with the one question: you won $100. Boom. You stop now, you leave with $100. Oh, you answer a second question, you get $200. Oh, yeah, go for a third question. All of a sudden, you got $500. Do you want to keep going or do you want to take the $500? This is the game. I don't know what it's called. And then when they get to the fourth question, if they get it wrong, you don't get to stop and say, okay, I'm just going to go back to the $500 one. That's what I'm going to take. That's what Russia's been doing. It did it with South Ossetia, Abkhazia, the Chechens, and Grozny, and they did it with Ukraine. And each time the stakes get higher. But guess what? Once you lose, you don't get to decide to go back to the other point where you last won. Right? That's the part where Russia doesn't understand. It's not, you don't own the game. Okay? You played the game, you lost. And guess what? You're done. Right? So there is no, I absolutely, I thought that maybe Zelensky, at the beginning of this war, before we knew how the West supported Ukraine, before we knew how the Ukrainians fought in the battlefield against the Russians, before we knew how poorly trained the Russians were, how garbage they were, junk, I thought, you know what? If they're able to attack all this place, maybe they can get them out, and the Russians will keep Donbass, like the part of Donbass, or agree to Crimea, because we didn't know what was going on. But I mean, if you have eyeballs and a functioning brain and you have agency, you realize that the Russians don't have a play here. They played chicken. It was a bluff. They may not have even realized it was a bluff. I suspect Putin really believed his military was strong, but now there's no debate. There's no going back. Ukraine will win. If you're curious about world peace, find out how to contain Russia after the war is won. So talk about denuclearization is probably way too far. We're talking about demilitarized zones, having UN peacekeepers on the border, not letting Russia have any type of offensive weapons anywhere near the Ukrainian border. That's what you negotiate. That's how you teach Russia that there's a cost. There is a price to pay for invading other countries and committing genocide, especially. There's a cost, and we can't let that go. Because if we do that, if the West backs down from this, if they back down from this principle, then don't be surprised when China kicks off with Taiwan, when another country kicks off with another country. You want to talk about global peace and world security, you have to be consistent. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Go on green, stop on red. It doesn't change because you're Russia. Thanks for the point, Mika.
Tom, then Sergio, then Nick. Tom.
Yeah, I think one of the things that just seems to escape people when they worry about the nuclear threats from Russia is that expecting Ukraine to sue for peace at this point is total victim blaming. I mean, imagine a situation in which a criminal turns up at someone's house and says, "This is my house now. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill all of your family." And the person decides to fight them. And the criminal kills one of their children and says, see, I'm serious. I'll kill all of your family if you don't give me your house. And you know what? I'll set fire to your house and I'll set fire to all the other houses in this apartment block. And then other people in the apartment block say, "Oh, for God's sake, can't you see? Like, he's going to set your house on fire. Like give it to him, you know? Like, don't you value the lives of your family more than your house? Just give it to him. Don't be stupid, you know? Or now he's only asking for half your house. Give him half your house. You can live in the other half. It's fine." As though the victim is in any way to blame for defending themselves. It's just sickening. It's
No,
so
it's even
simple.
worse. It's worse, Tom.
It's so simple. Yeah.
Tom, it's even worse. It's saying the victim has a responsibility to satiate the aggressor's whims. It's even more bizarre, right?
It's saying it's saying give him your house. That's what I'm saying. It's saying give him your house. You know, that's more. It's more reasonable to give up where you live, your home, in order for your family to not be murdered. Look, he's already murdered one of your family, so we know he's serious. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Yehuda. It's just sickening, but just people don't get it because they're like, "Oh, nuclear war," like, and they just don't think that, you know, the Ukrainians didn't start this war. The Ukrainians aren't sitting there with a nuke of their own making nuclear threats. The only person here that could start a nuclear war is Russia. All of the moral responsibility lies with them. It doesn't lie with the Ukrainians. It's just bizarre, really, that people don't get it. I know everyone in this space gets it, but it's just bizarre that it's just not so simply understood.
Don't get it myself. And I would even add to it, it's even if you had a house and they took your living room and then they just waited till the police leave to take the other room and then they stole your kids and sold them out to human traffickers. That's actually even more accurate, because at the end of the day, they want to leave this with 300 400,000 Ukrainian children. Like, that's in their mind. Putin, I'm not a mind reader. I personally 100 fully I think in my mind, I'm fully convinced that Putin believes that he has an off-ramp in some kind of peace deal where he keeps all the territory he has, he keeps all the Ukrainians he's kidnapped, and then that somehow will be like, he'll declare that. I really believe he thinks that. I think he thinks militarily, if you think of it, all the troops he's pushed over to the West Bank of the Dnipro, all the extra troops he's going to throw into Donetsk. He's going to lose Luhansk pretty soon. I think he knows that. I think he thinks, well, look, I'm demonstrating sovereignty. We had a referendum that only us and North Korea recognize, and therefore, that's enough to convince the world, because I represent half the world. In his mind, I'm the biggest country in the world. We've got 6,000 nuclear weapons. Who cares if the majority of them are not effective or we don't have ways to deliver them? But they can't play with me. So I'm going to walk away with this, and I'll eat sanctions, but I'll tell my people for the decade to come that I reunited the most integral parts of Ukraine that are Russia into Russia. I think that he really believes it, and that's the scary part. Rosalie, what are we talking about?
I just wanted to add on it's really common for people to victim blame. And just broadly, I think one of the reasons that it happens that we don't think about, and that we probably should, is that it's easier to join in with the bully than it is to side with the victim and stand up. And so a lot of times we reason and say, like, we're just trying to be reasonable. But what it really is cowardice. It's self-preservation. And I think really honing in on that and getting people to understand where it's coming from is worthwhile.
Fair enough. Good points. All right. I don't know if it was Sojo next.
Yeah, Sojo.
Thank you, Yehuda and Domin. Firstly, I'd just like to do a mic check.
Perfect.
Thank you. I've made the space aware of this earlier today, but now that there are many North Americans up and about, I'd like to just give a shout out for the to the defenders of Ukraine, as it's Ukraine's National Defenders Day, celebrating the defenders of the independent Ukraine. That was it. I'm not going to give a big spiel about the history of it. Just a shout out to any Ukrainians listening. Yeah, how would one say it? Congratulations on Defenders Day. I have no idea, but yeah.
Glory to them. How's that?
Exactly, absolutely. Glory to the heroes.
Amen. All right. To the new people brought up to the panel, please put your hand up. I'm looking at you, Rabbi. Put your hand up if you have a question or comment. And Domin, who do we have next?
We have a Nick.
Yeah, just to complete what Tom was saying about the analogy of, there's someone in your apartment. There's someone who's taken over one of the apartments in your building, and if he doesn't get what he wants off the apartment owner, he's going to blow up the whole building. I think in a situation like that, I mean, I happen to live in an apartment building with 100 apartments, and I think one's reaction would be, yeah, well, the chances that he'll come for me next are very small, whereas if he blows up the building, that's bad for all of us. And I think so. A kind of this is why Poland, this is why Poland and the Baltics understand the issue rather better than people further west. And I think the message then is, and people in the United States is like, well, Putin probably isn't going to invade Alaska, but he has ICBMs, and so the challenge is to get people to understand that, yeah, he might not specifically come for your apartment, but if he starts kind of taking over apartment after apartment in the building, your property values are going to be going down a little bit. All analogies can be stretched too far, of course.
So that's not a bad analogy, because he's already done it to 5 of the apartments in the building, right? He's already done it to Georgia.
It's just people didn't notice.
Well,
they were like No, but they were like in the other building, and now he's in the main building. He's moved out of the annex, and now he's in the main building. And yeah, obviously we can stretch it out as far as possible. Yeah, I agree. That's also evidence of the fact that he isn't going to stop at 1, is that he hasn't stopped after 4. So, but I think in terms of getting the argument across, it's not just the sort of, what is the downside for the average, let's say, North American. It's not just the that he might come for you. It's also more, what kind of world do you want to live in, and he devalues the world. That, of course, however, is a much harder sell to the average citizen. So that's where we have to work hard.
It's education, Nick. I mean, the reality is there isn't a border. There isn't a country that shares a border with Russia that has not lost territory to it. Starting from Mika in Finland, go all the way around the Baltics, go all the way past Ukraine, go through Central Asia. Every single country has a problem with Russia. Now, if you were to ask anyone else who told you that every single person I know hates me, you start to wonder, is the problem them or is it you? And for those who are looking into this, I don't think, I'm glad we have Mika here. I don't think the Finns have an international reputation for being cantankerous and difficult and annoying and always trying to pick a fight. That's the way they talk about other countries around, like Kazakhstan, and but what did the Finns do to Russia? I don't know. What did the Finns do to Russia, Mika? Did you deserve to lose Karelia?
Yeah, exactly. Good point, Yehuda. And I just sent you some messages. We have a Karelian brigade here now training heavily, against our old border. I would say old border. And as I said, Yehuda, some details about that. So 20 kilometers from here, we have full brigade here in full force, and opposing brigade is Kamenka, Soviet or Russian Kamenka brigade. They are fully in Ukraine right now, but we are practicing fully here, and they hear our shots. I'm not hearing any shots, from their side, because everybody went to Ukraine. So, and another thing is that I have empty graves in the graveyard here. For example, my grandfather's brothers died. They were 20 years old. We never recovered the bodies because Soviets killed them, and we have a lot of empty graves. I always put the candle in the Christmas, for the graves. So. But we are prepared here, and no worries for rest of your world. We will kill them. That's it.
Yeah, no, look, Russia's managed to make the Finns mad. I mean, like, it takes a lot. The reality is, and we have, for those who aren't aware, this isn't Russia. This isn't.
Can I
please.
comment one more? Simo Häyhä was very famous sniper. He was very good. Surer, he's the next guy to my hunting club. He's now dead. He died in 2002. And his memory is here very, very much respected. So all the snipering, what we do here, it's very important for us. And he killed 500 Russians. That's it.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mika. Look, this is what Russia has done to Europe. This is for those who don't know, those who are new to the space or to the conflict or the war, the invasion, and they'll say, oh, it's just a Ukraine thing with Russia. It's not. It's literally with everybody. You just don't know because you don't live there. All right? Chunks of Finland taken away, thousands of Finns murdered, killed, defending their country. They didn't do anything. It's the same thing. You have the same goons on TV talking about taking over Finland and nuking this and nuking that. And there are still people. There are still people out there that say this is, Russia's the victim. I mean, what? Where are we going with this? It's almost like Crazy Town, and we're the mayors. Thanks, Mika. Let's go to Leonard Ian Wana.
Thank you, Yehuda. Yeah, just kudos to Mikos for bringing up that subject. That there's a lesson to be learned there for the West in terms of the Finnish resolve and the steel backbone that the Finns have shown in the face of this kinds of oppression in the past. But I wanted to refer specifically to something Tom had said. And Tom, I know, has done fairly extensive work in terms of sort of deep dive psychologically into what's going on in specific dictatorships, certain past dictatorships, and even to some extent the current Putin Kremlin. And I just wanted to ask Tom if, this relates to several requests and DMs that I've received in the last number of days, and it circles around the idea of some of the psychological spin-offs that some people seem to be experiencing with all of this continual repetition of the nuclear saber, shall we say, out of Russia. And I know Tom has addressed this fairly extensively, and I just wondered if Tom has considered doing something that would be more tailored to people who are kind of raising those questions. And I know I asked this specifically because I defended a lady on this site just not too many days ago who was expressing those very specific concerns and had some, obviously some deep psychological questions in terms of what was really going on here and how best to deal with it. And not to be too harsh, but I think she got fairly short shrift on the site. And I'm just kind of my gut instinct is that there's other people on the site in the same kind of state or say mental inquiries that they're making in regards to this. And I wondered if Tom had any thoughts of maybe doing a specific time slot or something that we could refer people to who are contacting us on that regard. And and I guess further, if that would be something that would be even salutary for Tom, because clearly when you get into these things, there's probably as much impact on Tom as there is on people he's trying to assist. So yeah, any thoughts you have on that, Tom? And I know that the materials specifically, at least, if you re-highlighted those again, I think that would certainly be a start. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Leonard. Those are really kind words. You know, if you're thinking about work done on previous dictators, you might be confusing me with the presentation done by Professor James Fallon that we had on the space a couple of months ago. He's done extensive research into the personality of dictators. I focused more just on Putin, and I've looked at his personality through the lens of sort of psychopathy and things like that, which I think help us to understand him. I have thought about doing a couple of threads like I did with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant one after talking to the nuclear experts in this space. Do you remember just how worried people were about Zaporizhzhia just 2 months ago? It's all over the press. I dare say millions of people in Europe were worried about there being some sort of meltdown, you know, whether it was the Russians doing it or whatever. We're not worried about that now, because it was all a bluff. But people were really worried about it. And I did a big thread and I had a lot of people DM me that had been really anxious about it. So I thought about doing something on nuclear weapons, anxiety, and the sort of bluff and double bluff of making these nuclear threats. I think one of the things that I think makes me realize it most simply is that when you hear one of these nuclear threats from Putin, you realize your own fear and you feel your own fear, but you forget that there'd be people in Russia, including in the Russian military, who would also be afraid of what the West would do in response. And it's actually the fear of annihilation that actually stops it from happening. So yeah, I thought about doing something on anxiety and like nuclear threats, maybe like a thread or something. I could potentially do that on Sunday. I also thought about maybe just doing something on mental health in times of war, just for those of us that are civilians far, far from the front line. Most of us aren't even in Ukraine. I'd be happy to talk to people on the space about that. But yeah, I don't know when. If you know, if the hosts wanted me to do something, I'd be happy to do that. But yeah, I hadn't got any particular plans. I can see Abdullah's clapping, so. Yeah, does that answer your question, Leonard, or was there something more specific than that?
No, that covers it pretty well, Tom. And as I said, I specifically raised that because I got specific questions from certain listeners, and you were specifically mentioned also. And as some of the previous posts and some of the work that you've done was expressed as being very helpful. So I just wanted to draw that back to your attention. And if you have any further, I mean, if you can expand that in some fashion, and certainly even the materials that you've already done, I think some people have found helpful. So yeah, thanks again for that, Tom.
Okay, well maybe I could do.
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I need to hear this again. Leonard, did you say that you got specific questions from specific listeners specifically for Tom? I just want to make sure I heard this right.
Am I audible? My
Yes.
sound went away. Okay. Yes, I got a specific reference to Tom from several listeners.
Just making sure. Thank you, Leonard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I can do something like a thread on the threat of nuclear weapons, and then how we react to that psychologically based upon our own sort of personalities and our own ways of thinking about things. Because, you know, I think it was Rosalie who put it so succinctly, which is nuclear weapons are psychological weapons. They're psychological weapons. They're to scare us. They're not going to use them. They're trying to scare us. So, I mean, that would be it in a nutshell, but I would expand on it so people could see why. And I'd be happy to talk about it on the space as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Tom. Ian, then Joanna, then Katik. Ian.
Hello. You mentioned that Ukraine doesn't have nuclear weapons, and then I remembered why it doesn't have nuclear weapons. And at least Britain and America signed an agreement saying that they would protect Ukraine along with Russia.
Nope.
That didn't happen.
No, they signed the Budapest Memorandum, and the Budapest Memorandum doesn't say anything about them protecting Ukraine. The Budapest Memorandum says that the three signatories, Russia, Britain, and America, are not going to attack Ukraine. Each of them said, I solemnly swear, not to attack Ukraine. And in the case that Ukraine is attacked, I promise to raise the issue, and I forget whether it's in the Security Council or the UN General Assembly, basically some UN body. We will raise the issue. That's what it says, something along those lines. So we get a lawyer up. I'm sure the verbiage is slightly different, but there is nothing saying that they will protect Ukraine. No, they just all promise not to attack it.
Okay, never mind. I was wondering why it's never mentioned. It's not worth the paper it's written on. Many things.
Yeah, it was mentioned a lot in sort of March and April, and then I repeated what I just said about 75 gazillion times, and that's why it didn't get mentioned since. Hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, now I get it like once a month only. It's great. Thank you, Ian. Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful conversation here. I just wanted to address the issue why the Eastern countries reacted differently to the Russian invading Ukraine. It is not only because of the geographical proximity, or because some territories were disputed or taken by the Russians. It is because all our countries were under Russian occupation in one way or another, or Soviet occupation. And we understand what it's on stake here. And we know the consequences, and we understand I won't say the culture of the Russians, because culture has a different meaning. I would say the worldview of the Russians as it is, and we know that they do not value human life, and in a way that it seems strange when you talk about it like this, but it is like this. This collective approach is more like, I don't know with what to compare, but in this environment there is no trust, there is no agency, there is no individual liberty, there is no freedom of mind or of action, or anyway. So yeah, we understand all this, and if you remember in 2014, all the countries in the Eastern Bloc, as it is called, reacted quite openly about the Crimea being taken, and everybody said this will not stop here. But well, the West was like maybe too passive at the time. It seemed like it's okay, let them go with it. And why I talked about this? Because any negotiations that will take place right now, including some territories being given to Russia, means that the war will not stop. So that's it's very important to understand that if we are like the free world and Ukraine are to give in to Russian demands, this will not stop. So I don't know how to make it more clear, but they will just regroup and wait and do it again. So that's why our reaction and our actions and our support for Ukraine should not stop, and should go as far as it's necessary in order for Russia to be defeated in this war. Thank you.
Exactly, and this is why this is important, right? There is no point in negotiating either, because what is Ukraine supposed to negotiate away? Ukraine? That's just a bit dumb, right? And all it does fundamentally is it makes Russia just able to try it again, later, again, like they always do. So no point. There have been plenty of warnings given about this, plenty enough. Just keep on moving on. If I remember correctly, my piece of paper says Mika, and then it says Katig. Therefore, Mika.
Thanks, Doman. I want to just comment to everybody to understand that we are not nation of states. We are like independent countries, around Europe, and now we are seeing this kind of war. And one of our points is that we defeated in 1940s 2 Ukrainian divisions. They tried to break Finland. I'm still taking you, Dominic, to our war museum, and that happened actually. And I'm like I said to many people, I'm fully with Ukraine right now, but we are not like federation of states. We are independent countries, and Finland is fully supporting Ukraine right now. But however, what has happened, in the winter war, if these 2 Ukrainian divisions had broke to Finland? I cannot even imagine that. So, but still, back to question again. Slava Ukraini. Domen, don't go so silent, please.
I think Dorman has fallen off his chair.
Nah, he was
Co-host
just
check.
see, he was just reacting to my message a second ago.
Can we remember who was next, people?
I'm afraid not. No.
I think it was me. Maybe. If you're done, Mikko. But
Okay.
maybe you want an answer.
Sorry, Mikko, I was distracted by my wife, so I didn't hear your question. Was it maybe Katig, Leonard, Sojo, Bionada?
I think so. Maybe.
Okay, go ahead, Katig.
No, I was regarding what I think Yehuda said before, that all countries that borders Russia fears them or like knows what they want and how dangerous they are. I mean, even people like I'm from Sweden, and people have this picture of us as this peaceful, loving nation that does nothing, and we have had 200 years of peace. But there's a reason for us having a defense industry, one of the biggest in the world. The only reason for that, Russia. There's a reason. We have seriously have nuclear bombers in every apartment building in the whole country. The only reason for that, Russia. Like we know. We've known for like hundreds of years. They're fucking dangerous, and people don't get that, and it's frustrating.
Katik, are you there?
Yes, yeah.
Hey, Kati,
okay.
Go ahead.
Finland is your landmine, to be honest. So we will handle before it gets to you.
I'm happy for Finland, but
yeah,
we
you
will.
should be happy because we died before you died.
Well, that's refreshing.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but we'll join you, because if they if they mess with you, they mess with us.
Hey, listen,
No, you didn't
that's
join. You didn't join actually in the winter war, a continuous war, 2 months. You aligned with Nazis, and we didn't. We had some troops, with the Nazis, but you guys didn't join us.
Yeah,
to be honest.
That's World War II.
Hey, Yehuda, can I say one more thing? And your military is super weak right now because you don't have any more conscription. You decided to, when the new Russia came, you don't need any kind of, big military. So your sub military industry is not enough, to be honest.
Are we hating on the Swedes right now, Mikko? Come on.
I agree.
No, I'm not hating my speech. I love my speech.
It's okay. I agree.
Speed is I like Swedes. I like Swedes, and
They like
I
you.
just wanna help
Yeah.
help my sisters.
Yeah, if I was
I
Swedish,
wanna help my sisters.
if I was Swedish, I'd be happy to have Mika on the other line there fighting the Russians.
Me
'Cause he
too.
seems pretty pissed
Yeah,
off.
and I listen. I agree. We really effed up when we took away encryption. I agree. It was extremely naive, and a lot of people are pissed off about it.
I got a
But
question for
and
you,
I know
Patrick, actually. I have a question
me.
for you. Yeah, I do. I just looked at the profile. Question. So you're left of center. That's cool.
Yeah.
No worries there. How do you feel? I'm just curious, and it's not that every opportunity I get to dunk on the AOCs of America, but it's a select opportunity. So
Yeah.
how do you feel where people who apparently espouse these lofty progressive values in the States are actually saying stuff like, why are you doing this to Russia and starting World War III? People who should be your allies, right? You know, in
Yeah.
terms of and they're so against helping Ukraine. How strange is that to you? Do you feel like shaking these people, throttling them, saying, "Wake up! Russia's not your friend, dum dum"? How does someone left of center in Scandinavia feel now? Like, are you a little? I'm not attacking you. Like, I'm not certainly. I don't know
No,
you.
it's okay.
But
It's okay.
but do people go like, "Oh shoot, we got this wrong"? Like the ones that thought we shouldn't antagonize Russia because socialism, yada yada yada. Are people going like, "Oops"? Like they're really not good. They're not nice people. We got to do something. What do you think?
I think most of them think their views and whole views of the world are extremely America-centric and have no concept of European politics and European security issues. And I don't know if it's a combination of naivety and ignorance, but it's extremely frustrating and it makes me extremely pissed off, to be honest, because I mean, Ukraine is on like fighting for our freedom right now, and I know we're one of the countries that would be next in line because of our strategic position, and they always threaten us. I mean, I know we were not maybe first on the list, but I know that we would be at risk if Ukraine lost. So it's extremely frustrating because they're weird as views that is risking our lives, my life, and everything I love, and like they look up to us as us in the Nordics as the beacon of progressive politics, but they won't defend our security so that we can influence them to do good things. It's weird. Like if they really look up to us and want to implement systems that's similar to ours that we fought for, not me because I'm too young, but the people before us, wouldn't it be important that these countries stay safe and democratic and free so that we can continue have a positive impact in the world? Like that's just weird to me. Like wouldn't our security be super important for them? Because if we fall, what do they have? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I completely agree with you, Katy. I don't know what happened to Yuda. He dropped off, but you know, I'm left from centre too, and I would say I'm not far left, but I'm certainly not that close to the centre. There's a lot of socialist ideals which I actually appreciate. For example, free healthcare. You know, the whole idea of a welfare system where there is a safety net for everybody, no matter where they, what social kind of strata they're from, etc., etc. Free education, free healthcare, free access to knowledge, as in like libraries, etc., and all these things. But that doesn't, having these propensities to these ideals does not equate to one being, a genocide apologist. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing and utterly incomprehensible what some of these leftist talking heads come out with. It's incredible, really, and I seriously don't understand it. I think some of them are possibly quite aged and stuck in some kind of I don't know, rose tinted kind of idea of what Russia once was. I have no idea. With the wealth of information that we have access to, I have no idea why these people say what they say and do what they do. But unfortunately, they're in the minority. And the same goes for the right wing. That some of them are incredibly insane. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not one for sort of the whole idea of the horseshoe theory. I don't know. I mean, yes, on both extremes, there are some quite large similarities.
But Sojo, I wanted to just jump in. It's not just older people on the left. If you look at the States, it's a huge amount of young people who claim they're progressive and social values and human rights, and then in the same breath they say Ukrainian Nazis starting World War III. That's the weird part, right?
That is weird, and I think that has a lot to do with ignorance, and yeah, absolutely, and a lot to do with a very a successful propaganda campaign.
Well, it's also the useful idiot problem. But here's another thing on the left. It might be some, maybe on some things I'm, pretty right, and some things I'm socially left. So I probably don't have a home anywhere. But, don't spend more money than you can when you can afford to, and don't care what people do at home. It's not your. But it is left. If you can hear me, mic check. I just got up to speaker here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You were cutting out a second ago. I can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay. The reason why people. Excellent. Okay. So the reason why I'm critical, and I think maybe people should be more critical with people on the left, is generally it's people on the left that claim to be for human rights and justice and social justice, and their opposition to helping Ukraine is more ignorant.
Yehuda, you're cutting out for me. Is Yehuda
Oh,
cutting out?
thank goodness it's not just me. I thought it was my my headphones.
No, Yehuda is totally unreadable.
Yeah, he's gone.
But I think what he's trying to say is basically that the left gets a lot of bum kicking because of the hypocrisy, I guess, is what it's trying to say. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I think
as
that's
I can't
was
hear
his
him.
point as well. That's what I picked up.
I think if I can maybe try to make it succinctly as someone else who's also on the left, I think that some people on the sort of far left of politics are more idealistic than realistic. Of course, if we lived in a world where no one was violent, that would be a much, much better world than the one we live in. But simply wishing that the world would be that way is not going to make it happen. And unfortunately, given that we do live in a world where people can be very violent, sometimes violence is the only way to stop even worse violence from happening. If there was a way that this war could have been avoided through diplomacy, you know, as long as what was being demanded wasn't too obscene, that would have been great. But, you know, the Ukrainians didn't start it. They've been invaded. They're a victim here. They're completely in the right. And Russia's an evil aggressor. And I think the problem is that some people's ideals, they believe them so strongly that in order for them to let go of their ideals, they'd have to realize that their view of the world was wrong. And I think that would be painful and upsetting to them. So I think they'd rather carry on believing that actually, if everyone was just nice to each other and stopped fighting, the world would be a better place, which is true, but the Russians aren't going to do that. And so, unfortunately, I think we have to use violence back. While Yehuda's waiting to come up as co-host, I think the order was Leonard, Bienarda, Prince, Viking, and then Dr. Nick. And then you again, Sojo.
May I just very, very quickly, and I'll close on this, Tom, say that, people on the far right are deluded. But, you know, people on the far right, did I say far right? I meant far left. And also people on the far right are deluded. Whether their delusions are based in one thing or the other is you know, not neither here nor there. They're just extremists.
It's true, but I always think it's helpful to understand them because then that gives you the possibility of changing their views. I think the far right problem is different. I think it's more of a why should I care about them problem. You see this with the whole America First type issue. It's just why should I care about those people? Whereas the far left problem is we should all be nice to each other. Both of which, if you take them to their extreme, are unrealistic. Anyway, I think it was
Tom,
Leonard.
sorry,
Sorry, go ahead, Yehuda.
No, I thank you. I will say, so yeah, more to what Tom is saying, the reason why I find anyone on the far left whose opinions about Ukraine are bizarre to me, why I find that more egregious is because they're supposed to be caring about the little guy, you know, the everyday person. And so it's really hard for me to see how they can get behind a Russia, right? How they can get behind a Putin. You know, it's one thing to complain about U.S. policy to Cuba and Venezuela because it seems rather innocuous. There's no real, you know, nothing there that you could see as being a problem, perhaps. But Russia, like the country that invades other countries every so and so, how do you claim to be a progressive, liberal person and even remotely put your lot in with Russia? It's insane. And that's where we are. So I'm not saying that the far right are less of human beings that I don't like. I'm saying that it's interesting to me that on the far right, you know, the people, it's the same story with what they believe. So it's not new. So I kind of expect it from that part of the far right, but I don't expect it from any part of the left, if that makes any sense, Tom.
It makes a lot of sense to me. And my very, very final word. Well, when I was a teenager and hanging out with a lot of friends who thought in similar direction as I did, I pulled back, and what I used to call them was hippie fascists.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right, Katig wants to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Katig.
can I just wanted to ask, did you hear my answer or should I DM you?
You could DM me. I didn't hear.
Okay.
Also, I need to get another co-host here. Daryl, we got people trying to get up. I can't add anyone. I don't know what's going on.
I got you covered. Don't worry about it.
All right,
I'll
good.
backseat you.
All right, so just that'd be great. All right, thanks, Katig. I don't know who's next. I think it's Nick. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry, we've had mic problems all around. I haven't heard half the stuff going on. Don't take it personal. We do like you here.
You mean me, or is there? I don't see another Nick.
Everyone. No, you
Oh.
go ahead. But I'm saying in general, we've gotten people wondering what's going on. It's
Oh, he loves us all.
Okay.
Love you all.
Love you all too. Just my take on all of this, because I also identify on the left, is that yes, it's true to say that the youth, and yes, it's true that there are some old people as well, but what I really think it is that there are people who are married to this notion of the USSR specifically. This is what I notice, at least from a lot of those people. And they have a perception, because they believe the, Russian propaganda and the USSR propaganda that preceded it, that they are natural anti-fascists, that they are the ones who are the anti-colonial regime that are standing up to Western imperialism. And of course, that's completely ridiculous, right? To anybody who has a half a brain cell. However, unfortunately, it tends to be these people who subscribe to Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist sort of adjacent ideologies that exist in the left, that are hyper-authoritarian as well. And so you find that many of these same people, they are people who will excuse Assad, they're people who will excuse, Xi Jinping and the whole situation with the Uyghurs and all of that, tied to that notion of the Soviet system, right? And Marxist-Leninist ideologies. And at least that's what I've noticed. There are very few who aren't, that I've personally interacted with, that I've seen that don't either subscribe wholeheartedly or are, very susceptible to those tropes of the USSR that are completely false. That's just my perception.
100%. We call them champagne socialists in parts of the West here. It's a little rich. Yeah. No,
I mean,
totally
it's one thing to support. It's one thing to support social democracy. It's another to be, like the Nordic countries. But I mean, it's another thing to be, a Leninist and Stalinist apologist. And these people share that in common, because they see Russia as being the, inheritor of that system, and the ones who are standing up to the West. And that's really what it is. And it's ridiculous and stupid and ignorant, but there it is.
Yeah, no, 100%. And we see that all the time. All right, let's grab some other hands here. Sorry, we're just getting people up. I apologize for the, it was a bit of a mess in here. All right, Daryl, who was next? And
I can remember the order if that helps. It was Leonard, Bernarda, then it was
Leonard. We'll just go to Leonard and then we'll pop him off. Go, Leonard.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Just had a quick reference back to Ian's point. So this is going to dodge around the current question of left, right, and all of the philosophy behind socialist ideology. But this relates strictly to Budapest Memorandum. And Ian had, I think, walked away with the conclusion that it was kind of a useless document. And I think that is simply not correct. If just to briefly reference that, the Budapest Memorandum was executed in 1994, and it was specifically for the purpose of limiting and eliminating the expansion of nuclear weapons. So the nuclear non-proliferation agreement. And as a direct result of that, Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal, which took another 4 years, by the way. It didn't just happen overnight. They had such a huge inventory that it literally took 4 years to decommission and remove. But the important point is that the memorandum itself was signed by Ukraine, Britain, and Russia and the United States. So, and there were two other parties that signed separately, France and China. But the bottom line is that the initial agreement that was effectively sold to Ukraine was based upon a guarantee. So the word guarantee was actually inserted in the original document, that Ukraine's sovereignty would be guaranteed from encroachment, being physical force, and even referenced economic issues. So in other words, totally insulated from attacks by its neighbor Russia specifically. And that word guarantee was literally watered down by the very active lawyers within the U.S. State Department, who came out with the final word, the final assurance of a problem, that the word was reduced from guarantee to assurance. And that is pretty much the peg. If we look forward from that day, what happened in Ukraine, what happened in Crimea, and then even the invasion of the Donbass starting in 2014, those items arguably could all have been obviated, eliminated, had the original word guarantee been kept in the memorandum, and that had the powers that signed the document actually abided by that legal concept. So by watering it down to simple assurance, the entire agreement effectively became toothless, and Russia just used it to essentially as toilet tissue from there on. And that's pretty much the foundation for Putin's insurgents into Crimea in 2014 and the Donbass, and the precursor to exactly what we're seeing unfolding in Ukraine today. Thank you. And by the way, Dr. Nick has far more detail on this than I do, and far more insight on this than I do. So if there's any further questions, that should be the direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. All right, who's next?
Hey, Yehuda, 1 second. What does words on a paper mean to Russia? They don't mean anything. So the summation that the paper means nothing really does. I mean, at this point, it means nothing. And I think that's the point. Because Russia will, regardless of what was on the paper, Russia was going to act independently anyway of the paper.
Yeah, they didn't care about anything. They didn't care about Georgia either. All right, Daryl, let's just try to bash through, because of the comms problem. We had a lot of problems with people connecting here. So let's just see if we can't bash through. Who's next?
All right, let's go. Bionade.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to change the topic slightly. You remember Germany delivered the IRIS-T system? The Defense Ministry of Ukraine just tweeted out the IRIS-T system was received and is already in use and is protecting the south of Ukraine. So with south of Ukraine, I think everybody knows which part of Ukraine is meant, especially which city.
Copy that, Yehuda?
I lost him.
Bionade, you want to repeat that real quick? Just
Yeah,
real down and dirty real quick.
Yeah. Germany's IRIS-T system is now operational in the south of Ukraine. The Defense Ministry just tweeted.
Amazing. Well, let's see it in action. We'll only have to wait a minute to see Russia get a little kooky. So I guess we'll see. Good stuff. IRIS-T is functional in south of Ukraine. Bionade, thanks so much for that. Axel, sorry, you wanted to jump in, Axel. Go ahead. We're going to bring up some more people. If we bump you down,
no,
it's only
okay.
because your hand isn't up.
I think I should have put my hand down because my question has already been addressed by Daryl and Dr. Nick. It's fine.
Amazing.
The agency of evil Russia still has. They would have acted anyway, so it's not our fault.
Amen. 100%. All right, we've got a bunch of hands up. If you're in the speakers channel and if you don't have a question, please pop down so we can give some of the other people a chance to talk. And on that note, we will fly over to, I think we haven't heard from Auntie, or no, actually Nafo. Hold on a second, Nafo. Daryl, hold on. We got Nafo, Jacob Jackson was up. He's been trying to get up for a bit. So let's go to NAFO.
Okay. Oh, hello, everybody. I'm from Finland, and I'll just visit some of those topics here about RST and about the wordings in the Budapest Memorandum. And I don't think that people in Finland generally would believe that the words in the contracts, mean much, because I mean, Finland typically kind of goes by every word of every contract, but we don't really expect Russia to do that. So that's why we don't have like much of energy dependency from Russia, and we have like an army which has like something like HIMARS and F-18 and like modern stuff, because we don't maybe believe in these contracts too much, and maybe Ukraine believed and didn't invest enough in the army. And in 2014, then they got kind of a rough wake up that what kind of a country the Russia is, as if they shouldn't have known from history and like that. So I don't know. I believe more in the IRST than in the contract wordings.
There you go. All right, fair enough. IRC, and also Ukraine also had conflicting leaders and people who were, definitely siding with the Russians. It's part of the reason why their military was degraded. But we'll take that as a comment, and we'll go over to who is next.
Let's go to Christian. Go to Christian now.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. I just wanted to talk about the leftist, or more about the communist and Soviet subject. So whenever I meet, and I've met some Western people who actually are Leninist or Marxist or basically communists, I just remind them, or maybe just suggested in the past, that they should have lived in Romania to see communism in its glory, to stand in line for bread, for milk, for meat. I mean, my dad would wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to stand in line for some milk for me when I was born, when my sister was born. Y'all want to live in communism? Be my guest. Go to North Korea. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, for our North American guests, positions like Christians aren't unique. This is the lived experience of people who come from these countries who, unfortunately, some of the misguided youth wearing Che Guevara t-shirts seem to think is a beautiful place to be. It's not. There's a reason why all of these countries threw off these type of repressive regimes. It wasn't because they loved America. It wasn't because of the CIA. It wasn't because of the Illuminati and the Bilderberg. It was because they hated living like that. It's because, I knew so many people in Canada who grew up in the former Soviet Union or in Eastern Europe, dominated by the Soviets, who, if they came to Canada and heard the word socialized medicine, they would lose their mind because they thought, oh, no, does that mean? I'm like, no, we just call it social. It means it's kind of like a safety net for everyone. It doesn't mean we pull your teeth out with pliers because you say no to Ceausescu. But that's the actual reality. And for those, someone messaged me, Che Guevara was a psychopath who murdered gay people in concentration camps, yet way too many people on the left, and perhaps of that persuasion, prop him up like a hero. You got to read a book or two. Stop just going with the opposite. That guy doesn't like this guy, I'm going to love him. Just do your own thinking. Research. You've got the internet. You got the interwebs. You can figure out, if you're a reasonable person, that that these aren't your friends. And you don't have to agree with a genocidal maniac just because you disagree with a Republican or vice versa. Hope that helps. Thanks so much. Where are we at, Daryl? We got a bunch of hands. I've got, 7 people want to come up to speak.
That's Vatnik.
Vatnik.
Yeah, Vatnik.
Oh,
And then we'll go to
Vatic,
Carrie.
is that me?
He's
That's you,
Viking
buddy.
fella.
Yeah, I was Vatnik Be Gone before. Is that name still there somehow?
Maybe for him. I see Viking. Go for it.
That's yeah. Okay. I have a question, but first some background. In my extended family, there is a person, elderly person. He's politically quite a bit to the left, and he's politically active. So he goes to meetings and stuff, and he gets his information from this website called Steigan.no in Norway. That is basically Russian Today translated to Norwegian. And he posts things on Facebook, like links to these articles from Steigan. And I bonk him sometimes. I have to be nice, but I tell him. And I had this slight discussion with him, and he was honest when he told me that the Ukraine people, they are Nazis. And now comes my question here. He told me that it was a big mistake to listen to Boris Johnson when he came, because they had already a peace deal ready to be signed, but Boris Johnson came and destroyed that. So what was the peace deal?
There was no
I
peace
know
deal.
there was there was something, but what was it? I just want to bonk
I don't
him.
know. Maybe it was a breakfast order. Maybe he made an order for food. I don't know about peace deal. Am I missing something?
Yeah. Again, this information is from this Russian
Well, there you
Today
go.
affiliate. Yeah.
There you go. Well, there's your answer. I don't know if we tell him to find anywhere else where it's corroborated. There was no peace deal. Zelensky and the Ukrainians were never going to agree to give up 20% of the country and accept genocide. So
Yeah.
I think you need to bonk the older relative, but do it with love. How's that?
Thank you.
All right. I feel everyone's in a wind tunnel today talking. Daryl, me, Viking. All right, let's not be anticlimactical. Then we're going to Jens, Carrie. There's a whole bunch of people. I think we missed Abdullah. I think Abdullah keeps going to the back of the line. Is that true, Abdullah? Are we not getting you?
No. That's okay. I'll wait. Thanks, Yehuda.
Okay, let's go to Antti.
Thank you. So just a bit of history of between Finland and Sweden. I think most people aren't aware of. Back in 1918, when we were locked in a civil war, it was Sweden who gave the Finnish Air Force its very first aeroplane. Pilot called Nils Kindberg flew it to Finland, and it was actually a private donated airplane. So basically, Swedes were the midwives of our Air Force. And now that we are going into NATO together and making the Baltic Sea into a NATO lake, I think that's the ultimate expression of Moscow's strategic defeat in the north. So let that be warming to all of your cockles all around the world. So that's what I had. Thank you, and I look forward to the military update.
For sure, we're going to get one later on. I'm sure you and Mika should get together. I think you and Mika alone could probably make it to St. Petersburg just by yourself. Mika sounds like an angry person, but in a good way. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm not an angry person. I'm a very reasonable person. Fight with me.
Just kidding.
Fight with me. I will say, many of leftists here and the rightists here, fight with me.
That's yeah. Let's keep that. Yeah. Let's keep that. Your mic, Daryl. You're killing it.
No. I just wanted to say something. No, I was just going to say a lot of people say leftist when people say they're on the left, and I think that's a misnomer. in the sense that people are on the left because they care about, say, social issues and things of that nature. And it's not necessarily leftists that are looking for, you know, your Che Guevaras and, you know, people like that. So there's a difference between saying somebody's on the left and a leftist.
I think for our European friends, so Daryl, if you say you're on the left in the United States, you're pretty much right, center right, or right of center everywhere else in the world. So when Europeans say left, they're talking about the Champagne socialists, the ones that think that Russia's great. So it's just it's a language issue. It's dependent on region, I find. Yeah, and I think like you could find a lot of conservatives in Canada who would be Democrats in the United States just because of the types of policies that conservative people in Canada view. So anyway, let's push past it because I want to get some of these hands down. I feel like we're not giving people a chance. Jens, Carrie, Abdullah, and Daryl.
Well, you had Abdullah next.
Yeah, we got.
You had Abdullah next.
I don't know if Abdullah was he next in the line?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Abdullah.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask the topic of mind control, you know, brainwashing, to Dr. Tom, if he's still here, our in-house clinical psychologist. I know the term brainwashing is not generally accepted as a scientific term, but I just wanted to explore the topic in reference to Russia with Dr. Tom, and how brainwashed their citizens are, even when they go to foreign countries. You know, I have a colleague who's highly educated, and he believes everything, you know, the Kremlin you know, doles out every day, even when they're confronted with the truth, and they still deny it. As you know, this concept and technique was used and employed by the Nazis, and they used psychologists to weaponize the system. I was just wondering if such practice is done in Russia, and what his thoughts are about the topic, and why Russian citizens are so brainwashed to the point that when they travel to foreign countries and are exposed to the truth, overwhelming majority of them still deny it. Thanks.
Tom, what do you think? What's the effects?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. I mean, you know, you're right. Sort of brainwashing is one of those sort of terms that's been around since, I think, going back to like the 1950s, really. The idea that you can heavily indoctrinate people, and you know, you can to a certain extent. You know, there were people who were taken prisoner in, say, Vietnam, and then heavily indoctrinated by the people that took them prisoner of war. So I think, you know, look, if you were brought up as a child in Russia and you were told, you know, we're the fantastic country that beat the Nazis in World War II, I can appreciate some of that. I grew up watching World War II movies about how great Britain was for standing up to the Nazis alone for a while, you know. So I understand where that sense of pride would come from. If you've been brought up in a system that said that, you know, the West was all corrupt and evil, if you've been brought up in a system that says your country's the best in the world, even if you're intelligent, that's going to affect you. And then if, as you say, someone leaves that country and they come to the West and they see that it's not all corrupt, because there is corruption in the West. That's the thing. There is some truth to some of these lies. We know that our system is not perfect and has serious problems, and, you know, criminals and con men and things like that. People come to the West, and then I guess the problem is that if you're faced with information that makes you realize that your worldview was in some way wrong, the problem is you feel like you've been lied to and you believed it. You feel like you were conned. You feel like you were stupid for being taken in by it. And no one wants to feel that way. So I think the main reason why people can't just radically change their worldviews is that, in a way, they're almost sort of sculpted into your brain if that's the way you've been brought up as a child. You know, you can't just rewire all of your beliefs and completely change them just because you're given correct information. But I think the one thing that makes it really hard is that no one wants to feel that they were conned. No one wants to feel that they were lied to. No one wants to feel stupid, because it just feels so uncomfortable and embarrassing. And so people would rather ignore the truth, even if it's staring them straight in the face, and continue to believe comforting lies, even if they're completely intelligent and rational and, you know, in touch with reality on other topics. That's the nearest answer I could give. Does that make sense, Abdullah?
Yes, it does, Dr. Tom. Just one quick question. I know other people have questions as well. Is there something wrong with me when I say that if an overwhelming majority of the Russians support the genocidal invasion of Ukraine, that their power grids and their infrastructure should also be targeted? Is that something? Is that something unethical? Something wrong with me in terms of psychologically? Thank you so much.
So I don't think.
That's true.
Miko, you've got a hot mic.
Yeah, let me show this guy, you know, what is wrong.
We can't hear your
Can
mic,
we mute?
Mika.
Can we mute Miko?
Yeah, Mika, your mic's broken. Try to come back. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, so Abdullah, I think when an outside group hurts people that we care about, the fact that they're hurting them, the fact that they're killing Ukrainians, the fact that they're torturing people, raping people, can we mute Miko, please? Okay, sorry. So
Yeah, sorry, Miko, your mic's acting up, so we're gonna have to move you down to come back up, restart your Twitter app. Go ahead. It's his mic.
Yeah.
His mic toggles to on when he doesn't realize it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I knew he wasn't doing it deliberately. Look, the point is, when an outside group hurts people that we care about, because we care about those people and because we love them, and because I think people in this space really deeply care about the people of Ukraine, it makes us angry, and sometimes it makes us furiously angry. And when we become angry, we stop empathizing with the people that are doing harm to the people we care about, and that's perfectly normal. And so if people in this space have felt like they wanted to kill Russian soldiers with their bare hands, that's normal. That doesn't make you a psychopath. There's nothing wrong with you. Like, I've had those thoughts. I've wanted to beat a Russian soldier to death with my bare hands after some of the things I've seen. And I'm a really chilled out, peaceful person. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a soldier.
Psycho.
So the point is, wanting to take revenge on people is actually quite normal, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. You need to think very carefully about if you want to escalate anything as to whether or not it's a wise escalation or not. So I think, giving tanks to Ukraine, brilliant idea. Giving ATACMS to Ukraine, brilliant idea.
There you go. Oh, someone got muted. All right, great question. Mika's back up. Mika, just give it a second. We got a bunch of people with hands up. We'll get to you. Yeah. I think we want to go to Jens. Yeah. Yeah, no, Mika, we hear. Okay. Good, Mika. We're gonna have to go on to the next person. Let's go to Jens.
Yeah. I just want to talk a little bit about left and right and, geographical locations. I think it means different things where you are. Just like a liberal means different things in Europe and America, and being on the left means different things depending on Europe, America, but also between Europe, whether you grew up in behind the Iron Curtain or not. I have family history in Denmark that started some of the one of the leftist parties because they were excluded from the Communist Party because they didn't want after World War II. World War II was very much, at least in resistance, was those communist versus fascist in different countries. But after World War II, especially when Soviets invasion of Hungary, a lot of communists were turned off and move towards democracy. And therefore they were excluded from the communist parties. And I think some of the confusion on the left is probably based in some kind of ideological pacifism, and at least in Western Europe, maybe you kind of just ignored the Iron Curtain, and then you focused on the Vietnam War and on the Gulf War, and then NATO was the greater evil because they were kind of, we didn't really, well, I'm not, I don't want to be associated with it, but people weren't really paying attention to what happened in Chechnya and Georgia, and but they were, but you know, the big bad American Uncle Sam were getting a lot of media attention, so it was easy to be a pacifist and, you know, turning your nose at George Bush and everything. So I think some of it is this kind of naive anti-militarism that is great in peacetime, and it's wonderful in Scandinavia, where you're not going to war. But this summer in Denmark we had an Euro referendum to tie the knot to a European military. Denmark had some reservations in a European membership, and we voted to get rid of them. And a lot of the parties on the left, they stood there confused because for years they've been against NATO, but now they looked at Ukraine and thought, oh, we might actually need NATO. So I think there's kind of an identity crisis.
An epiphany.
Yeah, where they say, hey, it's a finger painting.
Well, you know, the bottom line
but
is,
yeah.
Did we lose everybody? Yehuda?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and finish that, Jens? Well, Yehuda, I think he's got to. Oh, there you go.
No, I'm here, Daryl. Jens was dropping off. He's going to come back. Can you hear my mic?
Yeah, I hear you, Lima Charlie.
All right. So basically, just to wrap up what Jens saying, there are a lot of people on the left who felt disillusioned. I think the reality is that you have to have your own morality dictate your conscience and your actions. You can't stick with something just because you want to, or that's your political party. This is where people have to exercise, freedom of thought and critical thinking. So we see that. Okay, I want to try to get through. We've got 6-7 hands up for a while. Let's go to Colby. We'll go Colby. Sojo, if you don't have your hand up, I am going to bump you down because we do have an abnormal amount of people wanting. Please retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. We're talking about matters related to Ukraine and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the subsequent genocide. We're 35 volunteers from around the world who spend our free time, probably more than we should, trying to provide the space for you. So if you're so inclined and are able to throw a few dollars to MriyaAid's way, it's an organization we stand by. They're also volunteers. 100% of your donation goes to helping Ukraine. On that note, let's go to Colby. Colby.
Thanks, Yehuda. So Bionade shared a tweet from Ukrainian Defense Ministry about IRIS-T being deployed in southern Ukraine, and we had previously seen some unofficial reports and comments from Ukrainians that they believe that this is based around the Odessa area. So I just wanted to share with our audience a visualization of what it looks like to now have this system operational and protecting Odessa and Ukraine more broadly. So the missile itself, it's a 40-kilometer range. If you look at the tweet I posted, that's the smaller blue circle. But the radar, which is just as important, that's a 250-kilometer range. So anytime Russian aircraft are within that circle, Ukraine is going to know where they are. So even though IRIS-T couldn't necessarily intercept them at that very long range, the radar is going to be able to transmit data potentially to other systems that could engage or provide Ukrainian fighter jets with an idea of where a threat is. And certainly any incoming Caliber cruise missiles are going to be seen at quite a distance and give Ukrainian air defense a much better shot at being able to defeat any incoming missiles.
All right, no, that's good. We did discuss that a little earlier, but thanks for highlighting it again. And we're just going to clean up the mess. We have that one statement there. We don't need to put any more than the one on the one topic. Trying to keep it clean. Okay, Sojo, go ahead. Oh, sorry. You know what? Carrie's had their hand up actually for a very long time. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. It was actually related to what the previous speaker said, because I put my hand up originally just before the guy said about the IRIS-T the first time, about, I don't know, 3/4 of an hour ago. So I wondered if maybe, I saw Axel was in the space. I was interested to know, I was hearing that it's not being tested on the battlefield. Is that right? I know what its potential is meant to be, but I'm interested particularly in terms of what we were saying about the Leopards and the German munitions industry, the German weapons industry, and how important this might be for them. I mean, obviously my priority is Ukraine, but I know we've had a lot of discussion about how Germany hasn't been using what they have to offer intelligently from their own perspective, let alone the support we want for Ukraine. And then secondly, just to sympathise with Tom in Lanzarote, my daughter has given me a 3-hour-a-day limit on Twitter now. In my respect for her and the hard time I give her over her use of technology, I have gone with that. So I've managed to speak before my curtain comes down.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so Axel's going to make his way up and answer it. Obviously, good news for German manufacturers if their stuff works out well in the battlefield. We don't know yet. Untested meaning it's not been used in a conflict. Axel can speak to it, and then we're going to go to some more questions. Go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, the system in itself has not been tested in battlefield conditions. Absolutely true. Any and all tests so far have been in, say, should we say, NATO environments. The tests have been quite extraordinary, as I understand, since it was first introduced. Thus far, it is deemed to not have failed. But then again, this matters nothing. You're completely right, Carrie. It matters nothing if it doesn't serve the people who are currently supposed to be protected by it. I tend to believe that it will work, but we'll have to give it 2 days. I don't think it's a matter of Diehl and Hensoldt having to plug their trade because many of their sensor systems have been tested by other nations in live battle. So it's a combination, it's modular. Many of the pieces of equipment have been already used, including Afghanistan and Iraq. So it's now a matter of whether this whether the system which is integrated into the overall air defense of Ukraine will work. Give it 48 hours and then we'll know.
Thank you, Axel. And I know you're busy, all of you, so I'll drop down off speaker. Thank you very much.
No worries. Okay, let's we're gonna go to Helmi, open, and then Nafo. Go
Yeah, Helmi is my name. Yes. I have a very different question. We have an Ukrainian family in the house, and they are from Melitopol. And this family has friends still living, and also her mother still lives in Melitopol. And I saw this message from the Russian mayor of Melitopol that he was going to evacuate the children. And well, we all know where the children go if they are evacuated. So, yeah, is there anything I can do or we can do to stop this?
Yeah, no, I don't think there is. We can raise awareness and talk about it till we're blue in the face. I think that's the only thing right now we can do. Not until Russia is taken out of their, removed of their ability to cause mayhem in the world. But unfortunately, I wish I had a better answer for you. Record, document, track, and pass off to the police authorities if you have anything. As you know, the RCMP had someone listening sent us some information. They're accepting any information of war crimes that anyone has witnessed. If you can get to Canada, or they can direct you to the authorities in your country, they have an entire team set up to do so. I think that's great. It's great news, and it's important for the world, really. So for any of those who are interested, please do reach out to them. Same with stealing children. If your guests know or have any inside information, I would recommend they document everything and make sure it gets the right police authorities. And I hope that helps, Helmy Koopman. Sorry.
Helmy, yeah.
Yeah. Or I knew
Yeah.
someone named Koopy Hellman. Would you believe it?
Okay, yeah, I believe it. Yeah,
No,
it's Wilhelmina, but it's short of
Just
Wilhelmina.
kidding.
Yeah.
I never knew
Yeah.
anyone. Thank you.
But I'm very worried about these children, and yeah, I wish we could do something because they are just taken from their schools. I think because that happened before. They will be just taken from their schools and taken somewhere. Well, first to Crimea, of course, because that is the direction they will go. The mayor said it was a Russian mayor. So yeah. Very
Okay, yeah,
worried. And,
me too. We all are. Again, the only thing we can do is say to people, please, if you know of anything, record it, screenshots, information, do that. Unfortunately, Helmy, there's not much else we can do, not until Russia's
yeah,
defeated.
well, my
Okay.
my Ukrainian friend who's living with us, she already sent a message to her friend to tell her to not go the children to school.
Well, yeah, I
if
would
they come with buses and they bring them away, I'm really worried.
Yes, no, we're tracking that, and we are too. Again, it's on the families there. Definitely don't let your kids go if that's the case. And sorry, your mic is really killing me here. Drop down. Yeah, I can't speak any more to that. If we have any Ukrainians, maybe Odessa, Oscar and Odessa, are Ukrainian families in Melitopol having their kids taken while they're at school? If that's the case, Ukrainians must know about that already, and I'm sure they're not going to send their kids to school if that's the case. Crazy, not good. All right, let's go to NAFO Alter, and then George. Go ahead, NAFO Alter.
Hello, my voice is good. My voice is good?
Your voice is great. Excellent.
My question is so easy. When CIA or which time CIA make or create a separatist movements in Russia, but armored separatist movement, because in Russia they don't have democracy. In Tatarstan they want independence, but they don't have democracy. If we don't have democracy, we have guns. And in Cossack lands in Russia, Ukrainian minorities, or Caucasia, or Central.
Did we lose them, Daryl?
Everyone got muted all of a sudden. Fat fingered. I was trying to look to bring somebody up, and they had already been brought up.
All right.
Yes, my voice is good. Is my voice is good?
We can hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Okay. I say this again. When CIA makes or create
No, we heard all of that. We heard all of that. So you're saying why doesn't the CIA make a separatist movement?
Yes. Actually, my idea is this. We make Afghanistan is a logistic base. All in Central Asia, for Central Asia. In Cossack lands, Ukrainian minorities make this. You know, they attack like guerrilla tactics in Russia. But in Muslim lands in Russia, they use Salafis or jihadists. In Afghanistan, it's a base. It will be base. All Muslims in the world go this area. They make education, and they will go Kazakhstan after this, and after this they go Russia separately, and they make a fight. And in Russia, in Muslim lands in Russia, they make fights too. And if we
I'm gonna cut you off there. That's a horrible idea. You're asking why doesn't the United States fund separatist groups of jihadis and use them out of Afghanistan and Kazakhstan to attack Russia? This isn't a movie, right? The Americans need to. This was how the world worked 50 years ago with CIA coups. This isn't what we do today, my friend. The only way to really deal with the Russians is to give the Ukrainians what they need. All of these other things could be seen as terrorism, creating terror groups. That's not what the West is about. At least that's not what we want it to be about. And it's not the things that are even required. The very simple solution to all of this is support Ukraine and its fight for its freedom. And that's it. Creating these logistics networks, no offense, using Afghanistan as an example of a logistics hub to attack Russia. It's a unique perspective. I'll say that to be nice. It's a unique perspective, highly improbable, and it's not kosher. There is no need to do that. The Russians are falling apart as it is. They certainly don't need the CIA's help, and it wouldn't be worth the juice would not be worth the squeeze. On that note, we're going to go over to Steve, who's new. Steve Kafalani. Steve, what do you have to say?
Hi guys, how are you? Yeah, I just want to aid. We don't want to escalate the war, but we want to stop the war. We need to stop it, not to escalate it.
So you want to stop Russia in its tracks, destroy all of its military capability, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't want like to send something like jihad to create another conflict. No, we want to stop. Yeah.
What's a GI?
The jihad, what the extremists. So
jihadis.
we want to.
No one's sending jihadis. That's silly.
So we want to stop it. We don't want to escalate it. We want the Ukrainian to fight for their freedom. Then we stop the war.
That's right. Ukrainians fight for the freedom right to their border, get their people back. Russia pays a bill probably, and then then most will be good in the world. Thanks, Steve, for that. George, over to you. George, do you have any jihadi plans to create a network from Afghanistan to Kazakhstan?
No, hell no.
You're not creative enough. No. You're not creative enough, George.
No, yeah. I want to make a quick announcement for people on here. You know, James Vasquez is touring the United States on a fundraising tour, and we just added the Philadelphia area for October 23rd. And so I just want to make that announcement to people. There will be a flyer and thing like that being posted on his page and mine and several other ones. But Yehuda, with with these kids, I mean, people are asking, what can we do? And obviously it's very frustrating, right? Because you feel like your hands are tied. And like you said, we can't do anything until Russia is no longer, you know, has the ability to do what it's doing. Well, one thing what people can do is you can bombard your local politician, whoever the hell it is. You know, you can organize with mother groups, mommy groups, whatever they are. Mommies have kids. You know, people have to become empathetic, and you start. You know, that's one way. You can start bombarding all your politicians and saying, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? You need to send Ukraine everything they got so they can crush these mongrels and end the war." That's what we need to do. And I think not a lot of people are doing that. Like, you should be on the phone with your local congressman till he knows your number out by heart. You got to get on them. That's how it works here in the United States. You know, go to your local VFW post, go to whatever, get them. Hey, say, hey, we got to do something about this. This is what's going on with these kids. I think that's something that we can do, Yehuda. I don't know how much of a push it will be, but it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I find this topic as a parent really upsetting, and I get I get a little tight in the chest when I hear it, and I kind of almost get annoyed, not at the questioner, but gives me anxiety to think about, and it's like the only thing we can do, because short of invading Russia and stopping them, we just have to help people track what's going on, and obviously everyone is tracking it. It's not a secret to the Ukrainians and to the world. We can only pray at this point that they're all returned. But
But a crushing, sorry, Yehuda, but a
Yeah.
crushing Russian defeat in Ukraine will make it easier, right? Will give
100%.
Ukraine and the world a more flexibility, more of a stick at whatever table they have to meet these idiots at the end, and say, hey, your infrastructure in this area is done. You have no army. You want to come back to like the real world, as we say, then you have to do X, Y, and Z. And that'll be easier to push on to Russia if there's pretty much nothing left of their army. And all their able-bodied men are going back, either as
Yeah.
fertilizer or as, wallpaper
There's
paste.
no-
I don't give a shit what it is.
We're flogging it here. We need to support Ukraine. The only way that these problems get solved is an overwhelming Ukrainian victory, one that collapses the Russian regime, one that changes what people are doing, where international observers go to pick up those children and bring them back. That's all we can do. But the first step is the simplest. We just keep talking about Ukraine, promoting what's happening, letting people know the truth. As long as we do that, then we're doing right by the Ukrainians. On that note, we have a long list of people trying to get up. Mika, it looks like you're trying to get in, but we're clicking on you, and it's just not working. It's showing that you're cycling through. You might have to come back later or try resetting. Other than that, we have some other people coming up. I don't know if they can even get in. And I'm going to pop off soon. Daryl, I got to do a military update. I'm getting a lot of requests. So I think we're going to do a pretty comprehensive mill update. What do you think? Is that a good idea, Daryl?
That'll work.
Okay. Yeah, and if you just monitor Mika there, just not working. I'm pressing it, and it just cycling there. It's a little spinny hamster wheel. But we'll get to you, Mika. Hopefully, we'll just see what we can do here. And hey, Jenny, how are you? You sound. Do you have a question or comment about Ukraine? I'll deal with Jenny first. Yes, Jenny? Hello?
Jennifer. Hello,
I got
Jennifer.
it, Daryl. Daryl, I got it. It's not what you think. Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. Yeah. Jennifer, I suspect wasn't really Jennifer, Daryl. I haven't had some in a while. Troll blood. Anyway, all right, don't be silly. We're having a bit of a comms issue. Got a lot of trolls coming in today. I don't know what it's about. Daryl, have you not paid the cell phone bill? Is that why we got trolls coming on today? You sound way better. You sound way better now. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm better now? Oh, great.
Oh my god! Before it sounded like you were in a wind tunnel or in the air. Like it sounded like you were on a runway of an airport. It was driving me nuts. I'm like, that's right, Daryl. I got it. Stop. I'm like, it's very Daryl.
Oh, that's just the car. That's the car because
Okay.
I'm in the car right now.
Oh, you rolled up the window. Is that it?
No, I'm stopped in traffic.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll put it on my earbuds, and that may reduce that. So okay,
Oh
now
my,
that I know what the
honestly.
problem. Now that I know what the
It was
problem is,
horrible.
I'll swap.
Have you noticed I've been so short with you? I'm like, okay, Daryl, yeah, thanks. Get off the mic. It sounds you're blowing my earphones out. My ears are hurting from when I'm like, it's right now. Whoa. All right, I'm just kidding. So Daryl, I'm gonna pop off. Colby looks like he can co-host. It looks like we've got a big crowd. So many people were trying to get on. Only now when the Canadian takes over something good. Thank you. We're trying our best here. I'm so sorry. We're getting a lot of messages about not being able to connect. Definitely Daryl's fault, not mine. No, it's not Daryl's fault. It is Twitter. We are working on it. So I'm going to pop off Colby. Colby, my Canadian compatriot and probably neighbor, is going to co-host with Daryl. It's going to be an hour of power with these two.
You reckon? Power? Come on.
Who knows? An hour of power. I saw it. I knew a lady. She was a friend of mine. I had a summer job, and she was the nicest lady. And then someone said something about hour of power, and she got mad. And I later found out her brother was a TV evangelist named Benny Hinn, and it was so that's where I learned the term hour of power. Anyway, Colby, you know Benny Hinn?
Do I know who?
Benny Hinn.
Can't say that I do.
Okay, he was bigger in the 90s and early on the aughties. He's Canadian, that's why.
If I heard his stuff, I'd probably be familiar. But
No worries. All right, can you take the co-host there for Axel? I gotta pop down. I gotta start doing gotta pay the bills here. Do some MriyaReport work.
yeah, I can take over.
Thanks, man. Well, you and Daryl. Yeah, all right, I'll pop down. Thanks. Axel.
Will do.
It's amazing. I get through the thing and then got a bit of a hiccup here. All right, I'll be back.
Hey, Axel, how are you hearing me right now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I swapped over from the car. Hopefully, all that noise won't come up now. Well, Kobe. Is Kobe up? Not yet.
I'm here. I'm getting moved over to co-host.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, hey, as you can see, this place can get a little hectic sometimes with Twitter and its their updates and just general technical issues. So I hope you guys are just listening, laugh with us because we get frustrated and have to laugh too. But please don't get scared to raise your hand. We're not going to bite you. You know, come on up, talk to us. Just no, Elon, please. Just none. Okay, that's all we asking for today. All right.
Yes, I agree with Daryl. Now that I'm here, there's definitely not going to be any further conversations about Elon Musk because I think that topic has been thoroughly exhausted, and we don't need to hear everybody's hot take about it. So instead, let's talk about things that are actually happening on the ground in Ukraine or in Russia right now, because there's a little bit of action today on that front. So
yeah, tell us about the boom.
About the boom, yes. Here, let me get that back up in the nest so the audience knows what we're talking about. There was a explosion overnight in Belgorod, and a electrical substation was destroyed. And there are reports of power outages in Belgorod now. And you can actually see and hear in the video the projectile coming in and from this electrical substation. And I've just been at it a little bit among the team here and trying to figure out exactly what this was. Because you can hear it, that means that subsonic below the speed of sound, when you have a projectile flying faster than the speed of sound, you don't hear it. It takes more time for the sound to catch up to the projectile. So because we can hear it coming, that suggests it is subsonic. It's not a ballistic missile, because ballistic missiles are traveling supersonic or hypersonic. I'm being told I'm breaking up really badly right now. Can you hear me, Daryl?
Yeah, I could hear you. It gets kind of electronic, like you're in a zone that's getting intermittent service, or the service is being metered. You know what I mean? So we can hear you, but it's livable for right now.
Okay,
You're
that's
not
odd.
you're not yet max headroom.
I'm just on my Wi-Fi at home, so that's weird. I don't know. If it gets worse, I'll just drop, I guess, and try to come back up. Yeah, so trying to figure out, what hit the substation here. Russians are obviously saying that it was Ukrainians, and some people are speculating that this is another instance of what Russian air defense doing and some sort of malfunction, and they hit their own electrical substation by mistake. So unknown right now. Hopefully we can try and figure this one out. But I mean, if I had to guess, it seems like a cruise missile to me, which or another rocket. Perhaps Ukraine doesn't really have cruise missiles, so if it's a cruise missile, it couldn't have been them, but likely not them. So I suppose it's possible that we have Russian air defense malfunctioning again, and one of their surface-to-air missiles went awry and accidentally hit their own power station. Wouldn't be the first time something like that happened. And then way overnight, much earlier, it was coming out when I was going to bed at my time. Early in the morning, there was some pictures and video coming out of a railway, also in the Belgorod region, further to the east, though, that the Russians claimed they had intercepted incoming Ukrainian missiles and destroyed them, and then there was debris that had knocked out part of the rail line. And in the picture, you could see what looks like the remnants of a Tochka U, perhaps. So it's possible that Ukraine launched a Tochka U strike somewhere at something in Belgorod, and it looks like it might have actually been intercepted, because if the Tochka U actually hit the railway, I would have expected a larger amount of damage visible. So it's possible they actually did successfully intercept that missile, and the debris still caused some damage onto the ground. So those are a few of the things that are going boom right now in Russia, on the ground there in Belgorod region. So Belgorod had been a big flashpoint for much of the war. A lot of things have exploded there in particular. Probably just due to proximity. It's right on the border with Kharkiv, so Ukrainians have a lot of things that they can utilize to target things in that area. And I see Ben is up now with us. Good evening to you, Ben. How are you?
Much better now that I can hear you. Much better. Good evening to you, Dr. Colby. So,
thank you very much.
What's good? Apparently you're missing 500,000 pieces of winter equipment. So you're laughing about the Russians, but you don't have them in your warehouses. Just saying.
It's going to a much better place right now. That I can say with certainty. We can replenish those later, but the Ukrainians, I'm sure, will put them to very good use once the snow starts falling, which is still, at least in the main theaters right now, a little bit. Hopefully, still a problem before we get much heavy snowfall. But it's important to be prepared. You will get nighttime temperatures falling below zero as we get more into autumn here. So it'll make a big difference because it's not just about having guns and ammunition and other weapon systems. Keeping your soldiers properly supplied involves a lot of different things, and the right clothing is critically important, because if they aren't, then you can lose more people to just cold weather injuries than you can from actual fighting. And that's been a persistent problem throughout the history of warfare, is that if you're not properly equipped with the right clothing and right accommodations, and you don't have proper lodgings over wintertime, you'll lose more people to frostbite than you will actually enemy action. So that's going to be a pretty decisive advantage for Ukraine if Russia's problems in this regard persists and Ukrainians are sitting toasty warm and all over their new winter gear. Okay, and I think we're having some issues with getting Ben into the co-host slot. Okay, so while these are connecting, Jeff, please go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry if this has been discussed yet, but has there been any news on the Russian mill bloggers that I guess are under investigation?
I have not seen anything further than the initial reports. I don't know how much this has been discussed in the space today, but there were reports that Mr. Strelkov visit and then a number of others, I think, were arrested because they were, I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage they used, but basically criticizing the armed forces, essentially, I think. So I did see that. I haven't seen anything further, whether we have definitive proof or any statements from official Russian sources that they are in jail now or been arrested. If anybody has anything on that, please do send it over. But we do have that report that he was arrested along with some others.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting that it seems to be a lot of the hardest of the hardliners that they're seemingly going after.
Yeah, particularly from him, there's been some fairly persistent criticism in the way that the war has been conducted. So I guess they've gotten upset about all of his criticism. They don't want to hear it anymore. So just as a reminder for the audience, we're talking about Igor Gherkin or Strelkov. It's one of his cases, and he was a very prominent figure in the initial operation or invasion of Donbass in 2014, and he was sacked, I think. If I'm remembering correctly, I think they removed him after the debacle with the shoot down of MH17, and since then he's kind of just been joined the mill blogger ranks and been criticizing a lot of the ways that Putin's been conducting the invasion. And I guess they're finally fed up with him and the things he's got to say. So.
I bet there is a window with his name on it.
Actually, I've got something to say about this. Colby, can I say it? Can I say it?
Please do. You don't have to ask permission from me.
You're wearing a tie. Yeah, no. What's fantastic is the fact that the Russian military bloggers and their ilk had been clamoring for months now. A good 6 months. Two things: they were asking for mobilization, and they were asking for heavy missile strikes against Ukraine, and they got both. They got both to a certain extent. And no, there was two problems. The first problem was that, well, they did what they wanted to do, and it didn't work. It did worse than not working. It was completely botched. The missile strikes could not be repeated, so they did their utmost, and the Ukrainians were upset, but it didn't register further than this. And then the mobilization turned out to be an absolute quagmire. So what they were recommended was done, but failed to have an effect due to general incompetence. So their next step was going to complain about the incompetence. And the other thing is, it's something that I've been repeating quite a few times, but it's really apparent at the moment, is that they don't have ideas. They don't have go-to, let's do something, let's ask something, let's go for plan B. There's no plan B. What is the plan B? They don't have any other option. So the only other option for the military bloggers and the far right in general is to turn against the government, which, by the way, has botched the mobilization, which they'd been saying would be the solution. So they clearly were becoming a huge pain, and their only step left was to turn on the government. And I'm sure it was either about to happen or it had already happened, and that's why they're rotting in jail at the moment, which, you know, they probably belonged in jail, but still, it's just one more evidence of the fact that the Russians are really dry on ideas. They don't have thinking types. They, like, Colby, maybe you know that. Are there a lot of think tanks in Russia?
I don't know if Russia has a lot of think tanks. I suspect there's probably some. Certainly, you know, they're all going to be pretty closely affiliated with the Russian Ministry of Defense, I imagine, to the extent that, you know, I assume you're asking about think tanks more in the military, national security, foreign policy sphere. I don't know exactly. There are probably some, definitely not as many as there are in the West, you know, where they're not strictly regulated. You know, Russia doesn't obviously have free speech, so they're not very permissive about who can just, you know, set up an organization like that. But I think that there are some. I recall reading about them in the past, but I couldn't tell you the names or anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's quite telling. I think I remember somebody was invited once on the space, Vincent Touré, mentioning that the military had journals in which, you know, generals were writing and stuff like that, building on the doctrine. Apparently, these journals are still available online. Interestingly, by the way, the Ukrainians also write a lot, but they keep it tight and close and close to their chest. It's not available freely, whereas everything the Russian generals are writing is available, which, you know, maybe they'll live to regret. But yeah, I've never heard of a think tank in Russia, which might imply that they have some problem with imagination and new ideas and thinking. It's left field thinking, something around the field. Sorry, I'm not great at my expressions right now. But yeah, Colby, there's that's what you get for not thinking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just did a quick search here, and I found a couple of different ones. And it does in fact seem that you know, they're pretty closely affiliated with you know, the Russian government, founded by, you know, former government officials. Which it's not all that unusual in the West either, I guess, to have former government officials kind of go into the think tanks. But more, I guess, you know, more advisory roles and. You know, in the Russian case, it seems like these are kind of directly being created by former government officials, and you can imagine in Putin's Russia, you know, these people are very much publishing things that the Russian government would like to be published, and you know, published by ostensibly what is a third-party organization, to sort of lend credibility to things that the government does, you know, just to sort of give them praise, I suppose. But obviously, it's you know, it's all state directed. Everything in Russia is ultimately state directed, even though it's officially, you know, a market economy now. We know that's not really how it operates over there. So.
Market economy. I like your sense of humor. It's dry and unassuming. Love it. Okay. Tom, welcome on board. Good evening to you and good beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, good evening, Ben and Colby and everyone else. So I wanted to ask a bit more about two things: the Russian farce that they call mobilization, and about the missile strikes. Because I saw an interesting article today, which said that Putin was saying that the missile strikes have been so successful that they don't really need to do any more on that scale. Which is interesting because I saw another article suggesting that they've maybe only got 25% of their entire missile stock left compared to the start of the war. The first article about Putin also said that we've now successfully mobilized 300,000 men and we don't need to mobilize any more, which is also interesting because today I've seen Russians being forcefully conscripted at the entry to their apartment building on the one hand, so the security apparatus just grabbing guys to conscript, whilst at the same time seeing Russians that haven't got food. So it seems like the Russian state is conscripting men that it is logistically unable to feed, firing missiles at civilian targets that it's running out of. It just seems like the left hand of Russia has no idea what the right hand is doing, and it just seems like a total mess. Do you understand Russia any better than I do, Ben? Because it just seems like an utter disaster at the moment.
No, yeah, you're perfectly right. I think it is very much not a disaster, and in a way because I increasingly think like that. I want to be clear. This is not me going like chest bumping democracy and the West and go go go. It's really how it appears. It happened. For instance, Putin refused to share his plans with anyone out of fear, out of God knows why, but he refused to share it. And the result is, and it was repeatedly like that. So for instance, the mobilization was like that, the attack was like that, no information sharing. And the result is that administrations, which are huge, slow beasts, that require a hell of a long time to do something, did not get the time that they absolutely need to do things. And those were two big blunders, but we can be pretty certain that there's a ton of them. And probably one of the reasons is because of what Chris Miller calls Putinomics, which is that Putin puts the survival of his regime and the stability of his regime above efficiency. And it may be expedient for the survival of the regime to be on the verge of inefficiency, and the slightest bump on the road make it fall into inefficiency. And I really think that's what we saw happen this time around. Colby's back. Oh, right. So lots of people, just quick PSA, lots of people requesting, lots of problem with the space as well, very glitchy. So if you're requesting, be a little bit patient and be a little bit yeah, it's going to take a few times potentially for you to come up, but once you've done it, you will be up just like Miko and George, and you'll be able to speak. I think Miko tried 3 times, George tried 7 times, but they've managed. Miko, go ahead, please.
Yep. Okay. Hey, thanks, Ben. And I want to a little bit talk with Tom as well. It's about killing. So I think so. Most of your people haven't killed anything in your life, and I have actually, trained to be killing, some animals, etc. But then you need to understand, killing human being, and even if it's a Russian guy or Russian female, whatever, it's very difficult, to be honest. I've been, I can now kill the big animals, etc. But most of you people just talk about, yeah, let's do it this way, and killing people, it's totally different game. It's not even a game, it's killing somebody. And it's very difficult, to be honest. And I would little bit, put caution, in this space, when you talk about, hey, let's kill some Russians, let's kill somebody else, it will be very difficult. And I'd like to have a comment from Tom, actually.
Yes, so I think like most people actually have quite a strong aversion to violence, and killing is like, pretty much the highest level of violence. There's all sorts of historical studies from, there was one from one of the big battles in the American Civil War where they found muskets that had been loaded. And, back then everyone would load, aim and fire at the same time. So it's very easy for a musketman to just not pull the trigger when the other muskets were firing and no one would know. And they found some muskets that were loaded like 15, 16, 17, 18 times. So there were people in the American Civil War who didn't want to pull the trigger and shoot people. And they were just loading their gun and loading their gun and loading their gun and never firing it. And John Spencer recommended to me a book called On Combat by Lieutenant Colonel Grossman, who wrote it with a former police officer whose name I can't recall. And in that, he does talk about the aversion to killing. He's written another book, which is entitled On Killing, and actually just how difficult it is to get people to do it. It's something that's quite hard. And one of the things that you can do is use dehumanizing language to make people seem less than human. So the Nazis did this. The Russians do this with their sort of racial slurs that they'll use against Ukrainians. And actually, even Ukrainians and some of us use it when we call Russians orcs rather than human beings, because it makes it easier to kill, and killing is a hard thing. I know nothing about it from personal experience, but that's my understanding of the psychology of it. It's very hard.
Thanks, Tom. I was kind of looking for that because I have killed so many mooses, and it's getting more hard for me as well. And it's very hard, actually, to be honest.
My mum's got a farm, little farmhouse. She's got chickens, and they can't kill the chickens. They've got to give the chickens to the neighbours to do the dirty work for them, because they just feel sorry for these chickens they've kept for ages.
Exactly, Tom. And to be honest, I can probably kill some Russians who will kill you guys, but it's difficult. It's difficult, Thanks for the comment.
Highlight what Mikko just said is a key element. There will be many of those honorable men and women on the Ukrainian side who are defending their country, their land, who are forced to do this. It's not that they chose to do this. They may have chosen to fight. They may have chosen to defend. They may have even prior to that chosen, for example, in 2014, to rise to the defense. Some of them may be career soldiers, but many of the Ukrainians are volunteers, conscripts, or people who joined in recent years for the sake of defending the existence of Ukraine.
If I just
it will always be difficult
to
discharge that duty. It will always be difficult to discharge that duty.
Exactly. Well said, Axel. Good gesagt. It's always difficult to kill.
Absolutely. Although this brings me to a realization. While we're all trying to be nice and humane and whatnot, there's also something which is that by trying to stay nice, by trying to not say bad words about the Russians, by not saying, yeah, let's kill them or something like that, we're also leaving 100% of the burden on the guys on the bleeding edge of the sword. So there's almost a question to be asked on whether having a bit of a bloodthirsty zeitgeist at the moment is not for us a way to share the necessary evil that those guys are doing, in a way offering them an excuse, or at the very least, what you're doing, we support. It's tough, it's awful, but we support it and we cheer you for it. And yeah, there's a level of unpleasantness and even disgustingness, but we embrace it. And by calling them orcs, by calling them baddies, by saying that we need to kill them, we're shouldering part of the responsibility, and as a consequence, removing it from the shoulders of the men and women on the front lines. So it's just a thought. It's completely unbaked, but maybe that's something worth discussing. I don't know.
No, I think it's a reasonable comment, Ben, because the thing is, Russian soldiers are massacring people. They're killing civilians. We know that they're torturing and raping people, and we know that they're kidnapping people. And if out of humanity you hesitate to pull the trigger, they're going to kill even more people. And so, whereas generally I'm pretty against killing, and I think it's pretty wrong. I mean, like just from a utilitarian point of view, if by killing a Russian soldier you cause far fewer other people to be harmed, then it's morally justified. It is. But it's still a really difficult thing to do. And so I think calling them orcs, if that makes it easier to kill them and you feel less bad about killing them, that's not a bad thing necessarily. So yeah, I can understand why people do it. It's totally understandable.
Okay, I think it was Timu next, and then hopefully by the time you're finished, George has joined us again. Timu, please go ahead.
Hi. So regarding the think tanks, actually, University of Pennsylvania has this think tank index. In number of think tanks, Russia is like 12th, and also I think it's quite interesting that I'm interested about this. I think the one role is for the think tanks is to groom useful idiots, because Clint Ehrlich, he was like graduate of the third highest ranked Russian think tank, and he has pretty bad takes at this kind of Russia cell. So they also kind of groom for an useful idiots. By the way, I think this space has been up like 3 hours before Pekka Toveri, so I think it's like 56 hours, so might be some new interesting books. I think that's like a record, that 56 hours or...
No. We broke the hundreds.
Oh, okay. So this isn't that long that yet.
Yep. Yeah. We're cherishing the glitches, because we know that it shows that the thing has been working for long, and we got used to, brought some furniture, etc. Thank you, Tim.
Like a good pair of jeans.
Exactly. Just a quick question. You said they were 12th out of how many in the listing?
In the country listing of the countries counted in the absolute number of think tanks, they were 12. I think they were below Brazil and something else.
Okay, so not the brain power is not there. Thanks a lot, Tim. If you have a source, a message, I'd be very interested to have a look at it.
Yeah, I can send it to you. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Nafo Al Jackson, welcome on board. I never had the pleasure of seeing you, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to these spaces, but yeah, I wanted to go back to this difficulty of killing, and I've never actually killed anything bigger than a bug or something, but the thing is that I believe that it's not really like an opportunistic thing, this war in Ukraine. I think it's been in the making for 20 years or more. It's been the plan all along. And these Nord Streams and everything were part of it, of like reinstating the Soviet Empire or you know, Russian Empire, which would have like all the areas which Russia has ever, or Soviets have ever controlled at any point. And that was the point, and it was supposed to somehow get the Germany out of the game and like that. So from where I'm living in, you know, it's pretty bad if this kind of plan happens. So I would just have to then learn to kill people. I was reading a lot, of course, about war books and about, yeah, of course, both sides. I mean, the good guys and the bad guys use some dehumanizing language to help think about it. And I was reading a story. Hello? A story about the guy who was in war and he was killing people. But then he was once shooting an enemy with taking a dump. So my mic keeps getting mute. He shot the guy who was taking a shit, basically. And he said that that felt bad because at that point the enemy seemed like a human. So my point, I guess, was that I think for many people you just have to learn it. But I guess with the animals, it's like they don't shoot you or your friends. So it's maybe a different thing than shooting a human, which is shooting at you.
Absolutely, yes.
Battle is different. Ben, sorry, but battle is different. The existential threat of the other one trying to kill you in direct combat, and we should talk to people who are veterans who've been in infantry combat and in direct hand-to-hand combat, because it's a different thing than applying, for example, indirect fire as an artillery officer. CJ can talk to you about this, because there are artillery officers and artillery officers. CJ is amongst those who are mobile artillery. They even jump out of planes with their M777s. It's a different kind of risk profile than you going with a self-propelled howitzer control or with a howitzer far back behind the lines and shooting. Tank commanders have a different perception. Mechanized infantry, when dismounted, immediately feels the heat of battle and in a completely different way. Infantry combat is hard. And if there are people amongst us here currently in the space who are listening to us who have had this in their lives, they can talk about it. If you talk to veterans, or if you had the chance to talk to veterans of the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or even Iraq One and the likes thereafter, those who served in Iraq thereafter and in Afghanistan, it doesn't matter which province, they were all bad. You get a different impression as to what it means to be in combat. And that needs to be respected. But it's also, if you're in infantry combat, and if you're being shot at and you're shooting back, as everyone there will tell you, it becomes easier because the threshold becomes lower. Your training kicks in. Your desire to survive is massive. There's adrenaline in everything.
Yeah, well, I've been in street fights, like serious street fights on the street, so I have that much experience, but not with guns.
So,
well, I hope you don't have to again.
Yeah, I hope so too, but you never know. Okay, that's it for me. Next.
on the battlefield, it's basically kill or get killed.
Did someone just next Axel? Sorry, highly amused. Abdullah, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. I didn't really have much more to say except I guess I would learn this kind of killing in some role if I would sort of believe in the mission, which would be like in case of Ukraine, I believe that it's like legitimate self-defense.
100%. And yes, that can be learned, and that if you have a righteous cause, it becomes easier.
Of course, you cannot compare it, for example, like a boxing match where usually you're not trying to kill the opponent, you just try to win the match. But I think that yeah, there's some similar. There's adversaries, you know.
Thank you.
Probably.
Thank you, Nefwell Jackson. Abdullah, you had your hand up, and you tried to join quite a few times. Now that it works, let's go with you.
Thank you, Ben. Just wanted to ask Axel. Today, the German Chancellor he accused Vladimir Putin of waging a war, a crusade against our way of life. This is a big shift, I think, for the German Chancellor. Do you think this will push him to free the leopards anytime soon?
I hope so.
I don't think that this is enough. Yeah, one can hope. I agree with that. One can hope. But words from Olaf Scholz are one thing. The only thing which matters, however, is action. Decisive action. And in that regard, I think it still holds true that it needs one call, and one call only. Vasily, give me one ping only. That ping has to come from the White House.
Axel, are you saying that the Americans will have to free Abrams' tank before he will actually pull the trigger?
No, that's not necessary. It is a possibility, yes, but it's not necessary. I think it could be completely sufficient for the White House to advise Mr. Scholz of the special moral obligation Germany has.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because they had their meeting in Ramstein, defense secretaries, and nothing came out of releasing tanks. It's kind of they were all talking about air defense systems and all that. But I think especially winter setting in, I think is the best time now, you know, so people can train on it to at least release some tanks, you know, especially modern tanks like the Leopard or the Abrams tank, whatever. But I don't know if there's any new development coming anytime soon. Maybe next
Abdullah,
month when they have their
I'm
next
with you.
meeting.
I'm with you, Habibi. I'm with you. There's no time like the present. But it really, Ramstein was good in regard to air defense. Now they have to act differently.
Thank you, Axel.
But so far, nobody has been sending like modern Western tanks. Only East Europeans have sent like Soviet-era stock. So it's not just Germany, which is like pussyfooting on this.
No, the problem is that Germany is blocking other countries from releasing the Leopards. Like Spain. Spain offered Ukraine to release the Leopards, and the German Chancellor is blocking it. It's not about at the beginning. It wasn't even about the Germany releasing their own supply stock. It was just other countries releasing their own supply of Leopards, but the German government, because of contractual agreement, blocked it. So that's what's frustrating for all of us who are supporting Ukraine, you know, in getting modern tanks, you know, in order to achieve what you call quick victory on the battlefield. That's the problem with the Germans at the moment.
So it's true then. I was reading some of that, but you know, sometimes you cannot always trust everything what is said about this war. But yeah, I believe it's true. If you say.
Yeah, it's true. The Spaniards said it. The Spanish government, they said it that they want to give the leopards, but the Germans blocked it. It's really it's unbelievable what's going on. It's unbelievable.
Yep, unbelievable. All the more. Who was saying this the other day? Maybe Pekka Toveri? Maybe, I don't remember. Who was saying that, referring to that famous battle in during the 92 repelling of Iraq, that a single, what was it, battalion of American tanks took to task of 2 full brigades of elite crack top Iraqi Soviet era tanks, and did small wood out of it. So the numbers that we're referring to may not even have to be that large. So it's doubly annoying when you think that a single tank could have such a tremendous effect. Meanwhile, thank you everyone for your patience. Dan, I think you've been here for the longest, and then we'll go to Jens. No, sorry. Then we'll go to the gentleman who starts with an F, and then Jens. So Dan, please go ahead.
Yeah, 3 or 4 things here that have just been coming up more or less. Let me turn something down here so it's not as noisy. So first thing, significant discussion about the mental cost of combat and the fact that the Russians aren't as bad as we sometimes talk about them, or at least the average Russian isn't. They've certainly got some that are. But if we back up to the overarching goal of winning this war, the way to win this war that cost everybody the least is to convince every guy they're trying to round up on the Moscow subway that being sent to Ukraine is a death sentence. That the only way not to come home in a plastic bag is to fight the recruiting officer or surrender the second you get to the front line. And I'm not sure that a humanistic approach to Russian soldiers encourages that. Do you follow what I'm saying there?
I do.
We have to convince the Russians that if you go to Ukraine and actually fight, you die. And when they believe that, the war will end. And it really is about that simple. It's extremely unpleasant, but then again, so are the Russians. I just don't see any other way to think about the problem. And then the discussion had just moved on to how much better Western tanks are. And yes, that battle, I think it's called 63 Easting, where 1 battalion of what was then the best Abrams, and the best Abrams has gotten a whole lot better in the last 20 or 30 years, erased 2 brigades of Iraqi Republican Guard. And I will point out that the Russian tanks have not improved nearly as much as the American ones. So what the American tanks would do to them now would be even worse. A brigade, 1 complete equipment set for a U.S. heavy brigade would end this war in a month, because they could smash from Zaporizhia to the Sea of Azov in a week, turn right, and smash and smash everything all the way to the Dnieper, and the Russians would be done. And it's just crazy that that's not happening. Further proof that it really wouldn't matter that much. I'm assuming most people on the space saw that somewhere between 4 and 6 Russian helicopters were shot down either yesterday or the day before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so today, Ilya Pomerenko, who is probably the most prominent Ukrainian journalist writing for the English language audience, says, "Oh, by the way, IRIS-T is active on the southern front." Now, I have a deep suspicion I know what happened to those 4 or 5 or 6 helicopters. One battery, radar launchers, one full battery of top-line Western stuff showed up, and every Russian thing in the sky was on the ground burning in 20 minutes. That's how fast we can make the rest of this go if we just would. And it all comes back to the same thing. When we convince the Russians that the only thing that happens to you when you cross the Ukrainian border is you come home in a bag, they'll stop coming. It really is that simple.
Oh my God, you've managed to tie it up to your initial comment. That is great art, sir. Bravo.
One day in 100, I'm on.
Dan, I don't know whether you can hear me, Dan. I'm sorry,
I
my
can,
audio
yes,
got lost earlier.
I can hear you.
The quality of training of Western troops generally has been high and good and solid. The use of Western technology, weapon systems, if in the hands of the right people, well-trained, drilled, and ready, is stunning. The Ukrainians are well-trained, combative, creative, disciplined, dedicated, and real warriors. If we give them that kit, and if we supply and maintain the kit for them to the extent that they need to be trained up for that, if we can send them Western contractors who help them maintain it whilst they build up their own maintenance and supply lines, these warriors will get into that kit and will make it work. And they will do exactly what you said. They'll smash and burn them.
When 100 Abrams come over the hill at once and Russian BTGs just start evaporating, this war will end. The Russians are wavering now, but a good case of just smash flat would move this party along.
That's why we want to free the leopards.
It would actually be the kindest thing to do to the Russians. I know that sounds screwy, but on current form, we're going to keep giving the Ukrainians not quite enough, and Putin is going to keep feeding in Mobics with 3 days training and 1 magazine of ammunition, and the Russian body count by spring is just going to be unbelievable. But we're still going to be in this boil the frog situation where it's not quite bad enough to make them just give up. The boil the frog analogy needs to go away. It's not working.
Definitely, and if you wouldn't want to give the latest Abrams, if you would give like 2 or 3 generations back of Abrams or of the German ones, that would still make a massive difference,
Well, it would still make a massive difference, but it's the wrong approach. We want to put a full-up, modern NATO brigade set of equipment in Ukrainian hands and watch a section of the Russian front line evaporate. And 4 days later, those tanks pull up to the Sea of Azov outside of Mariupol, with the entire Ukrainian army filling in defensive lines in both directions behind them, and the Russians are done. The Kerch Bridge is already more or less in the water, and from Mariupol they could hit it with regular HIMARS. And then those tanks just turn right, turn west, and cut absolutely every semblance of remaining supply for every Russian in Kherson. There would be mass surrenders in a day. And it's just incomprehensible to me why we don't just do this. Personally, I think the Americans should just get in their tanks and drive them, because what have we spent these $80 trillion on? But we won't do that. There's a full brigade set sitting in Europe. Abrams, Bradleys, everything. It's the one we keep there so we can ship the personnel over from the U.S. by air in a hurry if we need to. Well,
there's actually pre-positioned stock for 2, but yes.
Well, so we could give away one and still have a spare. I read that wrong somewhere. We either need to put our guys in one of those brigade sets and send them to Ukraine, or we need to send that brigade set to Ukraine, because there's nobody else to fight in Europe.
Hey, Dan, how much time are you allowing in your scenario for training up the Ukrainians on that? I like your scenario, but could you just give me a ballpark?
I don't know how much has already been done. And it also depends on how much maintenance support you're willing to give them. So you were probably looking at a minimum of two to 3 months to take people who have already driven tanks and armored personnel, infantry fighting vehicles in combat, and get them up to speed on the Abrams. But again, I keep hearing little rumors that some of this is happening on some level. And what's interesting is that, converse to a lot of things, the higher up the chain of command you go, the less retraining that they need. It's very different to run the gun on an Abrams than it is the gun on a T-72. I mean, there's an extra crewman in the tank. I mean, there's a zillion details, etc. But commanding an armored battalion is commanding an armored battalion, right?
Yeah, but there's also
you all want to get from let me finish what I'm saying. You all want to get from column into line and come up with the hill at the same time and shoot straight. There's more to it than that, but that really is the short version.
Does that training include? Is that training? I like your scenario, but I mean, you dropped the head on that. Is that 3 months, including combined arms training?
Citizenship in order to enlist for that, but I'd be down for it.
Does that include the combined arms training that you'd need to go in 3 months?
What I'm saying is, that's what I was saying about the higher up the chain of command you go, the less retraining you need. The Ukrainians are doing a shockingly good job with the equipment they have of practicing modern combined arms warfare. They already have people that understand how to coordinate when the artillery smoke rounds hit versus when the tanks come over the hill versus at what range the infantry gets out. Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. Can I be the rudest man on earth and ask you to put a pin on this, because we've got someone very important to join us, and I don't know for how long he has. And if you can hold this, I'm loving what you're saying. I think everyone loves what you're saying, and I'd love to come back to it as soon as possible. But Tim is on, and I think he is. Oh.
I'm under no illusions I'm important. I'll be back later if I can get here.
No. Stay put.
What about? I need to do something for 30 minutes.
No, don't do it. Stay here. Don't do that thing. No. Do whatever you want. You have a warm seat. We'll continue this conversation, but we need to go back. We need to go to Tim, who may have some information for us.
I'm going to kick down the listener and I'll work on some things here, and I'll be back hopefully in an hour.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much.
So there is our Tim.
So we are somewhere in darkest Lithuania. For those of you who don't know, I'm currently participating in a Mercy Dash to Ukraine. We are driving 3 NAFO-painted Toyota Hiluxes full of drones, which we will be delivering to, I think, the Georgian Legion. So we're going to be driving down to various points in well, we should hit Poland, Warsaw early tomorrow morning.
Then I can't hear anything. I'll step down, come back.
All right, okay. So we should hit Poland tomorrow morning. We're picking up a load more SUVs from the UK, from some friends in the UK. We are then going to drive the whole convoy of, I think, will be 6 vehicles by that point. We're going to drive it down to Ukraine, where we're going to have a lot of fun crossing the border, and then we will be driving to various places in Ukraine, can't say too much, to deliver drones and Toyota Hiluxes to our friends in the Ukrainian armed forces. Yes, so thank you very much to Ragnar Sass of Lift 99 for organizing this, and to all the volunteers we've got driving. And so far, it's been a lot of driving. I've got a sore ass, unrelated to driving, and looking forward to driving all the way to Poland. How's everybody doing in Tallinn / Paris, wherever the hell you guys are?
I cannot tell for everybody, but I'm doing fine, and much better than I can hear your voice. Although we all have tons of questions.
Very happy to take questions. We're stopped for diesel just for 5 minutes. I think somebody's getting a kebab. They do kebabs in petrol stations in the Baltics. It's very strange. But be very happy to take any questions, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Well, I've got a silly logistic questions. How do you come back?
I haven't thought that far ahead. No, so we have trains and flights booked for the way back.
Ooh, so we'll get to see you in a Ukrainian train. You're lucky man.
Yes, the trains in Ukraine mostly transport the grain or something. Or is that the trains in Spain on the plane? Anyway, sorry,
What a
I'm very
drain.
tired.
What a drain.
What a drain. What a drain.
How did it go?
It's good. Yeah, it's good. We've hit darkest Lithuania somewhere.
Okay, cool.
Only took one wrong turn, and that was a fairly minor one in Latvia. So we're just stopping for a bit of diesel.
Cool.
I've been taking
Boys
lots
okay?
of video. Yeah, we're all fine. We're all fine. It's the other guy's turn to drive now, so I'm going to get some sleep. We've got these ancient Hiluxes, which are very, very robust, very noisy, big growly engines. They're great fun.
Okay, so lots of still photos and lots of video.
Yep, watch this space. Watch this space. Anyway, I best be off. I'll
Cheers.
check in with you next time, probably in Poland, probably tomorrow morning. So I'll catch the American shift.
All righty. Hit it.
Cheers, chaps.
Cheers.
Good luck, Tim. Bonne chance. Okay, that's wonderful. Which is directly related to the space, but that shows you that the commitment that we'll have is takes many forms and is wide-ranging and fairly constant. On this note, we can return to the hands and go to the gentleman with the bazooka on his shoulder and a hello. I'm not going to pronounce a dirty word on the air.
Hi, thank you for having me. I like to share my idea about the calling Russian orcs or not, or whatever, how to treat them. The fact is, you cannot go in the picnic with the ISIS terrorist and explain to him why cutting the people's head is bad. You can't just do that. He understands only power and authority and bullets, and that's it. And that is how things get done with the terrorist. And Russian soldiers, if you go to Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, which I did it personally, and talk to the people who got raped by Russian soldiers, lost their home, look at the hospital in Irpin, which is get destroyed by Russians, and not completely, but every wall has a bullet hole and shrapnels and everything. and go to the school in the Hostomel and see how they treated people over there, and just see massive pain and suffering that Russian brought to Ukrainian people, might give you a reason, an idea how a Russian soldier need to get treated. If there is any doubt, please look at it. They will, the Russian themselves, put evidence for you and guided you how they need to get treated. That is all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. Although there's a margin between bloodlust and actual crazy behavior, but I'm sure our friends in the Ukrainian army, the boys and girls in blue and gold, know that difference very well, and they're not psychopaths. So we won't have to pay the Russians back in kind. Precisely, not behaving like them is the worst punishment we can impose them. On this note, we'll go to Jens, and then Noti, and then Peg. Jens, please go ahead.
Yeah. If I can return to the Dan/tanks topic, when we see the patchwork of self-propelled artillery and artillery pieces that Ukraine are operating, and we also hear about how some of the artillery pieces are being brought out of country to be repaired, I would actually like to see a patchwork of Western tanks in a way that, so you build up an tank army or whatever it's called of Leos, Challengers, and Leclercs and Abrams, simply to share the carry this new, I don't want to call it escalation, but inserting you're sharing the responsibility for bringing this new weapon system into operation. And I don't know if you can compare tanks to self-propelled artillery pieces, but I would prefer, rather than relying on Scholz alone, I think I would, and I think Ukraine is large enough to, the front line is wide enough to say that you insert a bunch of these tanks different places. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm like everyone else. I'm a sucker for a panacea of tanks. I don't know to what extent it's doable, and as a consequence, we should want that. But on the other hand, it would be a beautiful sight. Do you have another point?
It may be a question for Colby. I'm fantasizing about people actually training on these systems, different places in Europe, and I'm also hoping that when training is done, that they are announcing we are welcoming tanks into Ukraine. But what are your thoughts about, compared to when they're ready and when an announcement would be made?
Well, there's two approaches to this. One is to announce it and let those tanks roll with great fanfare into country. The other one is to not announce it and just have them show up. And bring the fear of hellfire down on the Russian troops. Somehow, I think the latter might be better.
Given the hesitance in supplying tanks so far, I suspect that they would not be announced.
Hey, somebody was saying that they already knew that there was a division or a battalion or something already preset over there. But this is a hard decision. The other thing, you guys know why we're not sending in M1 Abrams right now. You know the cost, and you know that the tail. You don't want a patchwork of tanks. You don't want a whole different variety of tanks you got to support. But what is the next best
I
choice?
disagree completely. General Zaluzhny said that they can handle 3 or 4 different tank brigades easy. I think I follow the Ukrainian general staff in that regard, because Zaluzhny knows what he's doing. This is a matter of the supply train, and if we are the West, we can do this. We can help with the supply train, absolutely. And yes, I agree with you. I'd much prefer to see 500 to 600 Leopard 2s plus another 250 Leopard 1s in there, because it's easier to handle. Sure, absolutely. But hey, ain't gonna happen. I'll take 60 to 70 Leclercs. I'll take the 88 Charlies which are available. I'll take any bloody M1 Abrams you can get me. And I'm sure the Ukrainians will know how to handle them. By the way, in World War II, your good American troops were absolutely capable of handling 6 different tank platforms at the very same time. So I'd say, I'll follow General Zaluzhny.
Okay, I'll give you that. Although, I mean, I've heard other things we'll have to talk about later. But the support that you need, the logistics, is a heavy burden. I think the cost estimation is $1 billion for 1 division of tanks supporting. That's pretty significant. I mean, that's 1/12 of what the U.S. has provided.
Freedom
so far.
is priceless.
Okay, and you know the other reason why they're not sending in German-made tanks into Ukraine, right? I mean, that's like really self-obvious, right?
The reason why I'm arguing for a patchwork is because I think the biggest obstacle is the political will. And I think one of the best ways to mitigate that is to share the whatever political courage it takes.
But the reason they're not sending in the German ones is because they don't want German tanks attacking Russians like it was 1940 again. And so that's why you may laugh, but that would fire up the Russians. I'm thinking
no, it wouldn't.
The French tanks.
No, it wouldn't. It would just destroy the Russians. That's the difference.
Well, it would. They would.
No. Yeah. We cannot do the French tanks because the French tanks will remind them of 1812. So that's not an option. We cannot have the Swedish tanks because that's, when was it? 1711. We cannot have the Polish tanks because that would be 1648 all over again. I think Spain ever tried to invade.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's a pretext.
It's
a pretext. It's a complete pretext. Just because some muddled up in their heads German politicians constantly bring this forward does not mean that it's reality.
Well, I mean, from the Russian point of view, they have, every time I've been over there,
Who
the past
cares?
20 years,
Who cares about the
whole, they would go to complete mobilization. They would just say, "This is WW2 all over again."
Yeah, we want to see that. Let them mobilize, because when they mobilize, they destroy their economy even quicker.
I agree with you there. I guess I'm back to, we need to use the Abrams, but there is, you're supposed to do Abrams right. You're supposed to have helicopters, supposed to have air support. You're supposed to be it's supposed to be combined arms. And 3 months is I think we're going to actually have to get there, because in 2 years or so, when this thing's over, we're going to have those on the border of Russia. But
there. First of all, you jumped the line, and secondly, we've covered that 250,000 times. I think everyone has expressed to you that we don't think that's much of an issue. We're very, very lucky to be joined by Victoria Wojcicka, who's the, how can I say, the Madonna of this space. So in every understanding of Madonna, and she's Ukrainian. As by rule of the space, she has first dib. So we'll go to her if you don't mind.
And she moved the needle today in Washington, hopefully.
Okay. 3 rays for moving the needles. Victoria, welcome. Good evening and welcome on board. I'm delighted that you decided to join us tonight. Your hand is raised. The floor is yours. Maybe later. In the meantime, we've got Athena, who's still on the naughty step.
Ben, thank you. First of all, when Tim came to tell what he told, and in the way he told, that was just so wonderful to hear him joking and laughing, and not only that, but what he is doing. So that's like a wonderful thing. But yeah, I was. He somehow released his funny side, which I didn't see that much before. I'm not saying that he's dull, but yes. Is this discussion only about tanks now, or can I move a little bit from the tanks, because I have discussed the tanks for over 7 months now, and I have been talking about Olaf Scholz, and I have been talking about the Leopards, and I have been talking about free the Leopards. And
Athena, you're free to talk about automotor cannons, self-propelling cannons. You're free to talk about armored cars, and you're free to talk about anything artillery related. Please go ahead.
Fighter jets.
Okay, then I'm going to be naughty, because I'm not going to talk about that. Because I'm naughty. I am going to just comment this very shortly. I have been in this space for soon almost 8 months, and I have learned so much here. I have been focusing on Ukraine, on what is happening in Russia, what is happening in Europe, and how this all NATO thing with Finland and Sweden. And so somehow I have had in the background, we have had Jingu, he's here sometimes talking about China, but we haven't talked so much about what is happening in the Middle East. Right now in Iran, there is a revolution going on. And I am just wondering what this will do to Russia, because Russia is having this like a close relationship with Iran. And with this revolution, it might have some impact on Russia, which might have some impact on Ukraine. But of course, this is not something which will happen tomorrow. But actually, tomorrow will be a huge demonstration in Iran, and the revolution has started. I can tell that much. So I just wanted to talk about this big picture, that we need also to keep in mind that I don't want to become blind. I am fully supporting Ukraine, because Putin needs to be stopped, and Putin needs to be stopped in Ukraine, because Putin is everywhere else, and this is how to stop Putin to go other places. So I just wanted to like tell you like I am monitoring the big picture, and we need to be awake and aware of what is happening elsewhere, even if I'm fully supporting Ukraine all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matti. Can I put it? I think many of us, most of us, all of us over here, especially among the usual speakers and the co-host, we are also following this in the background. We talk about it to the extent that it regards Ukraine. Some of us cheer for it very actively on their own time. We try to keep the subject out for the moment because, well, we cannot. We have enough on our plate, and we cannot. We cannot do everything. That being said, yeah, we see the girls, we see the boys who are currently in the streets of Tehran, in the street of Isfahan, fighting for their freedom. We send them the very, very best of our regards. We love them, and we are begging them to hang on just a little bit longer. We'll be with them in no time. We do away with those pesky Muscovites, and then the Ayatollahs are on our plate, and I'm sure Axel, Colby, Leonard, among many other, have no patience for those guys. Colby.
Thank you. Just a very short, very quickly follow up. The Iranians are living in the same kind of conditions as those in Russia because they have been oppressed, but they are not apathetic. Yes, they are actually having got enough of this now, and they are now not afraid to even lose lives. So this is what they are doing, and I salute them for that. And I will not talk about this anymore tonight. I just wanted to say this, and thank you, Ben, for and Colby for putting up with my naughty behavior.
Just a quick note: if in Ireland there's a successful revolution, then I'm really.
Sorry, if you mind, just put your hand up. We have a queue going. Thank you. Nadi, I will say that if events in Iran get to the point where there are strategic implications on Russia's war against Ukraine, you can be certain that I personally will address this matter because the strategic implications of other events within sort of Russia's sphere of influence is something that I've long-time listeners will know is something I've been tracking and keeping us all appraised on. So if there's some impact that will result of what's happening there, it certainly will be a topic of discussion. But at this point in time, it's a separate matter. To Ben's point, we won't take the space off track to cover it. Not because we don't care, obviously. All of us do very much. I know I do, certainly. I have very strong feelings about the Islamo-fascist theocracy in Iran. But we'll keep the focus on Ukraine. But if there are strategic implications to be discussed, we'll certainly cover them. If there's some impact on Iran's provision of arms to Russia, we'll certainly cover it when that happens and when we have information to provide on that topic.
Thank you, Colby.
Okay, thank you. Subject closed. I'd been very rude about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago with Dan. I had interrupted him when he was talking about something very interesting regarding what can we call it? The great shooting of alligators in a barrel, something like that. Dan, if you remember where I interrupted you, please go ahead.
Yes, I was. Well, first of all, let me talk about Iran for 30 seconds. I don't think the conflict in Iran.
No, Dan.
Never mind.
We need. I fully understand. We need to keep a lid on it, otherwise it's finished.
Okay, all right. I will proceed with where I was before then. So there is at least one, if not two, brigade sets for a full U.S. heavy brigade in Europe. And the gentleman who spoke after me there briefly was mentioned that, yes, that brigade set probably cost between $1 and $2 billion. But the cost of this war is not measured in the money to actually fight it. You have to have that money, and it's not free, but that's not the cost. The cost is oil at $120 a barrel versus 60. It's grain prices at double or triple. And it's probably at least 750 lives a day, adding up both sides very approximately. And if that one heavy brigade set of equipment finished this thing, it would be the best bargain in human history. And I really think it would. I mean, you can debate whether it would take 2 months to train up or 5 months to train up. And again, we don't know how much training's been done. Because the Ukrainians are remarkably good at keeping their mouths shut when they set their minds to it. But, to end this thing in one 1 month offensive would save more money than can be added up. Does that make, are you with me on that?
100%. This is the 100%. Cheapest. It's the cheapest ever transaction the West will have undertaken in order to defend freedom, prosperity, and liberty on this planet.
Talking about cheap, CJ has come up. I think you summoned him, Dan.
No, I completely agree with Dan. The idea that it's kind of not great, of course, that we have to put it in economic terms for the safety and security of Ukrainians, but it's correct. The more investment now, the better the return later on, not just in Ukrainian lives, but also in American defense spending, tax dollars. However you want to phrase it. It's why it's so widely supported in America, with something on the order of 75+% of Americans supporting the amount of aid going. So there's a good reason for it.
Dan, you want to continue with your point?
Sorry, I put my phone down. I thought CJ was going to talk a little longer. CJ is the one with the West Point education. How long does he think it would take the Ukrainians to get one heavy brigade set in operation? One of the ones that is already parked in Europe. Man.
Yeah, I would. It's the same thing with moving the Patriot missiles from Saudi Arabia to Ukraine. It's just, since it's not going to necessarily happen, I wouldn't be considering it too much, just because of how important those two are. Because what those two, the APS, or the pre-positioned stocks, do is it takes the two brigades that are already there and turns them overnight into a division. So that will not be touched, just like the ammunition in Europe won't be touched. But that's not to say that, of course, the U.S. couldn't train Ukrainians and supply them with Abrams. And, in terms of learning that piece of kit, it would be probably just a few months. And as you already stated, there's a very high likelihood that there's already Ukrainians trained on this. It's just a matter of setting up the maintenance and the logistical support on the back end, which is substantial, but not, insurmountable.
It all comes back to the fact that, a full U.S. do you agree with my thesis that one U.S. heavy brigade set in properly trained Ukrainian hands would end this war? In weeks, not months.
I guess I would disagree, because while an Abrams is going to be great against any sort of Russian tank, it's not going to necessarily cut down on the amount of time that it takes to clear trenches, go through urban fighting, and all those things that need to happen at this point. If you had said that maybe 3 or 4 months ago, I would have completely agreed. But the comparative advantage this sort of specific kit would provide, I think, is very important in the long term. But I think the war might be over before they could even be that effective, honestly.
Well, I mean that's a fair comment, but we're sitting here having this conversation now because this wasn't started 6 months ago.
I agree, and that's why it's so important that the USAID, the last 3 or 4 packages, has included specific provisions for these 1 to 2 year security agreements and training programs and supply programs. So, if it does go longer, then the effects will be felt. But if it were, just that easy to give a brigade of tanks, I think we would have done it. It's obviously more complicated than that, unfortunately. But that's not to say it won't still happen eventually.
Well, I mean, I keep coming back to like actual combat film that I've watched where, I mean, both sides are basically driving the same stuff with the same gunnery systems and god awful, who knows how old versions of the same ammo. And they seem to be, and I realize tank on tank is not the primary pattern in this war, but when they get into a tank on tank engagement, it seems like very frequently both sides are missing on the first round. I just think that any of the Western tanks would change that calculus completely. And
I mean, the calculus really changes when you do it, as you kind of were hinting at, the full brigade combat team, right? The idea that it's not just Abrams, it's also the Paladin, artillery pieces that support them. It's the fire direction trucks. It's the Bradleys. It's not so much about, because Ukraine probably right now, maybe let's just say there's a bunch of one-on-one tank battles. Ukraine's maybe winning 70% of them. Now, if they have some more Western tanks, but they're not retrofitting their whole army with them, they're now winning 75% of tank battles. Does that help? Yes, but the other answer would be getting all of their brigades and all of their divisions trained up to not only NATO standard but NATO equipment, like we're seeing the UK do with these new divisions that are being churned out every couple of months. I mean, that's what's going to win in the long term, not necessarily just the tanks alone, of course.
Well, here is my thinking on the matter. And again, you're the one with the West Point education and the rank on your shoulders. So, I mean, I'm not trying to tell you don't know what you're doing. But the Ukrainians right now, their defense is holding essentially everywhere. Would you agree with that statement? Bakhmut's a harder fight than anywhere else, but the defense is holding essentially everywhere.
100%.
So one brigade set, like you said, the tanks, the Bradleys, the artillery, the fire direction, and command vehicles that tie it all into a functioning unit that's greater than the sum of its parts. One fully trained up brigade set would let them just smash the Russian lines at the point of their choosing and do it at far, far lower cost than what they're paying to do it right now in Kherson, for instance. And as they ably demonstrated in Kharkiv, when you can smash a big enough hole in the Russian lines, the rest of it's pretty brittle. And if the Ukrainians can smash one offensive from Zaporizhzhia to either side of Mariupol, I don't think the Russians are in this much longer. I could be wrong about that. Why they play the game. Excuse me, knock something over there. Why they play the game, and I really think it would affect the Russians' calculus if they thought it was underway. But again, you're the one with the West Point education, and I'm just.
I think you're not in much of a disagreement, if I'm quite mistaken. CJ, correct me if I'm wrong. What you just highlighted is that a full First Armored Brigade combat team, plus, I think that's what you're alluding to, plus a sufficient amount of infantry. So let's say you have the Devil's Brigade and with everything associated with it, plus the big red one, and that's where you're going to go, right? Now.
Yeah, and I think what we have to kind of understand is it's a question of scale and a question of how we're looking at it in terms of like the spectrum of how it's occurring, right? So in the case of, let's just talk one specific example quickly. HIMARS, we all know and love them. They made a huge difference on the battlefield. The people that were that are shooting the HIMARS now for Ukraine, they previously, for the most part, shot Tochka-Uz. So a somewhat equivalent system, at least in terms of like its doctrinal application, and with a completely new set of capabilities. So it was a full 180, a real change, and those people came in, got this much better gear, and they only were there training for 2 to 3 weeks and came out, made an immediate difference. Same thing with 777s, right? People that had shot D-20s and D-30s and Soviet artillery that's almost 60 years old and that Ukraine has had for quite some time. They come in, now they come back to Ukraine and they can now shoot Excalibur. They can shoot all these precision guided systems. You go down the list, and this has sort of happened with so many different things that the Ukrainians, obviously are well trained, well disciplined, are using kit in a way that even, we didn't think was possible, for the US systems. But when it comes to combined arms, the idea of retrofitting a whole brigade at once, you're not necessarily talking about, a 1-for-1 swap, right? We're not just talking about, their T-64s that they had as the mainstay of their armored force, going to only a 20-year newer version, right? The oldest Abrams. If they got newer Abrams, that would be great. But the concept there isn't necessarily that large of a change, but you're talking about, it's so difficult to explain. I'm not doing a good job of it, but it's armored medevac, right? It's all the protection that comes with a brigade. It's a brigade sustainment area. It's LRPs, CCTPs. I could just, ramble on all these acronyms, but basically it's a completely different way of doing things than Ukraine is used to. It is so logistically heavy. It requires an air force to keep it going. And in a 1-for-1 swap scenario, which again, I think they should be replacing all their things. And I think we're hopefully going to get there, even if it's going to take longer than we'd like. It's a completely different way of thinking. It's the American way of just, you have to have basically strategic airlift capabilities in order to sustain this thing. That it's just, unfortunately, we're not going to see during this war, a whole brigade come out, get NATO gear, come back and be super effective, because what makes these sort of mechanized armor brigades so powerful in Europe is that they have the whole backing of the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force to get them there. I mean, I'm in the Army, but we can't ignore that key fact. So that's to say Ukraine should keep playing to their strengths, right? They're great at, their discipline on their move. They're obviously very skilled at all their weaponry. So we should be encouraging that, as opposed to trying to change their entire logistics and back end of how we make that happen for them, because it's just not going to work for them as well. And that's okay, because it's different.
Here's a question that I don't know anybody has addressed. Can Ukrainian railways support the movement of Abrams or other Western main battle tanks? Because Western main battle tanks are much larger and much heavier than Russian ones, and Russian tanks were designed with their railways in mind, and Russian railways were upgraded with those tanks in mind as well. So because Ukraine has a Soviet rail network, can it support Western main battle tanks being moved around them? Are the tunnels big enough? Are the bridges strong enough? Are the flatbeds wide enough to fit an Abrams on when they were designed with T-72s in mind?
We had exactly that discussion. Wait, hold on. We asked exactly that question when discussing logistics, and CJ will remember this, with Alexander Kamishin, the CEO of Ukrzaliznytsia. And he said that the Ukrainian railway are capable of transporting pretty much everything which can reach up to the same size and heaviness of the Biber, which is the German construction and brick and pontoon laying tank. And by the way, the pontoon laying trucks of the Russians are also pretty dang heavy. Yes, the concern has been about the length of certain tanks and certain railways and certain rail cars, and there you're absolutely right. Some of the rail cars they have had in the past are not necessarily conducive to that, but fortunately, there's a substantial amount of rail cars from Lithuania and Latvia already in theater, which fit any kind of wide and long and heavy tank. Why would they be there? Let me think.
Oh, that's good to know, and I'll have to go back and listen to that interview, because I did miss that one when it happened. Because that's one of the problems that I could envision. Is there's a physical inability to support them. But to CJ's point, there's a there's an overall logistics burden that comes with putting an entire brigade, a heavy brigade, into the field, which is an entirely different matter than what we're seeing right now. And for me, for political reasons, I'm more skeptical about this happening. But obviously, we should continue to free the leopards in particular, because I think that's the path of least resistance. Ironically, just because Spain has already shown willingness to provide tanks, if only Chancellor Scholz would allow them to.
Well, and then one other thing I will bring up, and just briefly, is, and I really appreciate CJ coming up to talk to us. One other thing I would just bring up briefly is that HIMARS changed the battlefield more than most people thought it would, unless I severely misunderstood the discussion that was underway before it got there. But a lot of people were whining that HIMARS would help, but it wouldn't help enough to justify upsetting the Russians that much. Which, why they care about what the Russians think is beyond me. But HIMARS has turned out to be very nearly a war-winning weapon, and they have managed to substitute it for 3/4 of an air force, which is one of the more impressive military tricks since the end of the Second World War. And I don't think most people understood it could work that way. And so I would simply point out that there is a possibility, and I emphasize it is a possibility, that we are underselling how much difference a moderate amount of Western gear in one unified formation can make. HIMARS being Exhibit A. And I'll let some other people talk here. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dan. All right, so we've got a forest of hands. Thank you, CJ. First of all, CJ, do you have something you want to tell us? Something to admit?
No, I was hoping perhaps we had more details about the Belgorod strike, because there's the only thing I was going to say in regards to that I've found throughout the day, because to me it's fascinating, but also it's important to note that Ukraine shot down 4 Caliber missiles in Odessa, perhaps with the new IRIS-T, not confirmed yet, but great news nonetheless that Ukraine shot them down. And while Ukraine was getting 4 missiles from Russia, Ukraine sent way more back. And I asked a bunch of people, and this is the first day in anyone's memory that Ukraine has done more missile strikes on Russia than Russia on Ukraine. So a pretty pivotal moment, especially after the horrors we saw earlier this week with Russia launching 100 missiles at Ukraine. Now in Belgorod, obviously that strike on the power station seemed to be pretty deliberate. There was also a Tochka U lodged near a rail line. Seems pretty deliberate, but there's a couple other cases of explosions that actually might be Russian air defense. There was the comical one I shared a few days back. That one was not recent, but there was 2 other cases where S-400 interceptors had landed and unfortunately, killed civilians in Russia, right? This is not good for anyone. They blamed Ukraine on shelling, but it was, they showed pictures of it, and it was an S-400 missile, which is not something that, Russia has. And they haven't yet, to my knowledge, converted these to ground attack missiles. So it was very much, likely, just, using some common sense here, that Russia was trying to intercept all these Ukrainian missiles, and their air defense is not so good, and they're killing their own civilians along the way. So a really pivotal and historical day for this war, unless someone else can come up with another day where Ukraine has launched more missiles at Russia than they've received. But it's a good sign that Ukraine has momentum, has the initiative, and has really the capabilities to not only defend its people, as we saw with the interceptions near Odessa, but also, target only key military infrastructure in Russia. And that's the important difference between the two, of course.
CJ, do you think that the explosion in Belgorod at the substation was a Ukrainian strike, or do you think it's more likely that it was another Russian air defense mishap?
So the amount of I was kind of going over it, because what Russia claims the Belgorod strike was, and again, the claim is important to understand the context, but they claim it was a Ukrainian air defense missile that had been recently donated from another country, that they had converted to ground attack, which makes no sense. So Russia is saying it's an air defense missile. Looking at the explosion, the initial one, most air defense missiles do not have a large explosion, right? They rely on either kinetic energy or shrapnel to take down an aircraft or missile. So it doesn't really line up with that story Russia's giving. And the fact it hit so squarely on the power lines there makes me think it probably was deliberate. So I would tend to go with just Ukraine. I mean, you don't see any people around. You see a valid military target. And we'll have to, I guess, wait for more info. What we were talking about offline, of course, and it will come up more. So people kind of have to prepare themselves. But, for now, Ukraine is not claiming any of these strikes into Russia. And there's a reason for this. And there's a good reason because, for months, Russia has said all these places are getting shelled. Look at the horrible damage. And it was clear for a lot of these cases, it wasn't Ukraine doing this. And so that's what's going to be key moving forward as Ukraine gets closer and closer to the border. In order to do this as safely as possible for their own people, they're going to have to strike into Russia at military targets. And Russia's going to claim civilians are dying when they are or aren't. And it's just an important point to know that there is no way that this will happen safely. I mean, if Ukraine wants to take the risk, right, they want to say, hey, we will never strike into Russia no matter what, then it's going to kill a lot more of their soldiers than have to. Just important moving forward.
Is it Gimler's in flight supersonic or subsonic?
Oh, it's it's the most supersonic. It's flying at Mach 2.5 and then impacting much faster.
Because this is a subsonic projectile that we're seeing in this video, right? You can hear it, which means it's not supersonic.
Yep. So with the with the Saki strike and other strikes where you hear kind of perhaps a double boom, that's the sound barrier and the missile strike happening at the same time. So in this case, it sounds like it's coming at basically a horizontal angle. So either a air to ground missile or bomb from a drone, or a guided missile that's more low angle, like the not guided for the BM-27 or 30, but perhaps one of those, or maybe a Tochka, but the explosion doesn't really line up with how big a Tochka is. But yeah, definitely not a precision guided munition from a HIMARS at this time.
What about I'll one second, then George, go ahead after. What about a Hydra rocket with the laser guidance still kit on it?
Yeah, definitely possible. I'd have to look at, for example, some of the laser-guided artillery and air-to-ground munitions, for the U.S. And, for example, for XCAL and other things that are GPS-guided, they tend to come in straight down. So you wouldn't hear 3 seconds of it falling. But with some laser-guided munitions, they'll come, as we say, over the shoulder, right? So at a 25 to 45 degree angle in, so you'll definitely hear it a lot more so. But yeah, definitely, if it was Ukraine, then it's pretty important, right? Because Belgorod lost power, which means their air defense systems are threatened, and it means that their military is threatened there. So as long as Russia continues to use Belgorod as a staging area for attacks into Ukraine, or just to strike at Kharkiv, it remains one of the most important targets to hit.
George?
Yeah, I was going to ask CJ. From my memory, right now they're firing these old S-300 missiles, I guess, and I guess what were they trying to do? They were trying to fire them at Ukraine from Belgorod. They're using them as a tactical missile, because I know the S-300s, you can use that. Was that the game here?
It's actually happened, unfortunately, quite a lot in Kherson, where the Russian air defense missiles will just fail to work. And so, no, these aren't the ground variants. This is the debris hitting the ground and killing people, because the S-400 ones are quite large.
All right. So let me ask you this: they're using old missiles, so that one that it looked like it hit the power station. I mean, obviously the fuel in it was degraded to the point where it just pretty much fizzled out.
Yeah, no, I have no idea for this Belgorod one. I mean, if I had to guess with such a clean strike, I would say it was Ukraine using some sort of laser guided thing. So I would say it would not necessarily laser guided, but some Ukrainian missiles. So it probably was not very old. necessarily until we see some evidence that Ukraine is using S-300s in this capacity. But they have so few, air defense missiles. Like that's why that Russian statement made no sense that they would do that unless Russia was trying to incite some terror that all these air defense weapons that Ukraine is getting are going to be used against Russians. But as we know, that's not what Ukraine has done so far, and not what they plan to do. They plan to protect their people, of course.
Yeah. Just a follow up, because Colby, you asked about the Hydra rocket. I don't think the Hydra rocket would have caused that explosion, right, CJ? We're talking about, what is it, like a 60? It's what, the 70 millimeter Hydra rockets, right? The 2.75 rockets, right? That's the size of the Hydra, right? The
Yeah.
ones
So
that usually fired from like an Apache, from like the rocket pod or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those explode, in training and in combat. They are pretty small, but that explosion was very small too. It's just that what makes it look bigger, of course, is like there's an immediate secondary of the electrical line, and then like a tertiary explosion. So that one definitely could be something relatively small. I don't know if it could be as small as a 70 millimeter 2 3/4 inch rocket, but I haven't seen those being used yet. I think they have them from either the ground launch platform or air to ground. So I guess I'll have to look a little bit more into that.
Yeah, they're
getting them for ground launch with the Vampire, but it's been speculated that they could use them off of the TB2, but that hasn't been confirmed.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That would, because the range of those things is only like 8,000, 9,000 meters. That's their burn time. So yeah, TB2 could make sense. It's going to be interesting, though, as you said, CJ. I'll listen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of different munitions that are subsonic that Ukraine has that fits the profile, because since it's subsonic, that kind of limits what it can potentially be, because Itachi is going to be supersonic as well, right? It's a ballistic missile. So I'm just I don't know what it could be that fits the profile in the video of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, unless it's something like a Neptune or something like that, which, again, I think that would be slightly larger of an explosion. But hey, it seems like there's so many strikes into Belgorod, we'll get some answers. And the fact that Russia is firing so many air defense missiles, I know Artois shared an incredible video of a few days ago of just missiles everywhere. This is something that Russia is obviously very concerned about, is some type of thing that is coming into the Russian airspace that is doing damage, and they are not happy about it. So if Russia's not happy about it, that tends to be a good sign for me.
Alrighty, we'll try and get through some of the hands. I know Abdullah's been waiting for a while, so we'll go to him next.
Colby.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Ben. Did I mess that up?
Victoria has managed to come back up, so I wanted to acknowledge her. If she has a question, we'll be delighted to hear it. And also, if other people on the space want to ask her a question, I'll venture that few people know Ukraine as well as she does, both the society and the political system. So yeah, pretty much any question you may have for her. So first of all, good evening, Victoria. And secondly, do you have something for us? Abdullah, I'm so sorry. We'll go straight back to you after.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad to be back. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, so I'm on your time zone. I'm ready to discuss any subjects that I'm at least familiar with. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for having us. It's more your space than mine. Okay, so everyone knows that Victoria is here. Please come up and address questions to her. In the meantime, Abdullah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ben. I just had a question for CJ about the Abrams tank, if that's okay.
His artillery.
No, I mean,
there's next to nothing but Abrams tanks.
Oh man, as long as you don't ask me if they're in Ukraine.
No, it's not really that a tough question. It's just that I know that the Americans provided the Abrams tank to the useless Iraqi government, and apparently they just ran away when ISIS came into the picture. And I think about half of their tanks were destroyed by ISIS. if the U.S. government, can give Abrams tank to an incompetent Iraqi government that were just fleecing their people rather than defending them, they can certainly give it to the Ukrainians fighting the biggest security challenge the European continent has faced since World War II. And also, I think the tanks will be important after the war because Ukraine will be facing. They will need an artillery, but they will need the tanks for because they will have an enemy in the north, Belarus, and of course Russia. That's a lot of territory to protect. So can you just tell us what the thinking is in Washington? Why the war started February and they still haven't sent in the big guns? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, in the case of Iraq, obviously it was pretty upsetting what happened there. But that's a interesting situation, right? The idea behind why Iraq, and of course, Egypt has them as well. But Iraq was given Abrams, I think, pretty late into the operation there. I think about the time of New Dawn, so 2010 and 11. But the idea was, the U.S. government was going to continue to provide military aid to this country, so it just made sense in a long-term fashion. Just like with Egypt since Bright Star in, I think, 1984, they've been getting, continual military support to that grade. So if you look at any countries that have Abrams, it's just like a lot of the countries that have F-15s or F-16s, where they're going to be a country that U.S. is backing for the long haul. So you look at Ukraine, you look at these aid deals, which are now not just immediate aid deals, but for 1 or 2 years at a time. And that would be a good indication to me that the Abrams is not as far off as people might think. But because it is so logistically heavy to support, because it requires so much training, and because it also is, it's a sort of a contract for life. And I'm not saying that that's a reason to not allow it, but it is a little bit more of a commitment to give to have it be used effectively. Because as you saw with Iraq, ISIS didn't really have many tanks, and the Iraqi tank force wasn't very good against it. And that kind of shows you the limitations of these things. Just because it's a very nice piece of kit and the people are trained on it doesn't mean it's going to help you necessarily in everything. So I would say if you look at Iraq or you look at any other country that has it, if you see the United States supporting a country wholeheartedly, then there's a good sign they'll get those kind of things. And Ukraine, I think, is a great case for this. So hopefully optimistic in the future.
Perfect. Thank you. Any new developments in the investigation into the Crimea bridge attack?
Well, Abdullah, I will say if you could join us, if you're free on Sunday, we're going to have Thomas Steiner back, our most popular podcast so far on Spotify. He was just here last week and he wants some more. That was only 2 days after the bridge strike. If you go follow him, you'll see his theories. I've got my own. I know John Ridge has some. And we're in the minority here of the people that believe it was a missile strike. So,
as of right now, in the minority, CJ, did you say we're in the minority?
Despite our love of the space, it is certainly a very pro-ATACMS crowd here, which we love, but it is not that way for the rest.
Still, if I may ask, last time he came within 48 hours of the strike. Does that mean that during this night we're looking forward to another strike?
Well, yeah, we all remember where we were this time last week, late that night when we saw the news. And it was the news that many of us here have been waiting for. And I apologize to all the times on the space I angrily told people that I did not want to talk about the Kerch Strait Bridge again and how it's very difficult to hit with a missile because, well, it happened. So maybe if you guys ask for more, ambitious goals for Ukraine to achieve, maybe that's how we get it to happen. We'll just manifest it that way. But yes, we can only hope. But you know what, Axel? Okay. I mean, so the only the update though that Abdullah maybe wants or anyone wants is this July repair date. I mean, that's absolutely unbelievable. The report from the Russian government, I believe yesterday, that the Kerch Strait Bridge would not be fully repaired until July next summer. Could you believe it?
But they were saying that they could bring a couple of trucks across tomorrow. So maybe just maybe in 4 hours and 41 minutes, we'll see.
Well, to the truck comment, this is the biggest piece of news. I asked for some updates this morning, and thankfully people came through. I saw some satellite imagery of the ferry system, right? So it appears that going over the bridge itself in a long queue are some trucks, but none with military equipment. And this is huge. As Colby and others pointed out, it's just much heavier. But what's on the ferries is only military traffic. So you're seeing a lot of trucks with Z's on them and all that good stuff that we know and love from the Dnipro River crossings. But that is not a good situation to be in, because not only does Russia have to supply, the military equipment for the Zaporizhia front, the Kherson front, and also just the garrisons in Crimea, but they also have to support all the people that live in there. So it is just a massive amount of supplies that cannot get through. And so that's why maybe, Axel, unfortunately, we won't see a strike, but for the right reason, and that's that it doesn't need to happen quite yet.
Sorry, does that mean that we are now going to see those two air bases where they're currently, storing those trucks? Maybe they get stuck and maybe they get struck.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the Russian Iskanders don't get to them first,
Oh, right. I'm going to use my autocratic power as a co-host to ask Victoria a question. Today we were graced by Tomasz Wosłowski, who's a lawyer, Polish for his sins, who is specializing in Brussels in the sanctions. He told us a lot of things about it, but we didn't get a very Ukrainian point of view on the subject. So, Victoria, if you're comfortable talking about this, could you tell us why? What should be the target of the sanctions? The ultimate target should be to weaken the state, should be to weaken the economy, should it be what should be the aim of the sanctions, and which one would you think is the one sanction that is maybe not often talked about and that you would like to see be implemented in Brussels or in Washington?
Oh yes, that starts with your last question. The one thing that we are heavily advocating for is to recognize Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, because then it solves all the issues related to sanctions. Let's start with the first premise. Sanctions work. If they didn't, the Putin wouldn't ask Europeans in particular to lift sanctions in exchange for Russian gas. So it's a clear sign that sanctions work, and they hurt Putin's regime, the economy, but at the same time they don't hurt as much as we would expect, especially in respect of, for example, the revenues that Russians are still collecting from the sales of energy resources, like crude oil in particular. Yes, in terms of the volumes, Russia does sell much less comparing with previous years. So year-on-year analysis will show you clear indications that European market in particular became less dependent on both Russian gas and Russian crude oil. But at the same time, if you look at, for example, the products such as gasoline and diesel, there was a drop back in March, and then the volumes returned to its normality, so to say, back in April and May. We are looking forward to 100% embargo on Russian products such as diesel and gasoline that are becoming they will be in force next year, as far as I understand. So coming back to my first point, recognizing Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism closes almost all loopholes that are there when it comes to the sanctions that were imposed. Moreover, it makes basically it impossible for countries that trade with the United States, with European Union, to deal with Russia and its products as well. So Chinese, India, and other countries will think twice before they enter into any deals or facilitate any trade activities with Russia once the Russia is recognized as state sponsor of terrorism. Unfortunately, Washington is not ready yet to make that step, and it's really a little bit frustrating. We keep hearing those refuses starting from like the first meeting I had back in June here in Washington, and I see that there isn't much of the progress made on this regard. So what we need obviously is to have a stronger support for that action to take place from our distinguished American listeners on this platform, their friends, because what Russia is doing, they're terrorizing Ukraine civilians, destroying critical infrastructure, killing civilians, and doing all the other horrible things to civilians because they are losing the war on the battlefield. So that would be my answer in a nutshell. If that is if that is enough for you. If not, we can go into more details.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. There's a lot of people waiting, so I will refrain myself from asking for more details. In the meantime, we'll go to the hands. I think I remember it was Noddy first, and then Trident, Leonard, and George. Noddy, please go ahead.
Am I nutty now? Okay. Yeah. So you have been talking about the tanks along for almost 8 months, and still it didn't sink into me. What is the main difference between the Abrahams and the Leopards, that if Olaf Scholz is not able to take the pen in his hand, could maybe you, CJ, already answered this a little bit, but I just don't understand how complicated is this Abrams system. Like, could it be for any help for Ukraine now?
I just want to make sure I understand, because I think some people here who might be more tank aficionados could answer. But are you asking, in the absence of German leadership in this regard, should or could the U.S. just go ahead with Abrams? That's what you're asking, right?
Yes, and would they actually help Ukraine? would Ukraine have time to be trained in those, and so would they be if if the Leopards are not coming, would it be better to have the Abrams or not?
Yeah, I'll let George or Axel take this one, because in terms of the differences between the Leopards and Abrams, I'm a little bit hazy. But I think better late than never, because you don't want the situation to get worse just with all these things. So that would be my take, but I'm sure some of the tank aficionados could fill you in better.
Hey, CJ, just really quick. So one of the issues that's being pushed forward, but again, it's more of a delay issue. It's more of a delay thing. Some of the Abrams that we have in reserve have the depleted uranium armor, and that is something that the United States will not export, right, or give to another country. Now, the ones that Poland are getting do not have that depleted uranium armor. Between the two systems, the gun's the same. The layout is almost the same. It's just some of the technical issues. The power packs kind of similar. you know, the capabilities are similar. You know, remember these tanks were almost developed, you know, almost both at the same time. It's kind of weird. And once again, and actually they were developed from a what was supposed to be just like the Leopard 1 and the AMX 30. That was back in the 70s. There was a proposal to develop a joint U.S. German tank, and you know, as it was being developed, they started arguing about who wanted what and what was going to be produced where, and they just went both their separate ways. So that's why both tanks kind of have similar capabilities. But
and you know what the reason was, George?
I don't
the
know
gun.
the specifics.
Just the gun. It was just about the gun.
Yes, that's right. Because the original M1s, which I actually had one in Desert Storm, had a 105 on it instead of the 120.
Okay,
there you go.
George, George, can you say what is the difference? I don't understand that.
All right,
with
so the gun, the main gun, was different on the American one. It was smaller. They stayed with the 105 millimeter, which you would find on the Leopard 1 tank, and the Germans had gone to the 120 on the Leopard 2. The Leopard 1 had the 105, which is what the first Abrams had, and the Germans went to the 120. And then, of course, the Americans saw the light, and they went to the 122, the 120 also. But when it comes to training and amount of training, and I know people have said it takes this and that and the other thing and tactics and this and that. I'm like, okay, they're not all going to become perfect, you know, tacticians, all the tank drivers and all the crew guys, but you can take somebody that's experienced, an experienced tanker, which what the Ukrainians now have. Maybe, I don't know, like I haven't fought with them. I haven't trained with the Ukrainians. I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't know what their battle formation tactics are compared to NATO. Maybe they're the same. Maybe they're not as good. But I guarantee you they're better than somebody that got 3 days of training and ran over somebody in the parade ground that we see in Russia, right? So getting them these tanks is going to make it easier for Ukraine to win, because these things have the number one capability that everybody that knows keeps talking about is the thermal optics. They can fight at night, and their thermal optics are crazy good. Okay, you can't go and buy that type of thermal optic off the shelf. Okay, those thermal optics and their ability to get a first round hit, and I'm talking about a hit that just obliterates the target, is going to be just a backbreaker.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. I've just had a message saying that the space is encountering a few issues. It's been running for a long time already, so we might suddenly disappear. If we do, we'll be back up in a matter of seconds, because we always are. And if we don't, please continue the conversation.
Okay, so really quick, the training, if you were to take, and this is wartime, this is what people don't understand. In wartime, the training, all the breaks and all that nonsense, and you know, in the U.S. military, we don't train even in the tank. We're not training for 8 hours straight. You know, it's like the training takes forever because it's chopped up with other stuff that they do. Like you could get these guys trained within like a month to 6 weeks. In all honesty, you know, it's just learning the different systems. And obviously, people are, you know, in Ukraine, are people outside of Ukraine act like the Ukrainians, you know, that they have like a 6th grade education level. These are highly educated people. Their education system is really, really good. Trust me. I've met a lot of Ukrainians, and even like people like they're mechanic, like they're